Hey there, gorgeous gays. Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV, the end of Shadowbringers. Today is our last journey through Shadowbringers. We are at patch 5.5 with a very normal, not at all imposing name of Death Unto Dawn. I love how the end of every expansion. We've always got such great names that inspire such confidence going into the new expansion. We've got Before the Fall, we've got The Far Edge of Fate, we've got Requiem for Heroes, and now the subtlety that was never present has been further stripped away because we're just going into Death Unto Dawn, which is weird because Dawn Trail's not the next expansion, it's the one after that. Today, I'm making jokes because I'm nervous and afraid and honestly just like kind of sad. Like 6.5, you're going to die so bad and painfully. This is the end of Shadowbringers. I mean, like, Shadowbringers in a way has already felt like it has wrapped up. We've had so many conclusions to Shadowbringers, end of 5.0, end of 5.3, end of the Eden raids, end of the role quests, end of, like, the stories that we've read online and stuff like that. Ever since doing all of that, everything that we've done has not been, like, quote-unquote Shadowbringers first related or anything. We've, like, done Bosnia, we've done the Whirlets, we did, like, our 5.4 patch where we were like healing people tempered by primals and like fostering peace in Vilbrand and everything like that. And then Funny Daniel has shown up to just be like, bitch, yeah, you're like helping a lot of people and like liberating like provinces of the Gallian Empire and like working out like a fucking like healing method for the goddamn tempered and getting your ultimate perfect weapon that represents you. But bitch, Endwalker's coming for ya! With, you know, Luna Bahamut showing up and everything like that. And towers just appearing everywhere. So Endwalker's been building up to since the end of 5.0, because Xenos is obviously going to be a big part of Endwalker. And we've been seeing, like, we've been checking in with Xenos, in the Meanwhile and Garlemald sections, ever since, well, realistically, since, like, fucking 4 point something. But he, you know, he kills Varus at the end of 5.0, and that directly is just like, timelines have now diverged. We are no longer in 8th Umbral Calamity timeline because Black Rose is gone. Garlean Empire is now in civil war with the end of 5.0. You know, we've been checking in with Xenos, learning about how fucked the Empire is and everything like that. It's all been details that have either been, like, off to the side while we're dealing with our own things, or just like, and this is why we can liberate Whirlet, or this is why we can liberate Bosnia. So it's like, there's been a lot of build up to Endwalker that hasn't directly, like, come directly at us until Funny Daniel shows up with Luna Bahamut. And he's just like, yeah, all of that build up to Endwalker happening, it is now descending upon you. So I feel like today, we're really going to feel like Endwalker's approaching. Nighttime! Daytime! So, it's time to bring out Shadowbringers, which is just like, Shadowbringers is obviously the expansion that I like the most. It's the expansion that everyone likes the most, basically, or at least, like, tied with Endwalker, or, like, just below Endwalker. And Shadowbringers Endwalker is one of those things where I do see people, like, kind of switching between the two, but most lean towards Shadowbringers. Obviously, for me, Shadowbringers has had a massive impact on everything like that. Watch the LP, and you see how much of an impact it has on me. It's the expansion I've been in for the longest. Obviously I had a 10-month break, so I was just like, you know, still checking in with the Crystarium for those 10 months, because, you know, I was going to bed there, I was buying, like, my tomestones, I was turning in my scripts, and everything there. So I've been in Shadowbringers for a very long time. Even if we didn't have that break, Shadowbringers would be, like, the expansion that we were probably in for as long, or a little bit less than Stormblood. We spend a lot of time in Stormblood, though, mainly catching up on stuff from before Stormblood, whereas a lot of our catch-up in Shadowbringers was more Shadowbringers focused and stuff like that. Because we kind of finished most, except for like a handful of things, pre-Stormblood, Stormblood or earlier, before Shadowbringers. So, yeah, it's just like... And obviously, like, for my character, like, I mean... Like, look at her. Yeah, she's hot. But, like... Obviously, Shadowbringers has had a major impact on my character. As in, you know... I'm not saying the final resolution of this character happened in Shadowbringers. As I was mentioning last time, if we're going for hero's journey stuff, the big moment that Manifest has had in Shadowbringers is not the end of the story. If we go by traditional hero's journey stuff, that's most of the way towards the end. There's the final trial in the coming home section. There's the final thing that you have to do with the power that you've gained from, like, the stuff that you've done. You gotta overcome the final big bad, and then life returns to normal. There's obviously still that elements to it, but, I mean... My character has had a complex about her name, since before we started playing, because of the character creator episode. And obviously a complex around the job has existed since the very end of ARR. And all of that came to a head, and that part has come full circle in Shadowbringers. Oddly specifically, it is, like... We've joked about it a lot that Shadowbringers was made for Manifest, and... 5.3 specifically, you could not write to be a laser target on Manifest's forehead more than it is. I literally don't know what you could possibly add to 5.3 to make it more specifically that moment for Manifest, where everything comes together. Names are mentioned several times throughout it. Graha gives you his speech about, like, what it means to be a hero and what his ideas of being a hero are, and it's just like, he wasn't sure of what to do, but, you know, he had to, but he knew that he couldn't let people come to harm, and it's just like, yeah, he had a choice to, like, not help people, but, like, that's not who I am, there was no choice at all stuff that reflects on her. Obviously, her whole reflection on her entire journey that Elidibus forces her to go through, with, in Amara and everything like that, literally the fighting, the warrior, it's like, Shadowbringers has been a lot. Shadowbringers has been a lot. It's been so much. And today is our final foray into it. And then we have Endwalker. Which Endwalker's gonna feel weird, because Endwalker's really gonna feel like 2 expansions in one, if I had to have a guess. I don't know, like, whether the patches are going to, like, whether all the patches just slowly lead towards Dawn Trail, or what the hell they do. Or whether it's just, like, a bunch of, like, miscellaneous journeys to have fun, or what the fuck they do. But I know that the story comes to a conclusion at the end of 6.0, so there's very much going to be base Endwalker, which is Endwalker, and then there's going to be post Endwalker, which is whatever the fuck comes next. So, we're also, like, really fucking close to the end of what everything has been building up to. Because it's this, and then base Endwalker, and we're done. In terms of, like, what has been built up so far. And then post Endwalker is a new chapter. Well, not even a new chapter, but, like, this is, like, a new story, basically. Like, Endwalker is its own chapter, and then post Endwalker is a new story past that, so... We're really fucking close. We are really, 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 really fucking close to the end. Walker. Hello, everyone! I see a bunny girl dressed in goth clothing. And somehow it's not Averil. I'm stalling again. I'm trying to have an impact. There's mine. Forgot for a while. First saying this, and I'm just like, oh right, yeah, you're no longer a Lala because you're no longer Lamont because you're no longer on the first. Pardon me. So that's the question. It's like, will our dungeon today be like Gimlet Dark, where it plays the main theme in a different version for it? Subtle detail of how you actually like wiggle the hand a little bit on the front when you hold the note. Don't remind me in like a week I get to hear a new song too. I'm having memories of like first stream of Shadowbringers and Pi playing this and me hearing the Crystal Tower theme just being like, Crystal Tower theme was just straight up in this song? What? Where's my emotes? Slightly scratched my toe on the underneath of my table then. Shadowbringers theme! Hey! Do be exhausting. that's the one. There we go. There we go. Hell yeah. Who have we got hanging out here? Oh, we got some people over there. Sorry, now that the music, like, you're no longer playing music and then there's no music here and I can just hear the seagulls and it's a little... There we go. There we go. Holy shit. What weapon is that? Oh, Figment. Dark Knight. With list of songs I had to work with was the one I thought best fit. I mean, End of Shadowbringers, that absolutely works. Even if we don't hear it today. Okay. So, like... This feels hyper-specifically made for one specific modder of the game. Because there's that one person who's been modding Dark Knight to be floral themed for, like, years. They're, like, redoing animations and weapon effects. Or, like, action effects. For Dark Knight. For a long-ass time. To make Dark Knight floral themed. And then they have a floral greatsword? This feels very specifically targeted that one modder. I imagine they lost their mind when this weapon was, like, shown. When they found out that this weapon existed. Surely, right? This just feels very targeted at a modder. Because, like, it's so specific floral designs. The big mental weapons were from the weapon design contest, to be fair. Oh. Okay. Okay. So it could be a case of someone designed that greatsword for the weapon contest, or maybe fucking the modder themselves did it. Because of the inspiration, because of that. Or just multiple people separately have decided, hey, floral themes Dark Knight's a cool thing. Which it absolutely works, so I agree. Hello! Hey, Viper! And Artesia just hanging out. Hell yeah. I recognize that. Yeah, you got the right swords! These are the swords that I have for Viper as well. And you also have the top. I believe this is a Palaka top that I absolutely love. And I want to make work on Minifist, but there's not enough room for it. I love it. I'll be honest, every single Palaka, every single top of this type, like, it's green, so I'm assuming a dungeon. Every single top that I've seen is amazing. The rest of the gear is a bit kind of like, it feels like it's very much designed to blend in with the tops, but every top that's Palaka is incredible. They're all amazing, and all of them fit Minifist to some extent, and I just don't know how to quite, like, fit them into, like, a gear set kind of thing. Sold the chair, yay! And you also have the Palaka Saber Things, which is the correct weapon. They are just true giant scimitars, which look very piratey. This is my Viper weapon as well. I don't have a Viper glam to show off yet because I can't get any gear that actually makes my Viper look good. And there's no hats in the game that make Viper look good either. But Credendum eye patch eventually, I've decided. That actually will work. If I can't get a good hat for my Viper, I can do Credendum eye patch, and I will eventually use that. There, everyone uses it. Everyone fucking uses it. Oh, is that Scarf of Wondrous Wit that you've got on as well? Yeah, Scarf of Wondrous Wit. This top, not what you've glammed it as, but this top, until Palaka Samurai weapons is a tool war, which we need more of tool wars. Fuck. This top is going to be my Viper top whenever I get it until we beat Dawn Trail and I can actually get the Viper job gear. Because this Neo Kingdom top also fucks. I don't think it's going to be permanent for Viper because the Viper job gear is so good and fits Minifist so well. But I'll use this until then. Though that being said, I'm probably going to use this top for Monk. This glam for Monk is probably what I'm leaning towards for Monk. And just have it as a temporary Viper glam until I beat Dawn Trail. Hopefully I get this from a, what's it called? Retainer soon. And if I don't get it from a retainer, when I start Dawn Trail I can get it, because it will be hunt gear. I haven't even given my Viper a glam yet because I need more plates. I don't have my Blue Mage on a plate, nor my Gunbreaker. Like, what I'm wearing right now isn't a plate. Horatio's glam kind of looks like Jack from far away. Oh my god, it does! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Back in next games. I should play those again. See if they hold up. See how much transphobia is probably in them, because I bet it's at least some. The Ninja and Viper is the same because of glam plate restrictions. Yoshi P. Yampa. Yoshi P, give us 100 glam plates. Give us 100 glam plates. Trying to see if there's anyone else fascinating around here. Not at the moment. Give us 100 glam plates to match our 100 gear sets, please. Please, 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 please. My inventory is dying. This is the state of my inventory. This is the state of my inventory where everything is almost full in my armory chest. So I can have like 40 glams at once. There was a Fenro sprinting past at breakneck speed. Where the fuck did she go? There she is. No, I don't actually. Is that her? I don't know. Fenro gone. Hey, there's still another Fenro here. Quick, everyone, follow the Fenro. Let's stall the MSQ even longer. Yo, see? See how good this armor is? I've also considered this hat for Viper. That the thing is, that hat fits Viper. I don't know if it fits Minifus Viper is more so the thing. Sorry, we heard there was a Fenro. Fenro! No! She disappeared. No. Oh, there's another Fenro though. Yeah, we found another Fenro. We found a very neon shiny Fenro. We found Splatoon 2 Fenro. Let's go. Hell yeah. She went to Fantasia to her Aroth gal. Anyways. Jesus Christ, Giant Titan. Anyways. Let's go onto the breach. Shall we do the MSQ? We're already starting late today. And it's probably going to be a long-ass day because it's a 0.5 patch, which is technically 2 patches of story in a row. So we should probably not delay much longer. I think it's either event I had someone with ult because I know I've seen like the same design on Lala around Limsa. It doesn't love 40 minutes of faffing about. Hey, to be fair, only like 10 of those minutes are actually in the YouTube video. It's fine, don't worry about it. Actually, no, it's probably about 15. We did listen to an entire song. Alice, onto the breach. Alice is waiting patiently for the return of certain scions. Not least of all, you. Good news, Manifest. Thanger and Umyashe have finished their tour of Garlemald and are on their way back here even as we speak. So that was 6 minutes. As we still haven't heard anything on the towers from the Alliance, I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. Last time we'll do X5 and X55 on the same stream. Last time? I'm thinking like, yeah, once we're caught up, we'll like do them separate because they come out a bit, there. I don't even think about, cause once we get to Endwalker, we're doing everything as it releases. I don't even think about that. Yeah. The plan is for post Endwalker, we do everything in patch order to kind of get us acclimatized of how we're gonna do streams once we're current. Because once we're current, we can't do anything else. We have to do everything in patch order because other shit won't exist yet. So we're gonna do post Endwalker following patch order as closely as we physically can. Like general idea is like per patch there's like a .x0 stream, a .x1 stream, a .x5 stream. Obviously not sticking to that if it doesn't make sense, but it's like kind of a general plan, and then we'll see how that goes. See if like maybe .x0 and .x1 are combined together, whether like .x5 needs to be 2 separate ones if they get big chunks of it and everything like that. There's no Relic series that isn't just like Heavens with Tome shit again apparently for Endwalker. So we probably won't have a lot of stuff, but there might be some stuff. Like there'll be a deep dungeon at some point. Deep dungeon might be enough for its own stream to not do anything else. For like that X5 patch, but yeah. So yeah, last time .5 and .55 are going to be done together. Because they'll be separated for Endwalker. Which then makes me wonder how we're going to do that. If we do that... will it be a case of, do we do the MSQ for X55 as the very last thing? Like, do we go into the X55 patch stream doing the MSQ last and we do everything else before it first? I guess it depends on what comes out with it. Because X.5, like 5.55 for Shadowbringers introduced Zadnor and the Dariada. So doing all of that and then MSQ doesn't really make sense either. We'll work it out when we get there, because we can't pre-plan for it, because it's an MMO, it's Final Fantasy XIV, the length of all the different things will be different amounts. We can't say explicitly it will be separated like this, because some patches, like 7.1 was, from my understanding, nothing but raids. Like, from what people have told me about Dawn Trail, up until, like, patch 7.2, the only things that were kind of in the game were, like, the normal raids, Savage raids for the first tier, and then Alliance raids, and then a Chaotic raid, and then an Ultimate raid. Not much else. So like those, like if we have patches like that, it's not gonna be a lot for us to do. So, but then sometimes we'll get like, fuck you, here's like a Bosnia zone to do. Oh, and also we're adding in a deep dungeon. So who knows how it will go. Up until right now, we had fuck all but raids. Yeah, Ishgard Restoration for Dawn Trail has started. I've had to mute certain channels in the FC Discord, because the FC Discord is just like, we need a channel where we can just chat about this. And so I'm just like, I'm not caught up, so I'm not listening. Because my FC is very excited about whatever the Ishgard 2 stuff is. It's the Crafter Gatherer endgame thing, like Ishgard was, like Ion Sanctuary is, and stuff like that. But my FC has been very excited about it, so I basically can't hear them talking half of the time when they're talking about it, because I'm not allowed to do it because it's spoilers. So there is that. Alright. Well, we still haven't heard anything on the Towers from the Alliance. I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. They're due to arrive any moment now, so let's see what they have to say, eh? Is there a moment in this cutscene where all the Scions come back and I start showing off my weapon and start trying to be like, yo, everyone, look at how cool my new sword is. Look how big it is. Thancred, my sword is the size of you. Do you feel emasculated? Do we get that? Do I get that moment in this? Ah, welcoming party. You needn't have gone to the trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy enough as it is. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tampering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Oh my fucking god. There is one where they start fanning one by one for suspicious reasons. No! Well, if it's any consolation, I myself was little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit must go to Alistair Graha and mine first. Do I get that much recognition in this? What did I do to help? What? I didn't... I helped create the Porksy, I guess. I guess I helped create the Mother Porksy. I did that part? I wasn't even allowed to lend my Aether while we were queuing Gabu, though. I was prevented from lending my Aether. Grog going through the entire open the gates with my passport, but he's just like in the other room. But I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. I gave moral support. As you will also have heard, though, it hasn't been all tales of triumph. Just as we were taking a step towards finally addressing the primal threat, a pile of fresh problems landed in our lap. Anyway, it's good to have you back. Though I can't have been noticing that we're one Oriange short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him, have you? He'll show up eventually. Oh, I couldn't lose him if I tried. And I did try. Repeatedly. But no, he decided to linger in Alamigo to apprise Rabban on the other side how the land lies in Garlemald. Then mayhap you would do the same for us. Indeed. It was just as Lee said. Worse, in fact. Devastation as far as the eye could see. That it was someone's intention. Nerva and the Third, however, were notable by their absence. The nerve of her. Might they have met their end at the hands of Xenos and Funny Daniel? Perhaps, or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. Doesn't sound like fascists. Well, sounds like fascists in terms of being cowards. Doesn't sound like fascists in terms of a leader commanding their army. I mean, like, I guess it's possible Nerv has been in a bunker and fucking Hitler her brains out. Which, pog, but, like, you know. But, I don't think that would happen just yet. It takes a bit to get to that point. You see, the capital's been plunged into a deathly silence, with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but it has grown busier still, with throngs of soldiers and civilians working their day and night to rebuild, or rather transform it. Are they turning the Imperial Palace into one of the giant towers that we've seen? Transform it into what? That is a difficult question to answer. The construction is vast and unsettling to behold, like something from a nightmare. According to Oriange, certain aspects of its design were clearly devised with the manipulation of Aether in mind. Magitech, in other words. Yet, as unnerving as said edifice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed to the place like so many insects, working with nary a word exchange between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders, as if they were possessed. Or tempered. Yeah, tempered. That's the dude that we saw at the end of the last one. Very much came across as tempered. By, like, the concept of the nation of Garlemald, which is horrifying. Now, Big Neon Side says, my defense is simple, light would fight me. We wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wise not to take the risk. If Van Daniel could bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to the people of Garlemald? Whatever the truth may be, this information is certain to prove valuable. You have our thanks. Well, be sure to save some for Oriange, which reminds me, I have a message from Alamigo. Raban is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings on the towers, and he requested our presence. Then why not leave that to us? You'll seem wary from your mission. No, I'm fine. Those towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back, and I'm keen to get to the bottom of this. In that case, I shall stay and begin to look into another matter, as I promised Kryl. We need not all attend. Sorry, Alistair, you're getting dragged to this stuff, you're muting. Haha. Very well. I suggest the rest of us make our way to Alamigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we have to speak with the Oriange before the meeting. What's up, babe? If you're curious to know what I'll be doing in your absence, let us speak of it another time. At present, Carl and I have no more than a hypothesis. Oh, okay. They're just off doing hot girl shit. Got it. Alright. To the Alamigan Quarter! The new headquarters of the Eorzean Alliance. Yo, why do we make the place that we always have to meet for the Eorzean Alliance a place that's literally on the edge of Eorzea? Wouldn't Gridania make more sense? Like, that's why we were meeting before with the Lotus stands. Oh, we wanted to get away from the elementals? Okay, that's fair. I mean, I know the reason is because this was, like, you know, where the Warfront was, but, you know. I like the idea that they wanted to get away from the elementals is a better reason. But I said hypnosis, and I may be broken, don't worry about it. I'm sorry, Thunderwing, you are going to be dismissed. You're slightly distracting. So the game might have something, I think I might have inflamed my thumb or something. But, dungeon. It'll be a thing. Although I was only in Redden's-Hall a short while, I did manage to squeeze in a brief drink with Flamin. Spring water only, it being a flying visit. I wonder if there have been any developments regarding the Almasha abductions. It can be no mere coincidence that the incidents began occurring just as the towers first appeared. Yeah, dirty. The Royal Menagerie is still closed to civilians. Van Daniel and his pets certainly left their mark. Feels very specific that Van Daniel wanted to meet us and declare Xenos wants a rematch in the place where we had our first match with Xenos. Feels very specific. Well, we may assume that the Telophori are behind the works being carried out in the Imperial Palace, so we can only guess at their purpose. So I feel like part of what they're doing here, if the people of Garlemald are being tempered, it seems like they're being tempered to, like, the concept of Garlemald as a nation? And so I feel like they're going to, like, twist it around to just be like, you know how Garlemald, like, hated religion? Because it hated the idea of worship and stuff like that? Well, fascist worship is its own kind of religion. There's literally a term for, like, the religion of a populace that follows more so a nation as its, like, deity and faith more than anything like that. It's called civic religion. Look it up. There's a lot of discussion about the concept of the American civic religion, where it is more so American Christianity rather than what actually Christianity actually is and everything like that. So I feel like it's like, I feel like that's where we're going with that, where it's just like a fascist nation requires so much, like, quote-unquote faith in the nation that, like, everyone believes in it. I mean, people literally called, like, Varus or whoever the Emperor was your radiance and shit like that. I feel like that's where we're twisting it, to just be like, Garlemald truly was a land of hypocrisy. Because guess what? That's what fascism is. Clearly they're tempted by Xeno, so have you seen the number of fanfics in AO3? Probably there'd be massive spoilers if I did that. We don't even teach civics anymore. Is it civic is it civic or civil religion? I can't remember the exact term, but it's off by, like, a letter if it's different. But yeah. It doesn't, the concept of civic religion, I don't think it doesn't apply exclusively to the concept of, like, fascist nations or anything like that. It's just, it is something that fascist nations often lean into, where the object of worship is the nation itself. Golem and Ishgard were different only insofar as one was more overt than the other. Well, it's like, the further the game goes on, the more explicit of civil religion is also called civic religion. There it is, because I've heard both terms. Yeah. But yeah, the further the game's gone on, the more explicit that, like, the lens of Garlemald as an explicitly hyper-fascist nation is becoming... Like, it's always been a hyper-fascist nation. Like, look at how they're fucking dressed in 1.0. But, the way that they're telling the story of Garlemald and what's happening in Garlemald is leaning, like, way more specifically into, like, fascist regime more than just the bad guys, the enemies. More and more explicitly as the game goes on. I mean, that's just a case of, like, everything in the game's getting more fleshed out as it goes on. But in Shadowbringers, I mean, Stormblood obviously as well. And then in Shadowbringers, I mean, like, Stormblood literally has the scene of fucking Varus talking about creating a master race. Like, it's never been subtle, and it's only getting less subtle and stuff like that. But the collapse that we're currently experiencing of Garlemald is very, very specifically intentionally trying to be like, this is collapsing the way fascist empires collapse. Very specifically. But, you know, fantasy. Real life doesn't have lunar Bahamut. My friends, much and more have I heard of your travails in our absence. Heartened am I to see you all hale and whole. I mean, I think it would have been the Thancred's Hall you would have been seeing that entire time that you were traveling around on your honeymoon, but, you know. Yet. As are we to see you safely return from your mission. I can't do a Graha voice. Everyone else, I can, like, do a voice where it's just, like, it doesn't sound like them, but I feel like people watching can kind of understand who I'm trying to do. I don't have one for Graha. I feel like for most of the other Scions, I can talk. I don't sound like the character, but the vibe is there that people will know who I'm voicing without saying the name out loud. I don't really have one for Graha. Jonathan Bailey's voice is too specific. And by that, I mean he's the best voice actor the cast has got, so, you know, it's hardest for me to mimic him. I don't even think the rest of the voice cast would be, like, annoyed by that. It's Jonathan Bailey. I think they would all be like, yeah, it's Jonathan Bailey, like, yeah. As are we to see you safely return from your mission, Oriange. I just kind of end up leaning just like slightly deeper alpha now. I trust Thancred made you feel welcome. Well, well, if it isn't Alphino and his merry band. Rabon? Arenvold! Yo! No, so I gotta lean a bit heavier on the accent than if it's Arenvold. Arenvold! What are you doing here? When we spoke via Link Pearl, you told me you'd be away on a mission. And who's to say this isn't part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you look so... similar. I thought you'd grown a bit taller after a whole year in another world, but apparently not. Well, I am sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year old, my body has hardly aged. As you are well aware. What does this mean in terms of, like, legal consent? What is that? How does that work? Arenvold. There's so many characters in this game that I'm so happy to see them whenever they come back. And Arenvold's absolutely one of them. I appreciate that Arenvold has gotten several moments throughout the entire game. And may I remind you that we Ellison are known to be late bloomers, especially in some of our heights. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great Auroch such as yourself will crane your neck to meet my eye. Said the entire community, we're fucking waiting for it. I was not until my 20th summer that I myself outgrew my boyish proportions. Though Membrina towered over me nonetheless. That's just how Femras be. God to Alice, they bunkered him. And so Ria thirsting over Alice. And is that, at this point, Alice is like soulfully older than Ria, I would assume then. I don't know what brings out the best in Alphina, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company. It's almost endearing. So what exactly brings you here? Oh, for Dollar mostly. We need to go over a few things before we set out. Set out? Wait, does this have something to do with the towers? Eh? What gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. You got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, alright? If Fadol is going with him, that must mean it's something to do with a primal. Because of the echo. So funny if Alphino started growing before Alice, it would annoy her so bad. My apologies. As Arenvold rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let us be about it. I mean, if the Tower of, like, Luna Bahamut has anything... I think it's like, Luna Bahamut didn't temper anyone. That's the confusing thing. Is Luna Bahamut even a primal? No one got tempered with the...
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. It is no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale. Much less in times
How
of
many
civil
times has
war.
Thancred done literally that at this
Thanks
point, though?
to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
By the way, Moab is back after her absolutely fucking stellar patch last time. Holy shit. You're the breast, Moab. Breast. Sorry, I mean breast. Sorry, I mean breast. Sorry, I mean tits. Sorry, I mean boobs. Yeah. After Moab's stunning performance last time. Holy shit. Limsa wins. We had one patch to just be like, hey, so Limsa wins out of all the starter cities, right? Yeah, it does. Couple of moments missed this up. Stream's going okay so far. Sup, Ifra? We're at, like, our first voice acted cutscene. Yes, it's over an hour in. This is me, you know what I'm like.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
See, the thing is, have we briefed? You're the breast, I mean, cock. Have we briefed anyone on, like, how much on the first we did at this point? Like, the specific term final days. Have we explained to anyone about that yet? Do other people just hear final days and think it means something dramatic? Whereas we who, you know, confronted Emmett are actually aware to the specificity of what final days means? Which, again, also raises the question of Fan Daniel's plans. You brief like every job quest giver? That is true. I did tell literally everyone I possibly could about traveling to another star. I did tell, like, I did tell everyone who I did a job quest for that. But there's also... There's a line about briefing out the leaders at the end of 5.3. Oh yeah, they did say the leaders were gonna, like, come and meet the Scions at their earliest convenience and stuff like that, yeah. After they gave them, like, the new gear. Because there's also, like, when Fandaniel says, like, to bring about the final days, there's so many interpretations of that. Something equivalent? Something similar? Something as ruinous? Literally the exact same event? There's so many ways that final days could be a thing. Why is there sun shining on me? I cannot fix that gap in the curtains at this point. There's like a tiny little bit of sun. If I put my arm, I have a tiny little bit of sun coming through. It'll go away soon. Why does RJ have a bowl of soup? Look, you invite people over, you gotta feed them. This is how it is. It's really distracting.
Theatrics. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Teleforoid's disposal.
I don't know. I don't know. He seems pretty keen on dying. Motherfucker seems to really want to die.
But since then, we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
And how did that go?
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us.
The way that Lise talks, I love it. The way that Lise talks. Just the way she drops, they tried to kill us. The way she just drops that.
Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
That is, like, at least a neat thing about the fact that we've solved tempering at this point. That it's like, hey, if temper's ever a problem, we get to them quickly. Kane, when we're here, can you talk about the racist elementals? We're kind of on a roll. Can we also overthrow the Syndicate? Can we just, like, do all of that now?
Are you saying they were tempered?
Very much seems so.
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar. And that was the last thing they remembered. But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked.
Yeah. This is the part that's...
Glory be to Garlemald.
Again, it feels like they're tempered to the concept of Garlemald as a nation.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
I mean, tempering is like the twisting of the soul. Well, specifically the stagnation of the soul. And then the twisting of the minds. So it feels like whatever Fandaniel has done with the towers inflicts tempering. So because it's just like an artificially induced tempering that's not even caused by a primal itself, that it, like, can just be kind of programmed to do whatever the fuck it wants. I mean, he is an Asian.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses.
Amoric, we're woke now. Stop using that term. Jesus Christ. My guy, I ended an entire war with dragons for you. Come on.
And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers.
Funny, Daniel immediately showing up, just being like, oh, you're gonna make peace with the other societies and the other tribes of the realm? What if I tempered them, but, like, differently?
Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Well, rallied. Tempered.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma.
Because they're
The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first.
I think it's like, if literally the capital is being overrun and turned into one of these towers, I don't think marching on Garlemald and doing a peace treaty, like, who are we going to discuss the peace treaty with? The Tempered? I don't know if we have enough porksies for an entire nation.
Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
There they are. She's still got the collar on.
What?
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
I forget, who does Armbold share a VA with?
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
So I know it's some, but I can't remember. But I'm not trying to remember the voices. I love his voice though. I do love Arm. Armbold's a great character. I love his voice. And Podolid is standing there like an angry kitten, as she has done ever since since like the end of 4.0.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Ardbert, of course. Yeah. Okay. Now I can hear it. Yeah. Yeah. I can now hear it. Of course. No wonder his voice is so good, because it's Ardbert, the second best voice actor in the game. Right. Oh, actually, Ardbert. Oh, actually. Okay. Now that I'm thinking about it, Ardbert probably does beat Graha. It's hard to say. Oh, it's hard to say. But yeah, now that you say that it's Ardbert, I'm just like, I can hear it. It's like, oh my god, yeah, of course it's Ardbert.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
Yeah, the moment that, I can, it's just, It's Ardbert's voice actor putting on a little bit of an accent. Xenosphere is fighting hand oiled up and shirtless for the trophy. The Xenos is also up there. There's a lot of good ones. There's a lot of good ones up there. Hey Fadola, how you going? If it's small talk, you'll have to look elsewhere. She's just there. She's just there. Alphina. Doing it has like 4 different characters in 1 plus Sickard. I think that's probably the part that makes Xenos like one of the most impressive is the different ways Xenos voice actor has to do Xenos. Because he has to do Elidibus Xenos for a while, and literally the first word that Xenos says after Xenos actually gets his body back, it takes 1 word to be able to tell immediately that it's actually Xenos and no longer Elidibus. So in terms of like talent, yeah, Xenos might actually win. I bet too, but Elidibus dropped the axe pretty quickly. Well, Elidibus was specifically bad at it. Like, it was meant to be obvious for Art. Like, Ardbert did a good job for the voice acting, but it was meant to be less subtle. Like, it was meant to be something that, as people who speak to like, which is, it's like, that's not to take away from the talent of Ardbert's voice actor. It's a talent. It's just it's being put in a completely different direction, where for Ardbert, it's meant to be anyone, like, because you've hung around him for the whole game, it's super obvious that it is no longer, like, him. That is just, like, the way that he talks just doesn't sound like Ardbert. Yay! I saw Dark Red die. I guess other numbers can prove a hindrance when infiltrating enemy territory, but to send only 2? Well, how many others have the Echo? There's, like, an anti-primal Echo contingent that exists, but it's still not many people. Now that it's out in the open, I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamolder and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
Something, helping those conceivably can, indolence, etc.
And you, Fudola? Is this what you want?
Electric Cola!
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Aldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
Can she get rid of the shock collar then?
So the Empire's finished, is it? Well, that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat.
Very deliberate callback to Xenos there from Fordola. Very, very deliberate, just being like, oh, so the Empire did a Xenos to itself, yeah. I do appreciate having Fordola as a character in this game. Like, ever since the end of 4.0. Because she is a character who is so stubbornly trying as hard as she possibly can to reject her redemption arc. both in a concept of, I still believe you're all hopeful fools. I still think you're all idiots for trying. But also, I don't fucking deserve this. She's pushing back on it so hard. Again, like, it's one of those things where the shock collar around her neck, if you read about it in the perspective of metaphors, it's fine. For Dola, like, the reason that Gaius can walk around freely is because he's got someone where he's just like, if I slip up again, I've got someone here to kill me specifically. I know that no one can trust me and do everything like that, but I need to do what I can to make sure the sins that I did before can't happen again. Whereas Fordola has that around her neck, metaphorically speaking, like thematic-wise, it's because she can't forgive herself. She's stuck in her own cage of, like, what she has done is still holding her back. It's one of those things where it's just like, if you take the reality of it, it's like Fordola's treatment seems way harsher than than other characters who have like done wrong in this game, but characters who have also done a hell of a lot worse than what Fordola ever did. One of those things where it's like, if you read about it just that, in terms of like the political aspects, it's messed up. But if you go about it from a metaphorical and theme-related idea, that's why it's like that.
And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Yeah. There is a moment of reckoning here for her too, similar to Gaius, of I fought for the Empire, and I was siding with the Empire, and this is what the fuck it turns into? With all being Sundari about her war crimes. She actually is. That type of Silver is so bad. Look, lighting is great in this game. I don't know what you're talking about. You can totally see Fordola right now on stream.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
Come on, Alphino! It's a 0.5 patch. Nothing bad and no deaths have ever happened in a 0.5 patch. Yeah! For what it's worth, Ironvold, I cast my lot with yours.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Hands covered in armor, Ironvold, and you're like 3 times the size of me. Why'd you actually hit me? Ow, fuck.
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Pagalthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
I'd assume that'd be, Martian territory, right? Seriously speaking, nobody died, nothing bad happened in 4.5. Then why did I cry, huh? Then why was I crying?
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way.
Yeah, because there's been the whole idea of just like, these two have kind of gone out and slain a couple of primals ever since. There were the contingent of summoners who are like getting extra powerful off the primals that these two kill. Read the short stories.
Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Uncle Ironvold, I learned how to swim. Let's go back down to the Salt Lake. Me when I lie. Bhagavan, small peninsula east of Ul'dah over the water. Ah, okay.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, eh?
Goshen blessing. Why have we not gone back to Tamamiz with every sign and just taught them how to breathe underwater?
It means a lot, you know. You coming with me?
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I think this is a direct reference to the side story. Holy shit! This is a direct reference to the side story. Yo, nice!
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light, or Alphino, for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime. No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try.
Arnold.
They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
Pro-ZD insert. Oh, they fucking.
He does not want for conviction. That much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both.
I like the idea that Alphino was saying that because he totally overheard everything Arenvald just said.
While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
I'm still so confused that the fucking level 100 summon ability is a fucking reference to this fucking moment. Seems really weird to me. They're speaking very loudly. So am I! So are we all. Why this? Why is this the thing that like Summoner got? A reference to this moment? Okay. Angsty Garlemald trauma sex. Oh, there is some like distressingly hot AO3 of Fordola and Arenvald because of that. Absolutely. Distressingly so. Even though I think Arenvald's technically like 17, even though he acts like he's like early 20s.
Can you hear me? It's Tataru. I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian.
The Lalas are T-posing on him again! Let's go! The Ashur Dragoon is nothing against T-posing Lalas. Let's fucking go!
And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut.
Come on, Estinian. It's kind of like a dragon. You should be in. They're currently trying to hold him down.
But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Thanks, Ataru. We're in Ishgard. We're gonna. Oh my god, are we gonna have another cutscene? Are we gonna actually have a cutscene of Estinian Alphino?
He may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
We have not had a cutscene of Alphino and Estinian talk since 3.3. I fucking desperately need to see them. They have referenced each other so many times since, like, 3.3. They keep referencing each other, but we haven't had a cutscene of them together. Like, come on. Give me it. Give me it. Estinian is such a massive influence on Alphino specifically.
I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
Thanks, Ataru.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
I feel like it's one of those things where Asinian doesn't want to get dragged into bullshit unless he's forced to. But if we ask, if the Warrior of Light asks, you'll turn around and say yes to basically anything. Keep forgetting the B-Team exists. How dare? How dare? How dare? Asinian has made it clear that he's super happy to hang out with us, doing events and stuff like that. Because, you know, Stormblood Dragoon job quests. He's literally keeping an eye on us while we're in Garabania so we can take out the cannon. Besides Ironvold and Hori, name one that shows up in the MSQ past ARR. Coltonay shows up in MSQ, doesn't he? Hori and Coltonay show up in MSQ together when you're like, doing stuff at some point in one of the patches. I think so. Doesn't he? I'm pretty sure there's a moment where it's like, because if Hori shows up, then Coltonay's with him. I don't know if either of them had voice acting when they were there. But I'm pretty sure there's a moment in during one of the patch series where Hori and Coltonay, like, we're hanging out with them specifically. I think so. Also, they're extensive each other, so it doesn't count. Okay, well, if you want me to say when Einar shows up, then I can't tell you that because she doesn't. Riol. I think Riol gets mentioned because he also, like, if Thancred can't make it to Garlemald, Riol goes in his place. So Riol gets mentioned. And obviously, you know, Riol is more important in ARR, but MSQ. But you're saying past that. I think Riol gets mentioned in MSQ as being, like, basically a stand-in for Thancred while Thancred's gone into Shadowbringers. This is like, okay, well, Riol's gonna have to do the stealth shit now. I get the impression Ironvold is a lot more apprehensive than he lets on. He'll have been grateful after I was there to see him off. Astinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. His was another name that featured prominently in the history books, and it'll be fascinating to meet the man in the flesh. Oh no, Grahal's gonna have another hero crush. Oh no. Yo, Hrothgal! Hrothgal with tits out, let's go. Let's go, Hrothgal propaganda. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. With a, lore-accurate name. As in, it's, like, kind of Slavic sounding. Vesna, Asvana. Hrothgal gloves are so good. Is that what these ones are? Fuck. Yeah, I can't even try them on. Holy shit. They might actually be better gloves than what I have for my Hrothgal retainer right now. Here be dragons. Alphanon was keen to track down Asinian. So Asinian was bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope that it will keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there is no time to lose. No, Alice is joining us in this. Foundation. Here be dragons is a reference to something. Maps. It's a reference to maps. And now we can say like, now that all the cutscenes are finished. Assuming we find him, this will be my first encounter with the famous Astinian. And if he's half the men Alpha no claims, I fully expect to go weak at the knees. Perhaps do a bit of fainting while I'm at it. Halisaitis roasting his brother for his crush. The song by the Yeah Yeah Yeahs. What about the songs by the Alrights? PV Dragon's line, something used to put on explored regions to the map. There it is. Well, I guess in 14's case, they put giant men walking through clouds instead, but you know. I've only visited Ishgard once before, after the devastation of the Aetherable Calamity. To see the place in all its former, in all its original glory, is a tantalizing prospect indeed. Well, this isn't even original, it wasn't always a frozen hellscape like this. lines. Hicks Vantalianes, here be lines. So if we look at this map here, they usually put giant men walking through the clouds in unexplored territories. Or giant whales. But also, I believe in this corner? Which one of the corners? Although one of the corners had dragons in it, but I might be thinking about the Four Lords. Because they've got the Four Lords over here. They're like on the map itself. There's a giant mer woman there. There's a dragony lock kind of like lock monster there. There's a dragon down here. Unexplored, we've been all over there. We've not been to Garlemald. That's why it's all clouds. And I was thinking like we haven't been to Hingashi outside of this one little port. We haven't been over here. We haven't actually been to Garlemald. Yeah, see, yeah, they do have dragons at the edge of the map in this game. Unexplored in the olden times, like literal Rome. So there's a dragon up there. You've got the dragon over here. There's a dragon here, but that might literally be just because it's next to Dravania. You've got that kind of thing there. So there's some dragons at the edges of the maps. The dragons at the edges of some of the maps. All present? Good. Let us split up and search for Estinian. Since we're relatively new to this place, Graha and I will look around the open spaces. The squares and markets and whatnot. You don't mind if us can delve into the nooks and crannies. Very well. Let us reconvene at the airship landing later with or without Estinian. Good luck. What if I just shout really loud? He listens to me. I think I should begin at the Skysuit Manufactories. Perhaps you could try the congregation? They should may as well heard of news of our friend's return. Let's find my situation ship. Alright, to the congregation, which means going to the Forgotten Nine. Here's the real question. Which place in Ishgard is most likely to serve squid? Which place will serve squid for him to keep in his back pocket to chill on when he's hungry? As we learned, this is an important detail of Estinian's character. You may be a bit exposed to the elements. Look, I gotta get used to the cold. I gotta get used to the cold with my tits out. It's fine. Good morrow to you, warrior of light. Lord Aymeric sent word that you'd be attending the meeting in Alamigo, so I gather you have not come in search of him. So what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? Have you heard where the usual dragoon is? Although his new nickname is going to be the Squidger Dragoon because of how much he likes squid, apparently. I see. No, we're not aware Sir Estinian returned to Ishgard. As I expect you to remember, he is wont to come and go as he pleases. Perhaps he came seeking an audience with Lord Aymeric only to find him absent? In any event, I'm afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better. Well, I've looked in one spot and I can't find him. I've tried one spot and I'm all out of ideas. How about the pub? Does Estinian drink? Should we try there at least? No? No? Okay. Alright. Estinian, no, don't eat that food. It'll only be your character trait for a decade. Hey, it's fine. It's in a side story online. So most people won't even be aware of it anyways. It can't be memed on by literally everyone because it's on the Lodestone story. And only the freaks read that, which to be fair, it's Final Fantasy XIV, so that is like 60% of the player base. But still, it's not 100. Seriously, is every bit as elusive as Orion just adjusted. So his favorite food is teriyaki Subway sandwiches. Don't remind everyone that Estinian's white. Oh god. Do you ever like be like, damn, Estinian's hot, damn, Aymric's hot, and then remember how white and British they are, and then it just ruins it for you? English, oh, there might be French actually, given the last names.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
I'd say look the most
Speaking
beautiful
of
man
which,
that you've seen,
it
but
does
it's
seem
kind of
awfully
useless to say to the lesbian.
If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard,
Would it not be a source of general excitement?
To be fair, I don't know how much the general populace knows what he looks like, because most of the time they would have known him as the Azure Dragoon. He was wearing a helmet. I don't think everyone realizes that all of that hair somehow fit in a helmet. Hey! There he is.
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence.
Yo! One of the few characters who's nearly as tall as mine! Estinian! Welcome back.
Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Huh?
Too long.
Oh no. Oh no, he's dead. Oh fuck, they reintroduced Estinian and now he's gonna die. Oh, fuck. Oh, Estinian's dead. Oh. Oh, God.
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino.
Oh, no! Oh, my man's gonna die tonight! Oh, fuck. Music cuts out. No! Oh, no! They're not gonna find his body either!
Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
Oh, no. Oh, fuck. I'm so sorry. Look, I can save you from Nidhogg's eyes. I cannot save you from this.
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged?
Alistair, you're the one who fights hand to hand. You would have more muscle. Alistair, you fight with swords. You'd have more muscle than Alphino. Come on, the ladies love muscular women, Alistair. Lean into it.
Ugh! Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
I'm gonna fucking pick up this girl by the back of her collar and just drag her away like a mother cat, I swear. Just the look on his face.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side.
Okay. Minor Fist, I need you to turn around and flick both of these in the forehead. I need you to turn around and flick them both in the forehead and tell them to knock it off.
To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
Stop it. Stop it. Both of you.
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
I have idiots for friends. Don't worry about it. So didn't you tell me they made a second Alpha? I was supposed to find that out myself. Twins would change it. So that's the thing, yeah. If Alistair actually leaned into having a dykey haircut, then it would be fine. Minifest is absolutely roasting us. Minifest's response to this question is just, don't worry, my friends are idiots, and flicks them both in the forehead. Both of them can knock it off. You're embarrassing me.
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting.
If you're wondering why Estinian doesn't want to come hang out with us, it's because of how dumb you two are. Stop it.
Estinian! It's been too long.
Yay! They actually get to talk! Yay! Yay!
No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Maybe one of you should change your hair. That's got the Heavenswood outfit, I just realized. Hey! Graphics update. Yeah, he says the same thing. It's been too long.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
Yay!
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time.
Alice, I'm gonna flick you in the forehead again. Stop it.
You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
Brother, I'm relieved to see you don't in fact have boobs, and I did miss out on some huge life development. Raharan, it's Alice. What boobs are you talking about? She hasn't gone through her growth spurt yet. She doesn't have any. Despite what fan artists may draw, she doesn't have any currently. Sees them as the brothers he never had. He learned how to talk with people rather than at them. Can't keep him all to yourself. I'm just going to piss her off more if I say that. They're right there. Where? I think he learned how to talk with people rather than at them. I'm going to roast Alphino a little bit as well.
I wouldn't be so sure. He still loves nothing better than the sound of his own voice.
I'm going to keep flicking you in the forehead, Alice. I'm going to keep doing it. Punk.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Aziz La.
See, he heard about Bahamut. He heard about Bahamut, and he's just like, okay, let me go get a mana cutter from the Sky Steel, and I'll go to Aziz La.
Aziz La? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Tiamat is there. Aziz La awaits.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Aziz La, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
Hey! It's almost like they just showed us Fordola, and now they're showing us Tiamat. Two similar characters who, while they have a chain that binds them, it's a metaphor for their burdens that they feel. It's like, it's a similarity for Fordola and Tiamat.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
Would she have been able to, like, feel it or notice it happening?
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azizlar together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
We also just, like, I can teleport, but, you know. We're gonna look to those who walked flat before to we'll lead those who walk after.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Tiamat and her brother, Papamat.
Be my guest.
What about Papamat?
But confuse me with Alphino again, and I'll throw you overboard.
Okay. Estinian, here's how I'm gonna help you remember which one's Alphino and which one's Alice. If you look to the left of the face and you can see an eyeball, that's Alice. Left eye for the lesbian. It's technically her right eye, but if you look to the left and see an eye, left eye lesbian, Alice. That's how you remember the difference between the two. There we go. Mnemonic devices. They will always work. Tiamat and Tiamat. Tiamat is the Airy boss, right? Not Airy. Somehow. The different shade, one has different shade color of lips. I'm not gonna, no. No, I can't recognize that. Face blind. Partially face blind. I have to recognize people by hair. And they have the same hair but mirrored, so I have to do that. And their son, Primomon. Psychomon. Their son, their daughter, M-Store. What?
I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I'm gonna keep flicking in the forehead, Alice. Shut up. You're annoying me.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less blunt.
Then people were just lying in their stories. If people in stories said that Estinian was a little less blunt, then they were just lying about him, bruh. He's always been like this. TNT, our aunt and uncle in Spanish were making family names, and I'm making Yakuza references. But yeah, until you said different shade of color of lips, I've literally never noticed that about Alphino and Alice. I've literally never noticed that they have different colored lips. That's not the type of thing I can notice. A great, valorious, and humble hero, Estinian. Think historians would do this, just go on the record and lie? I wouldn't expect Edmont to lie in his memoirs. I just notice if they're wearing red or blue. Yeah, but when you see just their face and you can't see which tie they're using in their hair, it's hard to tell. Not to complain, but I didn't expect to find myself here again quite so soon. So this is the Delta Quadrant, where countless dragons yet lie imprisoned. The great Tiamat among them. Tiamat summoned Bahamut once before. She may have again, willfully or no. So I gotta do Alfredo's impression of Estinian. Tiamat summons Bahamut once before. She may have again, willfully or no. It's Alfredo's impression. What the fuck is spinning in the bottom right? Fan. It's like you forgot about the bonanza that we're riding. It bonanza. See, we do have an airship. It doesn't exist, we can't walk on it, but it's an airship. My headphone refuses to stay in because it's a dick. It has been quite some time since I last set foot in Azistar, but I understand the three of you were here rather more recently. I just don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit? My phone is... Oh, my phone is fogging off. It is just Discord. It is specifically Deku in Discord. Alas not. We had no courses set foot here in the Delta Quadrants, but I have studied the relevant records. Which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with them. Well then, Manifest is the person to ask. As far as I know, she's the only one of us to have met Tiamat face-to-face. Help that Midgard someone was there to introduce me. I'm gonna do that part because I want to reference Midgard someone. Which I don't have him now to help. Ah, yes, you were a friend of her father. Her father shot me with a laser beam from his dead corpse, turned into a baby, followed me around, realized that I was hype as shit, and then let me ride him into battle. I suppose... I can't think of a better word for that than friends, that's fair. I too have met with Tiamat. Is this another side story reference? This is another side story reference, isn't it? You read about Estinian talking to Tiamat in one of the side stories, right? I think so, yeah. I'm trying to wait, because he gets the new armor that he's wearing now, because that was the armor that Dragoon with I think Todeskia was wearing, like way back. But I can't remember if he speaks to Tiamat for that or Reisfelger, or both. After the Dragonsong War came to a close, I came here to speak with her. A worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. Wish to know if she had yet harbored thoughts of vengeance, and asked as much. She said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. It torments her even now. I see. The original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is a part of me. I feel his emotions as my own. And I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. Pizza! I didn't realize pizza was an actual food you could just fucking get in this game. I didn't realize you could just get... I'm gonna get a pizza. I'm gonna eat an entire pizza before I go into battle. I didn't realize... Look at me not looking at the culinarian for this, because I didn't realize that pizza was just a fucking option. A lot of fanfics give draconic aspects to Justinian. That is not at all surprising. Our grandfather sacrificed everything to protect the realm from Bahamut. We must be prepared to do the same. The House of Dragoons of history were the mortal enemies of the dragons. Yet now they'd be hard-pressed to find a soul who understood them better. It was the Ascians who taught Tiamat the secret of summoning, even as they supplied the Allergons with the means to capture primals. So much suffering, all of it by design! 2 penises, maybe more, imagine. Pizza, don't be confused with the fancy pizza from Grubhub. Pizza's a master recipe craft. That's why I've not seen it, because I've not looked at master recipes for culinary. Righteous indignation. Justinian is ready to lead the way to Tiamat. Tiamat awaits. This way. Being able to mount while moving pog. Being able to mount while moving pog. Master recipe. I hardly know her recipe. What is she? An old Italian grandmother who knows how to make a really good sauce? Oh, get next door and immediately Theme of Dragon starts playing. Well, I guess Theme of Nidhogg. Theme of Keeper of the Lake? Well, not Nidhogg. Really gods. So this is one of the 7 great worms. Even less confined, her presence is overwhelming. Resigned to her fate though she may be, I can't help but feel that we may have been able to help Tiamat. But she only let us. To think that the man responsible for all this, and so much else that dragonkind has suffered. That man. Oscar. Lesbians. Girls. MIDI. Tiamat. Have I mentioned that one of the things that I love about this game is basically all of it? Just the fact that there is never a story beat that you can say is finished forever. You can never at any point comfortably say that a story beat is done and it will never come back. It's just gonna be a case of no matter what, guess what? Tiamat is now back in MSQ, fuck you. I was distracted by something that I had lesbians and girls in my ADHD and snapped back to attention. Okay, well I know how to get Raharon's attention if I ever notice that she does not mention talking in chat for like 10 minutes. And Tiamat, that basically died saving us from the machine life form that chased you from your original home. So what have you been up to? Yeah, we haven't told her about Omega. You read the dragon dialogue so I can make coffee without looking at my screen. For you, babe, anything. Probably not like that, though. My sire's mortal companion, what bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man?
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
Yeah, she's unaware of Bahamut, it seems. Did you say about Bahamut's mother? Hey, they may not be. I think Bahamut's mother is just Midgard's soul. I don't know if there is a mother involved. That my sins should be repeated. I sensed not the faintest stirring. as to who could have called him forth. I know of none save the dragons of Mericidia, our children. Kind of made a freaky, fucked up version of your boyfriend. Again. The Icon claimed their souls when he first manifested. And robbed of their will, they became tools for the Allegon's dark designs.
I've seen it with my own eyes. Captives of a lost empire, neither alive nor dead, existing only to preserve Bahamut's corporeal form.
Binding Coils reference. Just literally what we ran across in there. Yes. The dragons of Mericidia are at the mercy of this Ascian. There can be no other explanation. Accursed Ascians, vile minions of darkness. Again you would profane the memory of my beloved and strip our children of their freedom, their dignity. Are there no depths to which you will not stoop? Shout out to the voice actor who has to do made up dragon language who is still like delivering the lines with the conviction that this sounds has. That this sounds has. Sentence structure, format, syntax.
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering.
That seems like dicks like that.
But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
What wouldst thou have from me, Slayer of Dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm.
Oh, Jesus. Alright, just fucking call her out, Jesus!
We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Astidian just being like, fucking do something about it then. I think he hit a sore spot. Were I free, I would answer thine insolence with fire. But words shall have to suffice. Recall, mortals, that it was I who did first summon my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who contend with icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequence.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul.
She's tempered in the way that Emmett is tempered to Zodiac. It's that. Their souls are strong enough that they don't go completely dormant under the influence of it. But there's a little bit of it there. There's a little bit of it there. Which again makes sense. Tiamat would likely have an unsundered soul, being that she wasn't born on this star. So she would have a soul that would be like roughly equal in power to the Ascians. You know, so the Ascians like try not to fuck with dragons directly in terms of fighting them. The most the Ascians ever do with dragons is manipulate them. Because I imagine the Ascians are pretty aware that the dragons are actually one of the threats on the star that could actually go toe-to-toe with them. Pretty handedly, honestly. So, yeah. So they're just like, we'll manipulate one of you, but we're not fucking with you. We're not going to try anything. We're not stupid. But, yeah, she is tempered to Bahamut the way that Emma was tempered to Zodiac. Like, you still have yourself, but the pull is there.
But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
I mean, you see what Emmett has done, being, like, trying to follow in Zodiac's plan and Zodiac's will for, you know, a thousand lives. Indeed. Ask the Dragon Slayer, and he will tell thee of the power we of the First Brood wields. Were I to lose myself to the Icon's influence, all would pay the price. But 'tis as little matter. For even had thy strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb. Yeah, she also has both eyes, which we never went up against a dragon with both eyes. I mean, we went against Nidhogg with both eyes, but he also didn't have his own body.
I believe we can be of some assistance.
I mean, yeah, we know. By the way, Tiamat, I don't know if you heard of this yet. We can cure tempering. We can, like, cure tempering. We're good on that front.
If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
I mean, would it be easier? Because she's only tempered like a little bit. That was kind of the idea about trying it on Gabu. Gabu wasn't as far gone as some of the others. I imagine in terms of how far gone the tempering goes, like, the closer that your soul gets to total stagnation, the harder it would be. Where, like, because for Gabu wasn't, like, obsessively following the will of Titan. Gabu just had no sense of self. She does have a significantly more dense soul, that is true. Her soul wouldn't be anywhere near as tempered. Her soul would still be, like, way more active, comparatively, because she is nowhere near as tempered. But it's a significantly more dense soul, so yeah. Speakest thou in earnest?
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner. Not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
How many times does this happen? Stormblood music in this Heavensward moment? Well, because who is this relating to? Because, like, yeah, it's heaven. Yeah, it's a Heavensward moment, but it's themes about making horrible mistakes and being given the chance to make up for those horrible mistakes. Or liberating them from themselves. How often does this happen where a thing happens and I'm just like, oh look, it's a metaphor, and then a character literally later in the same stream says the metaphor out loud of, hey, Tiamat's like Fordola. They both are characters represented by, like, being shackled in some capacity, where the shackles are a metaphor for the shackles of guilt that they have around their prior actions more than anything else. Again, this ties into Fordola. It obviously also ties into Heavensward, but this patch is very explicitly trying to connect it to Fordola herself as well. A chance to make amends. To lay Bahamut's memory to rest. Yeah, because this... I did not connect the dots. Well, it's like this is obviously... It's obviously Heavensward because of the dragons and stuff, but Tiamat's thing that she's going through here, like, Heavensward is a cycle of violence. It is two people attacking each other because of what's been done to them, and about bringing about that peace. It's the cycle of violence and cutting off the heads of the cause of the cycles of violence. Whereas Tiamat's is way more about, she did something horrible and is now being given a chance to make up for that horrible action that she did, which does tie in more into Stormblood. Like, even for the good characters, even for the other characters, like Lise has to like she didn't do anything horrible, but she's like making up for like what happened to her parents. Ralban is making up for like for the overthrowing Theodoric, which like weakens Alamigo enough for the Empire to take over. Hien's obviously got like the sins of Doma to try and answer for, that led to someone like Yotsuyu hating that. Gosetsu's failure of like working for the Empire as long as he did before pushing back and then letting Lord Cayenne die and stuff like that. That happens a lot in Stormblood. A lot of Stormblood is people have done horrible things in the past and they're now being given a chance to make up for it. Even the main hero cast has a lot of that, so... And again, this is being... Like, we're being shown Tiamat directly after we're being shown Fordola. Like, that's why we're getting Stormblood music here. It's connecting to that thing. Because Tiamat's presence in Heavenswood is more so to show that the cycle of violence, it's not even the first time this cycle has happened. Like, the war between dragon and man is not a new thing for this star. This shit happened before, back in the age of the Elegant Empire. But, yeah, for Tiamat specifically, yeah, it does make sense. And also, it's also probably a case of how many times have they played Dragon Song to make you cry? They just want to try some different music. How often do they just start playing Dragon Song to jerk a tear out of people? You can only do that so many times before it feels a little, like, passe. Very ambivalent revelations. When our own star faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted us sanctuary. And now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow. For the debt I owe to Hydaelyn and to all who have suffered for my sins, I shall fight with you, children of man. Fucking, oh my, it's so good! It's just like, ah, fuck. Again, there is never a moment where you can just say a story beat is over. Like, if you told me, oh, by the way, this character that we're running into in Heavenswood, one of the first brood. Like, oh, we have one of the first brood showing up to, like, in Aziz La as a moment in, fucking, like, base Heavenswood. To be like, oh, by the way, this is also here. Oh, by the way, dragons are from space. Also, footnote, dragons are from space. But primarily, cycles of violence. Cycles of violence are themselves also massive cycles. If you told me back in Heavenswood, like, oh, by the way, in 2 expansions, in the final patch for that expansion, we're gonna help free this character. It's like, fucking what? Fucking that much further into the future? Tiamat's gonna be relevant again after 2 more expansions and all of the patches for both of them? What? Holy shit, really? Would seem she still has some pride after all. Let's see if she's as good as her word. Or make of what she's suffered at the hands of men, but there's a chance we can free her. Truly free her. We owe it to her to try. I confess my heart was in my throat when Asinian thought to berate her, but it appears to have had the desired effect. Sacrilege, I love revolutions. I like it when they sing the storm of blood, born from... I like that part. That part did make me cry when it started playing in the middle of the second phase Shinryu. Like, you get Shinryu's second phase theme, and then in the middle of it, it's just Storm of Blood starts playing. I did start crying. I mean, I cry a lot in this game, but still, shut up. While Porxies have been shown to be effective in curing the temper, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far, far larger, and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated this far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find that the process had failed, it would be hard-pressed to contain her. We have the Azra Dragon and the Warrior of Light here. We could handle it, just wouldn't be happy. That's Triumph, not Revolutions. Triumph to me is the heart of Stormblood's OST. It is. It's really good. It's primarily because fucking... You know what it is? You know what the problem is? The problem is that fucking the opening movie for Stormblood doesn't have a proper song to it. That's the problem. You play the opening movie for Stormblood and it doesn't have like a proper theme that just plays throughout the whole thing. which Heavensward and Shadowbringers both have. That doesn't happen in Stormblood, and therefore, like, the music that gets to define the expansion is not as impactful. It doesn't play anywhere besides the credits. Yeah, this is the problem. The problem is just that, like, that the music needs to play in the opening to have more impact, and that leitmotif of that should come up multiple times in the expansion. Because the Heavensward theme, like, Heavensward also has Dragon Song, but, like, Shadowbringers also has Tomorrow and Tomorrow. So there's also that. But, like, the leitmotif of, well, not even the leitmotif, just literally the entire fucking melody of the song, I'm pretty sure. Like, the melody of Heavensward does play throughout Heavensward. It's literally the map music for Western Curves. And then Dragon Song starts taking over as you go further into it. And then obviously Shadowbringers comes up several times and then gets a major moment. And Stormblood just doesn't have that anywhere near as much for it. Also because of the way it was used. Also, score progression and instrumentation is very uninspired. But it's also just not as good of a song as all the others. That is also that, I do agree. It's not as good of a song as Heavensward or Shadowbringers songs are, but... yeah. But also, it's a use case thing of just, like... You want that music to have its impact, you need to make it defining, you need to make it important, you need to make it central, and you need to reference it all the fucking time. If you want it to have the impact that the other songs in this game have had. And, like, they clearly nailed that with Shadowbringers. Like, the moment in the final boss, as I can attest, because it happened to me, and as I can attest watching several other people, the specific moment that people will start crying right before the Emmet fight, the thing that breaks people is the start of the music. Like, people will start welling up and people will get more and more sad leading up to it. The exact moment that breaks people is the start of when the song plays, because music is powerful. and Stormblood just doesn't have, like, it has Triumph, which plays during, like, dungeons, which then plays during the Shinryu fight, but yeah. They don't, that's not the song that they then pull out during cutscenes. Unpacking is going rough. Can't find my headset song. Thankfully, it has Bluetooth that reduced function and quality, but I am D&D right now. Clone's not going to be here for most 14 streams now because D&D moved. Stop, Clone. Then, before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find that information here? Why, yes, we can! We can indeed! The Allegans kept detailed records on all of their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. We shall leave that to you, then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. Right headphone refuses to stay, and... I know Alfredo will manifest here well enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, sir, seeing that I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of this star. Though that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair. And I will understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. It took the encouragement of braver souls than I to make me take the first step towards a brighter future. And now it would help Tiamat do the same. I gather you're not as young as you look. you sound a lot older than the cowboy I see. Mayhap when our work here is done, we could trade tales over a pot of Tataru's famous tea. And be indebted to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand then. I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the flagship. Ah, yes, we are familiar with it. The Aetherochemical Research Facility in particular. Oh, you may wish to take this. A spirit vessel, containing a small amount of my blood. Gerhard, do you just carry this with you everywhere, or is it just because we've been to Azazlar twice in like a week? Which you just happen to be carrying around with you. I suppose that could seem rather odd. To explain, Rainbow's Orianche and I are researching the use of spirit vessels, and the transference not only of memories, but the traits of certain bloodlines. And so I keep one at the ready should an opportunity to test our theories arise. As for its use to you, you may recall that during our previous visit, the notes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me as being of royal blood. And armed with that spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seems worth a try, at least. Agreed. We shall take good care of it. Right, do you have, like, iron supplements? Bitch needs them. To the flagship, then. I gotta find someone to stay in my ears, and it's really annoying that I have to go blop, 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 like, every 4 seconds. Alice and I shall remain here and attend to the necessary preparations. And the event that the spirit vessel fails to work as expected, you know where to find me. Good luck. It's possible that restraints may have mitigated the effects of her tempering, but Tiamat has been enthralled to Bahamut for thousands of years. To have clung onto her reason through it all is a lot for her strength of will. More than a lot. Alright, time to fly Dragon Dad up to the flagship. Alright, who's ready to kill King Thordon? Wake up, bitch, it's 2022 again, we're fighting King Thordon. And we're gonna see if La Brea shows up. Summoning a desert primal to temperature. Well, I mean, you can summon, you can have primals that are nations apparently now, so fuck it. I am now tempered to the concept of desserts. Manicotas! I wrote Dragon Dead. I'd rather leave these elegant contraptions to you and Elf. Go to the birthday. Let us split up and search the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. Do not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we've learned what we can, we should reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding. Something smithing primal to temper steel. So I'm gonna summon a fighting primal to temper my resolve. Wait, I already have that! It's called my fucking Gunblade. Have they ever explained why the sky is green here? I think that's just what happens when you've got this much fucked up energy pouring out. It's like light pollution, but it's like aether pollution. I realize I've said this before, more on one occasion, but I never cease to be amazed by Allegan technology. Amazed and disturbed. Their color scheme is so garish. So. Where is Stanian? Where does Stanian go? Did Stanian stay where he was? No. Stanian's somewhere, where is it? Looks so gamer good. Estanania! There he is, talking to the little orb. These nodes, or whatever you call them. Why do they quiver so? To let you know they're working? Hello there, Malodorous node. More like Monodorous. Friction between metallic compounds detected. Temperature increases in critical levels. Please remove damaged parts or retreat to a safe distance. What if I just hang out? I'm just gonna hang out. I want to see you explode. Explode directly in front of me. It will look cool. Hi there, Obstreperous. Obstreperous? That's a new word for me. Obstreperous node. Data link with Delta Quadrant broken. Possible cause, intruder interference. Advise deployment of automated combat units. Proceed. Ah, shit works. It's like a vibrator. The square one? Bleep bloop, warning, scheduled Dragon Restraint maintenance due in minus 2,020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. Well, I mean, hey, as long as we don't do the maintenance, it could work. Look at this Zoid's ass looking motherfucker here. Hello there. How are you today? Hi there, shiny Derpington. Every time. Waving at people until they wave back. Wave back! Alright, okay, well, what if I wave at you then? Okay, I'm gonna wave at you. Gotta make sure my emotes are on. There's my emotes. Disabled? Alright, I'm waving. There we go. Wait, that's not wave. There we go. Wave. There we go. And then I run away. That's why I'm forgetting all the Shadowbringers extreme mounts. Oh, that's what you get. I've seen a lot of people with it. Especially in front lines. Kills me the final Gwibble looks like that. It's weird that it goes from like little baby dragons to Zoids. Like I feel like the Kieran and the Comley, and the Rosalana follow a little bit more of logical progression. Whereas Zoids from the others is a little odd. Infernal things. One of them sent a swarm of mechanical Vilekin to plague me. Must have angered it. I'm afraid Cindy and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything? A note which smells like burned hair. A chirruping note which spontaneously warned me about neglecting the dragon restraints. Found a way to activate mechanical sentries, if that's any help. Connects with the weapons series. That's 3 out of 7 trials for Shadowbringers. Mechanical sentries, if that's any help. I'm not willing to lead us to the node we seek, which is somehow doubt. From our call, the flagship design, the node you found could facilitate communications throughout as a so we may find a use for it. What about a node that smelled like burned hair? I know the one. Though I thought it stench more akin to a fire in a manure shed. But seemed likely to explode and grant our wish. Surely there must be another. What about chirping that spontaneously warned me about neglecting the dragon restraints? Hate Revolution says Lord's good, but just unpleasable. Spontaneously? That does sound promising. Almost suspicious in some fact. But then you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it is indeed the node of which Karha spoke. And it was chirruping, you say? Very well, let's take a closer look. Is it in my... Hey, there it is! Field trial spirit vessel. One never knows when a small portion of royal Allegan blood might come in handy, which is why Grahatir keeps his vessel about his person. Hey, it actually is in our inventory. That gets a pog from me. Quite easy to please, just give me Crystarium housing. You will never get Crystarium housing, I'm sorry. So I thought you were gonna say I'm easy to please, just give me a Sinian and a Gaius in my bed. Heard the Allegans tell these god's-forsaken things apart. As I suspected, the node will not acknowledge my authority to issue it instructions. Do you wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanisms? People, you do not have the requisite access privileges. Operation of the dragon restraint mechanisms may only be undertaken by the chief technologists and members of the royal family. Or those of the vessel full of royal blood, perhaps. What have I did? Well, okay, I have a vessel full of blood. I killed one of the royal family and I put their blood on a crystal. Does that count? No user detected. Commencing biometric authentication. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep. Authentication complete. User identified as member of the royal family. Please state your name. Wild Rose. State my name! I am Minefit! No, oh, that doesn't work, does it? Welcome, Minefist, who's in Blightland. You may operate the dragon restraint mechanisms when ready. Looks like us where another insanely hot character's introduced and I'm clawing like curtains like a cat in heat. Yeah, sometimes I get suspicious, Cross, that you've started progesterone recently. Error, unable to disengage restraints of specimen. TMR, a system update is required. Why the fuck does it need a firmware update? Why the fuck does it need a firmware update? Oh, fuck. No, wait! Why is it only compatible with Windows 11? Oh my god. You made this back during fucking XP. Why did you upgrade the program to only work with 11? Oh, fucking Christ. System update? What do you suppose it is asking of us? I would hazard a guess? We turn it off and then back on again? That's more than I can say. Confounded bloody thing. What do you mean the drivers are out of date? Who was updating the drivers in the last 2,000 years, huh? User agitation detected, initiating guidance program. Bloop. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to the obsolescence of my own software. Oh. This thing is still running on 95. They upgraded the main computer to 11 and it can't work with this shit. It's almost worse! I think it wants us to install Linux. Issue can be resolved by planning a system upgrade using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. So can this thing release the restraints or not? It can, but only once it receives the requisite system updates, as far as I can tell. Fucking computers. Until which time it will float there spewing nonsense. User satisfaction detected. Initiating placation protocols. Oh fuck, it's busting out Clippy. I'm here to help. Rest assured that I'll be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying. But dare say we will fare better with guidance than without it. Not the Alicon Clippy, no. I do appreciate Square Properties' attitude of computers are magic. Stats indicate user might not rate 5 stars deploying drones. Don't all possess the Alicons surround themselves with these chattering orbs, but the fact they may remain while their creators do not speaks volumes. Stinian, if you're dare hinting at the fact that ChatGPT will outlast humanity, I'm going to burn everything to the ground now. Sydney's colleagues always make operating these Alicon devices seem so easy. Okay, before I talk to the nerd, I'm gonna get another drink. I ran out of my first can of delicious V Refresh. I'm gonna go grab my second can of delicious V Refresh. Ow! I'm gonna do it while hurting my legs as well. I can't walk properly, so, you know, there is also... Ow. 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 Ow, ow! I'm fine. I'm fine. My right leg is a little fucked from work the last 2 days. I don't know what's wrong with it. Don't quite know what's going on with my right leg. It doesn't bend properly. It hurts to bend it. And all of the skin on it is very sensitive, and like a slight touch on my right leg hurts quite a bit, but you know, I'm sure it's fine. Anyone else find it like super satisfying that the soft targeting circle on the restrainment node is like perfectly outlining the restrainment node? Does anyone else find that like oddly satisfying? That it's like matching it. Anyway, here's my second can of V Refresh. This is the good shit. This is the citrus lemonade. I had this on stream before. I can't remember if it was during another 14 stream or not. But this has straight up become one of my favorite drinks, period. Citrus lemonade. It's oh fuck, this shit's so good. Oh my god. It's perfectly refreshing, is what it says. In a completely different direction to taste. It reminds me, there was this one packet of Squish thing that I had when I was like a kid. You'd get like, it would be like a little soft plastic container. And it was like, it would be in the same like thing at like a supermarket or a convenience store as the ice creams. But it was like a slushy fruit mix in the middle. And like, it would have like a little cap at the top, so you'd unscrew the cap and it would be a little pouch. And then you'd squeeze the pouch and it would basically be like soft ice fruit drink thing. And it was super refreshing. You get like a hot summer day and you're just having this like frozen shredded ice fruit drink from this pouch. And, oh my god, it was so refreshing. This is refreshing in a very similar way. Because I'm pretty sure that one was like, it was like a shitload of citrus and pineapple together. I think it was like orange, orange, lemon, and pineapple. They're very similar. It was just like a very refreshing citrusy burst. But yeah, I fucking love it. One hell of a picture. For vengeance! I can't name an episode. I can't. All the other ones have been like for Doma, for Alamiko, for Bosnia. I can't name this episode for Vengeance! It has a slightly different vibe to it. Who needs a wrist mousepad when you can get back into issues under your arm like a broke bitch? I am honestly shocked you don't have like Estinian titty mousepad. I'm honestly shocked you don't have that. And I don't have that mousepad. I've got my Armorod desk mat, which I've shown off. If I'm what I'm saying. Fire roommates. Sorry. The restrainment node stands poised to lend a hand. Figuratively speaking. Look, guiding user 2 terminal. This way, please. For vengeance, for night. I'm not having the same issues of being sick as I had last week for the Bosnia stream. In terms of like being sick and stuff. My throat is definitely not completely recovered, and I can feel my throat's a little still. Not in terms of like, oh, my throat is like sore and like my throat's sick or anything. More so in the sense of just like I can feel that my throat's like a little phlegmy. So if I go at any point today, I do apologize. I just elbowed my windowsill. I made you laugh too hard. I'm that funny. Don't look at me. It's task for you enough. Hurt. Hux is granted to use a manifest Susan Blightwind and her adolescent Ellison companion. Master Susan Blightwind's other companion is deemed a potential risk to safe operation and has been denied access privileges until further notice. Everyone stay in! Bosnia related, I'm 53 more emotions away from being done. I'm a little further away from that. 2 more runs and I can start and I can upgrade my Red Mage to the next step. 2 more Delibram runs and I can upgrade this to the next step, and then like a couple more raw emotions, and then this one will be done. This terminal appears to be similar to one we encountered when we first set foot here. Let's hope it'll be equally helpful. This headphone refuses to stay in, and it's really frustrating. 4 Delibram's away from being done with Delibram. Don't you need to do like 80 Delibram runs to get that though? Fucking hell. It's so hard for me to get a run of Delibram. It's like, it's so fucking difficult to get even one Delibram run. It's so annoying. Let's see. According to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 56.135. Dare I ask which version you are employing? Oh, I thought you were doing all. Why, software version 42.002, of course. Blip blip. Warning, errors detected in data management system. Estimated time required for update, 5 years, 1 day. Oh, fuck no. No! God damn it. That is rather longer than we were hoping. Are there any other options? For instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraints instead? Well, this is version 2. Blah, the robot method isn't indeed an option. Please be warned, however, that the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. I can't imagine it'll have changed all that much. Oh, Alphano, it's gone from a 4 to a 5. That means none of the fucking things on the UI are gonna look anything like the last one. The taskbar is gonna be like centered in the middle for some fucking reason on this one, Alphano. It's gonna be so much worse. As long as we paid you attention at any discrepancies, I dare say we should be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother trying to explain, just tell me if we've made any progress. I would say so, yes. It does, however, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via link pearl once I'm ready to release the shackles. Might be best if you left Spirit Vest with me. I may yet have use for it. Rest assured I'll be certain to return to Graha Tia once this is over. 5 years, I'll be like at least 5 expansions away. Yeah, I do wonder sometimes like how many more we're gonna get past Ultra. Like, will we get to 10.0? There's a little more work and TMO will be free. But before we go any further, there is something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Alakan Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Asians. And it was the same in Ishgard. when they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. Not when it started. Once we came around, the Ascians were fucking, yes, the Ascians were manipulating Thordan that we killed, but not at the start of it. It's part of the whole point. Part of the whole point of the Dragon Song War is that it was fucking just the original King Thordan and shit that actually just went, no, we're just gonna kill Return to Skip. There wasn't any Ascian influence. I thought that was part of the point. Buttons are all somewhere else. You need to press like 3 buttons to do something that needed 1 before. Oh no. Let's run WoW, in which case you'll soon be able to press a single button to do what 30 did before. As well getting like actual full combo macros. All that the Ascians touch turn to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. So I must ask, what do you intend to do with Fandaniel? Will you try and reach out to him too? He explicitly told me that there was no point. He explicitly pointed out that there was no point. I like how none of our options are just saying no. None of our options are saying no. It's either we want to understand him regardless, we will try, and then we'll remember him if it doesn't work, or we'll beat him up and then learn about it after the fact. I'd go for this one. I'd go for this one. We need to at least understand them. Fandaniel says that there's no rhyme or reason behind it, and I call bullshit on that. There has to be something that has inspired Fandaniel to believe that everyone should die, and I want to die too. I mean, maybe he recently had, like, dinner with his step-parents, and, like, I'd get it, but, like, I've got, like, regardless what the reason is, I have to understand him. Like, I refuse to believe that he is just like, oh, no, I just think it would be funny. I refuse to believe it. There's something. It's Final Fantasy XIV. There's something. I don't mean on no, I want to understand him. But did he not tell you that he was beyond reason? If he wishes to die, I say we oblige him. Exactly, he works retail. He had a really bad breakup. But perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if but the faintest glimmer. I hope you do not come to rue your benevolence. Maybe you had a little I've had X for 5 minutes moment. I've had Linda Bahama for 5 minutes, and I now want to kill everyone, including myself. You think us unwise for viewing the world thus? Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. Yet the fact remains there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited. And there may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship only to wish you had dealt the killing blow. I mean, we literally saved you because we didn't do the killing blow. So, save your mercy for those who deserve it. Well, we should be getting back to our task. If Alpha knows things in hand here, I suggest we rejoin the others. I cannot deny the logic in Asinian's argument. Given all that is at stake, even the slightest lapse in judgment could be the undoing of all of us. Warning, releasing dragon restraints may result in specimen loss, damage to facilities, and incineration of staff. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. I am no longer sick and my throat is recovering. My throat is still a little bit phlegmy. Turns out my throat's in a situation we're doing a Sinian voice. A little rougher on my throat than I thought it would be. But we'll be fine. Navigating this place sucks. I don't know what you're talking about. I totally didn't get lost trying to work out how to get to following the direction on the map at all. I don't know what you're talking about. That didn't happen. I knew exactly where I was going and it was fine. Sup, dragon? Sup, dragon? Pig! Pig has returned. Pig has returned. So the spirit vessel proved useful after all. Excellent. This Fandaniel truly is without reason or creed. He is no better than a rabid dog. Treat with him if you must, but be ready to do what is necessary. He has a name, you know. Well, okay, is this specific one, Angelo? I guess it would be. I guess Alice would have made it right now as opposed to, getting one from the Mother Porksy. Which means that Gra would have to, like, re-input the spell into it. Or does every pig that comes from the Mother Porksy, or are they all Angelo? See, this is why we had the Stormblood music before. This is why we had to play the Stormblood music before. They didn't want to take away from the fact that they're going to play Dragon Song now. That's why we couldn't do Dragon Song earlier. They were saving it. Sidian told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of a stone with him. I take it from Alphino's absence that he's indeed needed elsewhere. He's ready to alter for this bitch. What? Oh, don't worry about it. Well, that all sounds rather frustrating, but you got there in the end. While you're off taking the notes, Graha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Our readings confirmed that her ethereal balance leaned strongly towards the umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of aether with which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will never be required if we are to reverse the effects of the tempering completely. Meaning I'll need all the aether I can get. Thank you in advance. Although this never will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. The thing that Tiamat shows a sign of a fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than suffered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Now that you mention it, very well might. Should not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. Cool. I have a landlord compliance meeting tomorrow, whatever that means. But enough talk. It's time to put our theories to the proof. Tell Alphino to disengage the restraints and ethereal dampers. Don't we want to do the pig first? I'm counting on you, Angelo. Actually, without the fanatical devotion, we may not even need Graha's specific aspect. Because there's no fanatical devotion here, we may not actually need Graha's specific memory transference spell. Because we may not need to erase any of Tiamat's memories. I'm counting on you, Angelo. Ah, such warmth. The frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten. Of war with the men of Alag. Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Could it be that the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her to recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Mind if she trusts you, speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past. Bahamut. Something that she can't smell. Might be what we're trying to get an untempered from. Ah, Bahamut, my beloved. Would that the peace we found in Mericidia could have lasted for eternity. But alas, it was not to be. The Ascian saw to that. In all creation I know of none more wicked. It was at their behest that the men of Alag first came unto Mericidia. to our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Mericidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the sea. Ah, the Dragonlance. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees, the ones who ended up something separate. Surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I had found a place to raise our young. Fascinating. This correlates with the writings of Charlie and the Skull of Arusha. She posits that men first settled in southern continent toward the end of the Second Ashal era. Correctly, it would appear. If only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angelo! Power of the pig! Yeah. Me. When first the children of man arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion. Such was their fear of dragonkind. And as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. It as the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing even more of their brethren, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. On the right-hand side there, is that... What tribe is that? What race is that? On the right. Is that a dragon person? Is that a... Is that a, I don't recognize it. Because I'm just like, part of it makes me think, oh yeah, that's Mamulja. Part of me looks at it and goes, oh, is that a, like, Amalja? And I'm just like... Because the face is completely tricking me up. I have no idea what the face is. I do not recognize the face at all. Tribe and race are still terms that, like, in universe make sense. It's using the term beast that throws it off. Presumably a mirror. I guess, yeah, the people who, the forest folk are the trees. And this is like the one time that we see that. That could make sense. That they're like a modified Mamulja. That's why, like, the body shape is the most like a Mamulja, but it definitely, like, the face is nothing like a Mamulja. You know, from like the 6 that we've seen. But it's still nothing like that. But yeah, you might be right. It might meant to be the, it could be the, like, meant to be, they modified this and this is meant to be the forest people end up something separate. For a time, they knew peace and prosperity. But as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Mamulja brought me the head of a beast. Yeah, it's interesting that it's like we're only seeing it, this is the one time that we've seen whatever, like, race this is. It's the only time we've ever seen it. It's kind of wild. Well, there's meant to be a hint that, like, oh, we're going to Mericidia during Endwalker. So it's like, here's what the people of Mericidia will look like during it. Ere long, man fought man. Blood was answered with blood, and none could see an end to the strife. Until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Well, I see, I'm looking at the centaur, like, tail thing, and I'm just like, I thought that might have been, like, the tail? I was looking at the back, and I'm just like, is that a centaur thing, or is that a tail thing? I have no idea. Zervon had that body model, and he was a Mericidian deity. All 3 of them are, right? All 3 of the Warring Triad are Mericidian, right? So it could be that, yeah. Yeah, all 3 of them are Mericidian. It's completely throwing me off. It's just like, we're just seeing this that we've never ever seen before. And we're getting, like, cool Mericidian. Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end. For the men of Alak slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded the envenomed words of the Ascians. The rest thou knowest only too well. Several specifically the tree people, but I don't remember the rest, yeah. Well, I think they're saying that, like, multiple people came to the Southern Continent and split up the land, so it could be that, like, the tree people are, like, those who are native to Mericidia, and then, like, the Centaur people who ended up summoning Zervan, they may have been another group that came to Mericidia. It's it could be that. Sorry that I'm getting, like, so focused on very small details. It's kind of wild that we've got, like, a brand new model to represent a new race that we've never seen in the game before. And it's in a still of a cutscene. It's just, like, it's kind of wild that they just did that. And Alice is like, can I lend you my Aether this time? You never want my Aether. Come on, what's going on here? But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you are free, we'll rid the world of the Ascians together. And you and your beloved will have justice. That's why I'm convinced we're going to Mericidia for Dawn Trail. It feels like this is teasing going to Mericidia for fucking Endwalker. I mean, I already know where Dawn Trail goes because, you know, there's no way that the Viper Quest is going to give me the name Toral without us going through Toral in Dawn Trail. But also going to Mericidia and Endwalker doesn't really make sense because we have already so many places that we have to fucking go to. Namely, the Moon and Garlemald and Charlian. I know the job thing may not necessarily line up, but there's no fucking way Endwalker doesn't go to Charlian and Garlemald. If it's the end of everything so far, there's no way we don't go there, even outside of Sage and Reaper. And obviously, the Moon we have to go to, so, you know. Covering much more than that, it's just like, Fathonair maybe because it's close by, but like anything beyond the 3 great continents, I don't know if we're getting that far from Mericidia. Lesbian 1. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. If the treatment fails, run. Ugh, thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear when this is over, flicking in the forehead again. Keep going, Alice. The magic is working. Let me lend you some of my Aether. I'm the warrior of light, for fuck's sakes. I've got so much of it. Slowly but surely, the magic is working, aiding no doubt by the memories you bade her share. Well, I knew this wasn't going to be easy. No patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. When we're close, I can feel it. And while I've only got a few more drops left to give, with yours and Graha's, this will work. Yeah, there we go. We finally give us one person. But I believe I speak for both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require. Careful, I might hold you to that. Alright, here I go. Finally, we're actually one. I mean, to be fair, we also did that during the duty. Yeah, music kicking in, let's go. Theme of get shit done! Yeah! Pig, 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 pig! Pig! I appreciate this game has made a flying pig such an integral part of the MSQ! The pig is shooting a laser beam at the dragon! Show this to people to convince them to play Final Fantasy XIV! The pig is shooting a laser beam at a dragon!
I'm almost there!
And it's a payoff several years in the making! Fuck yeah! Limble tempering be cured. When pigs fly! That might actually be an intentional plan. There we go! Yeah! Yeah! We're finally doing it. Don't you remember how fucking much I have literally being the warrior of light? Like, come on.
This is it, Angelo!
Go, Angelo, go! Seriously, without context, show people this part of the cutscene and be like, no, this is like a massive emotional moment, trust me. This game fucking rules. I feel it. The icon's grip groweth weak. Well, I hope it's gone because the pig just exploded. No, never mind. The pig is fine.
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Sorry, I'm just fixing my headphones again. And by fixing, I mean fixing them for a couple seconds before they fall out again. Answer me this, children of men. Can my kindred be saved in like manner? Depends.
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts. Their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
If the body's twisted, that we can't fix. No. Which, like, the ones that were in the binding coils, there's no way we can fix that. Currently. My children. Should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you peace. Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know. And I shall do as I must. Now, we killed the one in coils. The idea is, like, if the dragons of Merocidia are in a similar situation as the ones in coils, then we won't be able to save them. Is what I'm thinking. Well, the ones in the coils are dead, but if the ones in Merocidia are anything like that, there's no way we can save them. Like, with what we currently have access to.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
I can't, like... Again, the fact that we're actually freeing Tiamat after all this time is so fucking good. It's just, like, again, it's that thing that I just keep going on about for the game. It's just, like, it's why, like, caring about the lore of this game... Again, it's one of those things that I've talked a lot about this game, about, like, caring about the lore in this game feels so much more rewarding than most other stories that I've experienced that have lore. Because, one, most lore is very thematically connected with what's currently happening throughout the story. It's not just it exists to build up and make the world feel real, it is also thematically relevant. But two, the lore can have payoff so far in the future from when it's introduced that it feels worth it to know all of it, because it really does feel like any information that you're aware of about this world and its people and its history can become relevant for major moments at any time. It can always happen. It makes it so satisfying to truly, like, understand this world, because the payoff for it is always so good. Like, this is MSQ tying into more MSQs. It's not like
it's time.
A major thing, but it's like, it's MSQ tying into MSQ several years later. And we're very far removed from this place. My headphone is so annoying. It keeps holding down.
Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
Don't be acting, Tiamat, and pretending. Realizing that some of those were like stabbed into her fucking tail. Yo! Dragon be free? Yeah! Spread the wings! Yeah! Don't worry, that's just how dragons say hi. No, it's fine! Dragons just do that. Every time they land on the ground, they do that. Dragons just do that. Dragons just love roaring. Dragons just do that a lot. That's just how they work in this. Don't worry about it. They land on the ground, they roar. If they like are about to start something, they roar. It's what they do. Bahamut's my beloved. For vengeance and atonement. I rise. Let's fucking go! Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god, after so long.
By the gods!
Like, even, like, for Tiamat, it's obviously been thousands of years, but it's like, holy shit, man. It's so long. We were actually, like, it's just like, even like, there's a cure for temporary.
Urianger,
your
your timing could not be better.
We're going into Endwalker just being like paying off shit from so long ago.
Understood, we're on our way.
Is it go time?
It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan.
It's go time! Yup. It is the time of the go.
The largest settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way.
I'm gonna fly on the dragon. It's what I do.
Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
Oh, by the way, I'm catching a ride. by the way, Tiamat, I'm catching a ride. You don't get a choice in the matter. Yeah! Astinian riding his dragon again! That's a shit me so much. I'll be fine. Plenty of time to recover on the airship. Well, I'm sure you're desperate to join Astinian and Tiamat in battle. It would be wiser to gather the full strength of the Silence first. The foe we face demands no less. Dog can get smoked chicken? Yo, smoked chicken to go with my pizza? Let's go. The Flames of War. Is one of the ones that we actually, like, specifically focused on looking at when we saw the towers. With Luna Bahamut bound for Pagalthan, Grahatia is determined to call upon the aid of your fellow Scions. I've already sent word to the others. We are to rendezvous in Uldar at the Hall of Flames. Let us clear to Alphino and be on our way. Shots we're not going to like Little Alming or something. Just straight up Uldar. I guess we're gonna reconvene somewhere. That's like an easy, everyone knows spots. Focus on it, look! Dragon is no longer there! That was a pineapple salad. Hey, they teleported us. I'm gonna change my headphones out. I mean, not just because this one's annoying me, but it also said battery low. And I have this funny feeling if we're about to go into battle, we're about to do a dungeon. I have the sneakiness of the suspicions. Markiplier once said, buy my sinister potion. I've heard the phrase sinister potion used, but I'm pretty sure it's about like weed-infused alcohol. That's where I've heard the term sinister potion. It's an alcoholic drink infused with THC. I'm gonna say you should because it's been 3 hours and stuff. Yeah. We've had some moments recently where my headphones have not given me warning they're about to run out of battery. And it's really frustrating. It's done that a couple times lately. Like, because I've got the ship pair, which I'm about to put in. And the warning I get on that is that one of them dies first. It distracts me and I can't, like, do anything while I'm doing that. But if I can at least hear in one, then I can at least hear in something. I won't interrupt a scene. And then the next moment I have to spare, I can at least take it out. Whereas the other ones will usually say, low battery. But, like when they start running low. But then sometimes they just don't give me a warning. And then they dive, right, as we're about to see a dog stand on 2 legs and play cards. I think it's my ear that's broken. My right ear has just, like, changed shape in some capacity where the headphones want to sit properly. It's really annoying. Very irritating. I can't get it to sit in my ear in a way where it stays in place. Like, just anywhere that I can put it into my ear, it will, while I'm talking and just naturally moving my jaw, slowly move out of my ear, and it's incredibly fucking irritating. I think it's something with maybe the shape of my ear. Maybe part of my ear is swollen or something. But it is also the silicone caps on the ears are also like falling off, like wearing out. Because I swapped them and then it was different the other day. But it is also the ear. I was gonna like find a spot in my ear that I can keep it where it will stay the most sturdy, which is not easy. And it's already moved out. I thought I fixed it and then it's already moved out. It's already falling out. Fuck! Sorry. It's so irritating. I cannot overstate how fucking infuriating it is. It is. It drives me fucking insane. I just cannot get it to stay. This is it. It's a constant irritation. It's a constant irritation. It's so like I'm just holding it back. I'm just being like I'm going to fucking scream. And then I can't hold it back. I hate it and I hate it and I hate it. And I don't know why it won't stay. Thing is, I can't just switch it to like silicone caps that I have on my other ones. The whole reason why I use these specific silicone caps for listening for streams is because the silicone caps are actually oversized. The only way that the headphones sit in my ear is because the silicone caps are so big that the silicone caps themselves are what stays in my ears. The actual earpieces aren't in my ear at all because my ear is actually too small for the for the actual piece. If I like tuck it into my ear the way that I'm meant to, it's too big and it is very painful in my ears. I was trying to do that when I first got them, and it just doesn't. I'm checking the disc of Ord. Lead TM's confirmed that Markiplier was trying to sell the Sinister Potion. Buy my Sinister Potion, Mark, it is forbidden. The Sinister Potion? Again, I've heard Sinister Potion referring to weed-infused alcohol. But I feel like that's a different one. But I feel like that's a different vibe. Anyways. Is this the Hall of Flames music? It's been so long since I've been in the Hall of Flames, I forgot this music existed. First to speak of abductions, now an attack on the Almarja homeland. What does Lefroy aim to achieve with all this? If you're worried about me, don't be. I got some rest during the flight, and now I feel ready for anything. I'll say, you're the one who's yelling at other people to take a rest, like before. Oh, Nick. I don't even know what the Gridanian Grand Company is called anymore. I do, it's called Twin Adders. Because my FC is Twin Adders. Because Menfina. I say Twin Adders also has music, but it has not been proven. As I'm sure you recall, our Revolt and Flordola were bound for Pagathon. I pray they have not come to any harm. Oh, serpent something? It is serpent something. It's Twin Adders. that's Adders are serpents. By happy coincidence, Carl and I were in the process of concluding our inquiries when news reached us about Luna Muhammad's return. There is much to discuss, but it will have to wait. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Urianja, you don't get spoken to. I thought you were the MSQ person. Now, I know some of you could do with a rest, but I'm sorry to say that Lefroy have other plans. Pagathon is already under siege. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Tarapin at their head. Well now, given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. It is good to hear that Uldar has not abandoned the Almarja. Abandon them? Did we not profess to be their friends? Hey! Yo! Your Grace. Marshal Tarapin has made provisions for such an exigent, that fucking word that my tongue doesn't want to do right now, and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the syndicates, each of whom voted in favor of intervention. Now that Telegi's no longer around, so the rest of them are just like, I'd like things to be peaceful and chill, so I can make more money. Every time I see Nanamo, her outfit gets more stupid. That's just because of how big the legs are. And the giant, like, things on her chest. Is Papa Sean gonna talk? No. How's a trade deal going with Alamigo? Have we fixed that yet? Are you no longer exploiting a nation? Nor is Uldar alone in its resolve. The other alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Pagalthan. She has an egg on her crown. It's symbolic for fertility or something. Yet even with our combined strength, we shall surely be tested. For we face not only the might of an Imperial Legion, but Luna Bahama and his Draconic Horde besides. Tiamat's children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured. But not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Luna Bahamut's, none of the Almaja show any signs of tempering. I agree she should wear the other outfit more. That, like, when she's in disguise, I agree. Strange, but Primal would turn down a chance to claim new thralls. Unless it is incapable of doing so. Primals are not wont to serve a master, Ascian, or otherwise. It may well be that Luna Bahama differs in some fundamental manner from those we have previously encountered. I mean, it's called Luna Bahama, and again, didn't temper anyone when we got blasted in the Royal Menagerie. Sorry, you have to say it properly. The Royal Menagerie! If that were true, anyone could fight him. Manifest and the others like her wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Well, the tower can temper people. The tower can temper people, so don't get close to that. But Luna Bahama, again, no one got tempered when it attacked us in the Royal Menagerie, so it should be okay. Be that as it may, Luna Bahama remains an incalculably powerful foe, whom our soldiers will struggle to best through the mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe they will fare rather better, assuming that is you are ready to take the field. An airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you are able. We also have a dragon on our side. That'll help. We have a dragon on our side. Luna Bahamut's a bit redundant. Get away, Fly. I meanwhile shall continue to coordinate our forces. Till next we meet, may the 12 bless and keep you. Papa Sean's not going to talk here, but he's just going to remind you that he doesn't indeed exist. It was kind of her to speak with us personally. Remember certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Well, I for one am inclined to do as her grace requests. Lest we forget Arenvold and Fordola are in Bagovan on reconnaissance. Sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed. To the airship then. Going to have a while to guess and say dungeon. Does not feel like solo duty. Because anyone can join us to fight the Primal. This... Sub Art. That's your new nickname, Art. Is it horrible? Perfect. Spot on. There might be a faster way to teleport there, but I'm going over here because I don't know how to teleport there. Fuck yeah. Arts and crafts. There we go. See, we just need someone in the group that has a name that sounds similar to Anne. And then we're fine. There we go. Everyone's here. So that's why I like Luna Bahama can't temper anyone, because you need to be able to have the Scions join in for the trust on this. Lest thou wonder, I have attended to Thancred's ammunition and completed mine own preparations. I trust thou canst say the same of thine. Try as I might, I cannot fathom why the Teleferi would move to attack the Almaja. Fandango's objective is death and destruction. One of the city-states would surely have been a better target. No, there has to be some other agenda. One encompassing the recent abductions, perhaps. Dormant cogs. Elven arts. Do you think Ascian and Tiamat have already reached Pagalthan? Ah, but I should know better than speculate on the whereabouts of the Azure Dragoon. Forgive me. It's not impossible that Teleferi redirected some of the troops stationed at Tower to the front line. So this may also turn out to have been to Arenvold and $4 benefit. Given what we know, well, some, or perhaps even all, of the Imperial soldiers may have been tempered. If we can subdue them, we should be able to do something about that. But they will still see us as enemies even then. That said, they wouldn't be deaf to reason, which is better than nothing. You gotta find a character called Avery Almont or something. So the Telefari have constructed buildings capable of tempering and primals which are not. Which secrets are they hiding? Hello there, Immortal Flames pilot. Greetings, we've been expecting you. But say the word and we shall depart for Pagothan at once. Pagothan, now accessible! There we go. Alright, chat, who are paggling they fawn? Will the small talk be the same? Wow, the small talk has actually changed again. Holy shit. Wow. Can't complain my attendance is super inflamed right now and I'd rather not exasperate it. Understandable. At the cost of his own life did Master Louis Swart strike down the primal Bahamut. Whatever the true nature of this new incarnation, it cannot be suffered to threaten this star. Like most who have spent time at Ul'dah, I haven't always seen eye to eye with the Al-Marsha, but today I'll fight side by side with them in common cause. I hope that none of them remember me. The grasslands of Pagothan will make for an open battlefield. Many though our enemy are, will not have to fight against the terrain at least. The game of the Surgeon's real cool. Is this Palaka because it's Pagothan? By dealing with Una Bahamut and his horde, so too we render aid to Aramon Fordola. Come, let us go. Whether he's here or not, we can be sure Fandaniel's behind this attack. And that makes me doubly determined to see that it fails. So are they called Pagothan gear? Oh, I don't think I've seen any of it. I don't recognize the name. I know not what designs Telefari have on Pagothan, but I do know they must be stopped for the good of the Al-Marsha. And us all. Alright, so we've got a Horatio. You're standing here. I'm going to invite you to the party. Well, there was an Artesia, but an Artesia is no longer next to me. Artesia! Artesia! There's a very specific look, but I do like it for casters. Do we have Ifra? Ifra! 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 I don't know if you're in chat, but Ifra! Are you here? Ifra Strawberry! They're meditating. Ifra! Ifra! How long has it been since we've had a dungeon where we've not had a full squad? Ifra Strawberry. It's been a while since we've had a dungeon without a full squad. Everyone is out for various reasons. Everyone's being hit by medical problems at the same time. Raharon's medical problem is no money. It's sadness on the wallet. Ifrit Strawberry, I can jump in! Yeah! There we go. I'll be there for Endwalker, Endwalker Dungeon 1 though, I really like it. People can always book certain dungeons if they'd like. Ifra! No! Ifra went offline. I joined but D&D. So why do people keep having D&D sessions on my Sunday streams? Clone's never gonna join in anything ever again. Oh, you're on Fairy, so you're not even on the same DC, yeah. I was about to say, shouldn't it just be a, shouldn't you, but yeah, you're not even on the same DC. That's why. Well, like, why'd it go offline for you, like, transferring world? Fairy. That's why. Fairy is not on Crystal. I have been jumping over to Aether a lot lately. Aether seems way more likely to actually do fucking Delabrum compared to Crystal. Fucking Crystal doesn't run content. I find Crystal has, like, really fun people. I find when I run content in Crystal, it's usually actually, like they're the most fun people to be around. But people on Crystal don't fucking play the game. It's what I get for being on the RP server. The RP data center. They're the funnest people to talk to, but... RP server versus raid server, yeah. What's Primal? Because Primal's the Baldessian Arsenal server. Primal runs as many runs of Baldessian Arsenal in half a week as what every other data center runs combined in 2 weeks. Primal is there for BA. Primal is redheaded stepchild. Famford's chill. Me constantly pressing F5 on Ifra's name. That's what I decided on Primal. The vibe was very slightly off. Don't I think I've actively thought about Primal in a while. I think is the only reason I've ever gone to Primal. Ifra! The only reason I've gone to Primal is for BA. And as I have noted, Primal's PvP. That's right, yeah, right. When we do an episode that goes, when we do Rival Wings, right? That's what it is. If we want to do Rival Wings, we have to go to Primal. That's what it is. Yeah. That's what it is. It's PvP and it's Baldessian Arsenal. Because I believe I mentioned it. What the fuck is a Rival Wing? I don't know. I still haven't done a match of it, but at some point we'll do it. At some point we'll have a match for it, and by at some point I mean the next Moogle event when it'll actually give out time, so we'll actually queue. But Dynamis is emergency expansion launch overflow data center. Yeah, Dynamis is where you go if you can't go anywhere else. We have our data centers for specific reasons. Aether if you want to play the game. Crystal if you want to hang out with people. Primal if you want to fight people. Actually, you know what? Primal being the server where people fight people for PvP does make a lot of sense. I mentioned it when I was doing the BA stuff. The specific BA squad helplines that runs BA on Primal, amazing people. They're super great. They are super fun. I'll be honest, the vibes of any of the Crystal BA groups that I've seen have been more strict. They're much less casual about BA in terms of like how they run it, which is probably why no one ever does any fucking runs, because people are really annoying about how they set up runs on Crystal, whereas the helplines will just do fucking whatever and they'll make it fucking work. So because it's way more chill, way more people are likely to actually do runs there. But I mentioned it before that like the actual people who run BA there are super fun, but pool times in Eureka on BA do not fucking exist. You get to BA. You do BA, and I was doing that there. But anytime I was doing, like, waiting for the next BA run and doing Eureka content, on Primal, pool times don't exist. It's just people work on spawning something and will immediately kill it and don't let anyone else join. And it's just like, bruh, cooperation's like literally the whole point of this zone. It's like why people play it. If everyone just spawns their own notorious monster and kills it, everyone gets less crystals. If you wait like a minute or 3 minutes, as we do on Crystal, and let other people kill it, then when other people spawn something, they'll also wait for you so you can also go and kill it. Shit has a respawn timer of like 2 to 3 fucking hours in Eureka. Just be patient. But no one will ever do that. No one will ever do that. Do we just have a random... I was about to say, do we have a random person here push-upping? The name was off screen. One hell of a spiky dragoon outfit, though. Hell yeah. Anyway, who's up haggling they farm? For a Reddit post about DC stereotypes, Primal is the data center that's just there. But if you look a little deep, you'll find Famfrit, Glue Eaters, generally every actually bad player I've met is from Famfrit. Oh. It's not even biased, it's generally true. Every time I see someone royally screw up over and over with no sign of improvement, yep, they're from Famfrit. I will say that people in Crystal don't play the fucking game, but Crystal is generally pretty competent at the game. I think that's what Crystal is. It's a lot of people who have put a lot of fucking time into the game, but now they're caught up, so the only thing they have left to do is RP. But the latent memory of how to do content does still exist, so like there's very, very rare, like I usually don't get wipes running like even the hardest dungeons on Crystal. Like I can queue in with a bunch of randoms and get Holminster or Mount Golg, and I'm the tank and I full pull the earliest pulls, and it's just like they may not be prepared for it, expecting it, but like it's fine, and like it's like we don't wipe and it's fine. You're the best novice network. I don't even know if that exists on Crystal, honestly. EU data centers, however, since there's only 2, are the mixiest of bags. Ah, it's just cut. Yeah, because there's less division. Makes sense. Pagelthan! Long have the sweeping plains of Pagelthan been home to the nomadic Almarja. Though the herding of livestock keeps them constantly on the move, the permanent settlement of Zomnak forms the seat of power and center of their society. It was there that Telefari would wreak destruction, dispatching a vast hope comprised of both Imperial soldiers and tempered dragons, Luna Bahamut at its head. Even against these heretofore unimagined foes, the Almarja stand strong, with the Stinian, the recently freed Tiamat, and the Aussie Alliance at their side and eager to turn the tide. Only real thing I know of in the EU is one of them is more German, one's more French, but otherwise they're pretty similar. The reserves that are more prevalent specific nationalities, yeah. If you go to Siren, you might want you might hear German or say it in chat, whatever. That makes sense, yeah. That makes sense for Europe because you know so many more different languages in a very small section. I gotta say, if you asked me where I thought today's dungeon was gonna take place, or what today's dungeon would be, I would not have expected off to the side of Southern Thanalan. In, like, Almarja territory. That is not where I would have predicted, like, location-wise. I'm kind of surprised that this is the lead into Endwalker. I'm shocked that this, like, the lead into Endwalker is, like, Southern Thanalan. Very pretty background, I gotta say. It's a pretty picture. We did say that. Like, that's what we were looking at last time. Anyways. Are we ready to go? Loves that works up meant to be for chat for mentors, surprised to be able to help newbies, apparently just ends up being a game-wide chat. Yeah, like, I've not even seen people talk about it, like, in Crystal at all. Who's ready to paggle they thon? First dungeon on stream with the Blades Resolve. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Ooh! Yeah, the Almarja are fighting off the Imperial orders. Fucking music going! Holy shit! There's Tiamat. Yo! Riding into dungeon with Tiamat in the skies. Let's go! Go to the video months like a day, brother resident. I'm digging about shit and hating him like Brandon. Yo! Let's go! Alright. Here we go. Blades Resolve. First run. I mean, it's not the first dungeon I've done with Blades Resolve because I was like, you know, still farming things off camera. But here we go. Blades Resolve marches into battle. How much this looks like Zarok. Like, it's like, yeah, I love it. Glory to Garlemald! Alright. For the Empire! Oh god, okay. Oh, they just all died. Yo! Oh, whoops. I have Fated Circle! Praise the gods for Fated Circle. Oh, it's so good. I've been something. You know me? You know, running the dungeons and I don't have Fated Circle? So I just do my AoEs and I don't even have like a use for my fucking shit. Oh my god, it's so nice. Can't wait till I get to Endwalker and I actually get harder content. It's gonna be so sexy! What will be sexy is my headphones not falling on my fucking thing. Oh dear god! Fellow dragons! Shit. Yeah, Almarja Society remake. Yeah, the music is great. Uwe Dungeon does have to be big battleground against Gar. Yeah, you're right. It is literally, yeah. You're right. There's literally no dungeon that isn't against Garleans for a 0.5 patch. Literally all of them are that. Every single one. Tello Dragonnet. Oh, God. Oh, Kobolds, no! Alright, well, we're about to have a very big pull. So I'm going to quickly do a lot of this shit. I'm going to do this. I'm going to quickly do this. I'm going to do this. And we'll be fine. We'll be fine! Right, actually, so we've got the AoEs. People watching when my mitts fall off, because my healing's about to fall off, so I'm a mage. It is really distracting me, my headphone falling out. really destructive. Same thing in 3.5, you were killing Ilbert's people. No, there was Garlean soldiers in there too. You fight off Ilbert's people who are there, but there are also Imperial soldiers as you're going through Balsal's Hall. There are also Imperials. And then you start fighting the like the false ones. My headphones. Sorry. Stop. I can't fucking concentrate. I can't concentrate properly on like doing shit properly with my headphones being the way that they are. It is just constantly, I can feel them falling out and it's like a pain in the ass. It's just, I can't do it. I can't fucking do it. And I cannot get my feet in properly. Ah! Like, it's just, I'm trying to, like, do mitts, I'm trying to do pulls and everything like that. No! No! I've explained the problems with that. That would irritate me more. Constantly feeling cables banging against me while I'm streaming would irritate me significantly more. This was fine until the headphones started being weird. I cannot concentrate on, like, gaming properly. Like, it's like when one of the headphones dies, I can't concentrate on it properly. The moment shit starts going weird with my ears, it just throws off all of my concentration. Ah. They're gonna fall out again. I'm just gonna play poorly. I'm just gonna have to play poorly. That's gonna be what it is. Oh, fucking Christ. One hell of a fucking vista, Jesus. Up a look. Alright. Come here, bitch! I associate this music with the first so much, it feels weird. Feels weird to hear this music, I associate it with the first so much. Jesus. Oh, okay. Oh, you're transferring monsters to the sides. I getcha. I was like, why are you targeting at me? Look, first thing to this. Yeah. Ooh, I hit him. Okay, yeah, lightning run off to the side. Targeted AoEs, we can actually get rid of them. Nice. I did the mech by accident. I did it because I was pulling as a tank. Ooh, okay. Consistent explosions that are just hitting constantly. Don't be near it, one of them's big. Blasts are going forward and back. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Tether it without getting shocked. And we're doing fine. Let's go. We're doing fine. And everything's good. Burst. Sorry, I'm in the middle of my burst, so I can't hit it. So I'm in the middle of my burst window. You got shield sumbers. There you go. Critical rip. That's what happens when I post. Trying to give you positionals here. Trying my best to give you positionals. As we say, I don't need to give you positionals. True enough. I'm gonna get hit by that while I'm doing this, but it's fine. Shockings on the side don't give you bomb stacks. It's fine. There we go. There we go. I'm sure there's a certain amount. I know I have a cap cartridges. It's fine. I play so much worse on stream. Like, because obviously I would, because, like, the whole talking at the same time. And basically everything I play on stream is stuff that I've not done before. I play so bad on stream compared to what I am on stream. I promise I'm good at video games. I promise I'm good at video games. If we kill, I don't have to admit. There we go, perfect. And walk into it across the game until our 4 towers. And indeed, you find House of Decline them bald and down. Yo! Holy shit! The treasure coffers are actually fucking Almarja treasure coffers. Wow, that level of detail was super not necessary. That was super not necessary. Why? I mean, I love it, but what? Fanfarts! Sorry. I do not remember mechanics. Uses accessories. Yay! Is that what it is? Is that the gear here? Is that the Archer Dragoon? Yo, Astinian's here. Let's go.
We're in trouble. Let's split up.
Yo, the bye. I shall fly to their aid. Yo, I appreciate they're actually like in the battlefield. Wait a second. Sorry. I'm going to fucking switch. I'm switching the speakers. Fuck this shit. Fuck this. Fuck this. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't fucking do it. I can't fucking do it. I cannot stream and try to do a dungeon while those headphones are in my ears. I can talk and do cutscenes and just fix them all the time. I cannot pay attention to a fucking dungeon. It is killing me. They didn't add portraits here for some reason. Did they have dialogue that appeared in the middle? I think they did, yeah. Maybe they forgot, because pretty much everything else does. If it echoes onto the I apologize, I can't concentrate on the game. For the Empire! Like it is distracting me. I cannot pay attention to the game when I'm wanting to like readjust my headphone every couple of seconds. Like earphones every couple of seconds. Aimrick! Hell yeah! Sorry, did someone say Gimlet, sir? Did someone say Gimlet, sir? Gimlet, sir! Let's go! It's all just accessories. Except the gear here was good. Is it oops all accessories? I've never heard background audio. You've not watched my Fire Emblem LP then. Gimlet does. Probably don't use that as not much less cool. I probably should use a price that way. Gimlet Light. Stuff feels like it does hit particularly hard this time. This does feel like a shockingly hard-hitting dungeon. Probably because I'm used to doing like level 70 Stormblade dungeons lately because of fucking grinding. They're well, it's all accessories. It's an in-game dungeon, so it's gonna be 80% accessories. Does it have actual gear? No actual gear is dropped yet, like body gear. Fall back! Yeah! Hell yeah! Yo! Yo, I'm gonna stand in this. I wanna watch it. Yeah! Let's go! Hell yeah! Okay, it's Gimlet Dark, but what if we had a giant dragon and a dragoon? Like, just murdering the battlefield as we went along. Fuck yes! I can't go that way now. For the Empire! Everything's collapsing. Poor child. I shall free thee from thy pain. I can't go that way. More earrings. More earrings. Gear sucks here. I've been lied to. Gear sucks. I've been lied. Yeah! Go to your mind! Murder dragons! Murder the dragons who have been corrupted. The glory to Gollum was like over the dragon. I was like, is the dragon also saying that? Oh god. Oh god. I'm going to see how much like fucking... They are tearing the Almarjan settlement to pieces. Holy shit, there is actually gear. Oh my god, there is actually gear. I honestly didn't believe it. Kinda look like Troyan stuff, not gonna lie. Kinda looks like Troyan stuff. If it was dyeable, I might use it in place of Troyan stuff. Depending on how it's shaped out. You would lend us your aid? Then let us crush this accursed war machine. Is this Wall the boss? Is this Wall the boss? I'm seeing giant turrets. Let's hold our ground until their defenses are broken. Boss is a mob pull. Boss is a mob pull. Preparing to fire. The laser beams are going for it. Eventually. Yeah, I see what the tell is. I see what the tell. Yeah, eventually. There we go. It's like I can tell what it's gonna do. Is it gonna do it at any point? It's taking its time. Miserable cuz. Yep. Okay. See, this would be nice if it was like part of the normal mob pool? Yo! Yo! Ooh! Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Defensive reaction. Right, what I'm gonna guess. I was correct. Okay, so we just come up and do this. So I was thinking, if this was part of the normal mob pool, if like this section of mob pool was avoid it shooting at you and try to destroy the top as the mob pool happens, this would be like a really good mob pool. It would rule as that, but having it as the boss is like, this is what the mob pool should be, leading up to a cool boss, not this should be the boss instead. It's the main criticism I have about the game in terms of its dungeons, and it's that there are too many mob pools that are too much the same. And it's just like, something like this would be perfect in between dungeon bosses, not in place of another boss. It's perfect having my faded circles, because I'm too used to not having faded circle that it's just like, oh yeah, I'm in like, I'm in like I'm like in AoE stuff. I don't need to worry about using my cartridges. Wait a minute, I have faded circle. I'm level 80. Keeps happening. Hell yeah! Boss is totally not annoying during glam farms. And as the thing is, like, it also takes longer than a normal boss. To be fair, this is not the worst. There we go. You fight well. Our brethren will hear of your brave deeds. To be fair, this is not the worst ad phase boss fight in Shadowbringers for a dungeon, because second boss in Armorod exists. I love the hat. That is not what I was expecting it to look like. It does not work with Minifus hair. Does not work with my hair. Ah, because it's Viera. On a Viera, I could see the horn coming off the back blending in very well with the fact that you've got two giant ears. On Minifus' head, because of her very short hair and just like no extra features, no cat ears or anything, doesn't quite work out. Holy shit! The vistas! The vistas! Hell! Oh wow! Oh Jesus! The sun over the battlefield is fucking gorgeous. Oh, hell yeah. That's what I want it to look like when I look out in this game at a sunset. Even though it's technically 4 in the morning in the game. Don't worry about it. We have lens flare now. Hell yeah. For the Empire! Oh, there's two left. So. I was going for a single target. I thought it was only the dragon. So one thing I've got to like remember for Gunbreaker, at what point during multiple enemies is it worthwhile to still use Gnashing Fang? Because Gnashing Fang's potency is so high because of how much the combo does. At what, like, how many enemies need to be left? Yo! I will call unto my children. The icon waiteth in the heavens. My children shall... Yo! Yeah! Yeah! Ride the dragon over the battlefield! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Yo! Yo! That's cool. That's cool. We bow to none! Yo! Thank you very much, Tiamat! Let's go! Sea of Gold, this is so cool. Oh, geez, a cheers on Tiamat. Hell yeah, you do. Oh, Tiamat's actually with us, like in the pool. Gotta help her. Oh my god, the dragon's going. Oh no. Oh shit, that is just Luna Bahamut. Sorry, Luna Bahamut's just there. Holy shit. Luna Bahamut is just part of the pool. This is what I mean. This is the type of shit you gotta do for a mob pool. You're gonna do cool shit for a mob pool. You gotta like have the fucking boss attack us during it. You gotta have the giant dragon Tiamat like alongside us and shit. Hell yes. That's what I want to see. Hell yeah. Tiamat's so big I can barely actually see what I'm doing on the field. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Oh, here it is. I'm in reprisal. I'm at reprisal. Which nun do you bow to? The one with the Yowie paddle. There. Go. Okay, so now there's 2 left. So now do I want to start doing this? Bodies are so big I can barely see the fucking floor. Man, remember when we needed cannons to kill these turtles? Not a good time to bring summon to because of Bahamut. Oh no. Oh no. Alright. Luna Bahamut was just straight up in the pool, so what's a cutscene? Teletherium, Luna Bahamut. Eyes are colored by the horns. Yo! 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 Mid-dungeon cutscene! Yeah! Hell yeah! Oh fuck, that looks like a Mega Flare. Yep, that's a Mega Flare! Oh! Tiamat took quite a few of those. But we have pissed off Luna Bahamut and grounded him. Holy shit, mid-dungeon cutscene. Holy shit, the mid-dungeon cutscene. Holy shit. Having Phoenix kill Luna Bahamut was pog as fuck. That is true. That would be pretty cool. Fucking mid-dungeon cutscene being the coolest shit ever. Holy shit. Alright, Luna Bahamut. Let's fucking go. Alright. Pull! Twisted Stream, Wild Guess, Rain Wide. Do the thing. There we go. Wait. What's going on? So my attacks were very delayed just then. What's going on? What's happening? Okay. I took bones. I could. Okay. I was having input delay and I completely threw off whatever mechanic was going down. Mega Flare, I'll be fine. I can tank a Mega Flare, surely. That's it, it's fine. Oh. And then it targets it again. Okay. No, don't fly away in the middle of my... What? Tower's gonna explode. You're gonna do down the middle. Oh! Oh, these towers are excellent. Okay. I was not... Okay. Completely threw me off. You did well there. Khan Ride. How big is that X gonna be? It's a lot of persistent mechanics in this dungeon. A lot of mechanics where they hit and then persistent. Enough glare. Oh, they shrink. Okay. Giga Flare. Tank Buster? No, there's another but even bigger raidway. Concerning. Oh, turns out, turns out autos hurt when you got 3 monsters. Turns out they hurt. Oh, I've completely fucked up everything. I swear I'm better at this than I'm on stream, and I'm not like trying to like do a lot of talking while I'm also playing the game. Brand new one. I swear I'm better. I don't like that they're appearing in a pattern again. Oh, they're exploring lots of directions. Okay. I thought the pattern was random. No, they're just lots of directions. Lunar Flare. Middle? Yeah, middle. I like that attack where you gotta like work out where it's gonna shrink to be safe. Reminds me of the one mechanic in the fucking second tier raid. Luna Bahamut dead! Well, dead? Will it dissipate in the cutscene? Or kill afterwards? There we go, my bitch! Hell yeah. Good dungeon. Good dungeon. Not one of the standouts of Shadowbringers. Not like, oh my god, this is one of the best dungeons of Shadowbringers. But I feel like it's because the bar has been pushed so high for Shadowbringers that it's hard to do that. It also feels like this is intentionally not meant to be the big climax dungeon. It more so feels like this is meant to be Dungeon 1 of Endwalker. Chess piece of aiming. Oh, okay, I get it. I get it. I see the style of it. That one place persistent X thing thought to blow people because I forget it attacks multiple times. Yeah, you stand in it thinking I'm gonna place it away from people so it doesn't hit them, and then you just stand there and you just take every hit, and then you die. Jacket of Fending. Ooh, okay, I can see that for warrior, absolutely. Absolutely a great warrior top. Fucking no. And chest wrap of healing. This sleeve looks weird on Manifest, but beyond that, I do like it. The sleeve is weird, but I do like it. Literally 2 years as warrior, hell yeah. Of course, second Akmo went after the dragon. I think people link stuff like that. I think they've just always got it in their inventory, or they've got it in their glamour dress and they eye search it. Because if you've got it in your glamour dresser, if you eye search and then just select it in the thing, then you can link it. And everyone's glamour dresser is just crying out in pain and misery the entire time. Those are just shorts. I feel like there's not many pairs of just fucking shorts in this game. But that's just a fucking pair of shorts. I can't think of many just shorts in the game. There aren't many that are just, this is a pair of shorts. It really is, I feel like, very uncommon in this game. Yeah, comparing that dungeon to other dungeons that are like end of expansion. I feel like the last dungeons that we've had for end of expansions are meant to feel like big climactic set piece moments. This more so comes across as the vibes of this is actually more like Dungeon 1 of Endwalker, I'll be honest. Like obviously Luna Bahamut's a big deal. And like it's a big battle between a lot of like things. But this doesn't feel like Baelsar's wall got riding into like towards Alamigo. It doesn't feel like a Gimlet Dark where the beginning of a massive war has everything like that. It feels like I think a part of it is the location of this. The location of this just being in Thanalan. It's less climactic and if this was Dungeon 1 of Endwalker when it came out, I wouldn't be surprised by it. If it was in like one of the new Endwalker areas, in terms of the vibes. But I feel like that might be meant to be specifically what they're going for. Because Endwalker has to end at 6.0, things are going to escalate a lot faster. And Shadowbringers already had its big final climax dungeon. It was fucking Hero's Gauntlet. Like, Hero's Gauntlet is a more climactic dungeon than Sorkai was in Heavenswood, and you literally don't even get a 4.3 dungeon in Stormblood. You don't get a dungeon for 4.3 then. So I feel like the big final climax dungeon was actually Hero's Gauntlet here, and then Matoya's relic is a side thing, and then this is Endwalker 1. That's the vibe I'm getting. It feels like they're deliberately trying to hold back here, and instead just being like, this is establishing the start of where Endwalker's going to go. This is not meant to conclude Shadowbringers with a big thing, it's more so fighting a redone Luna Bahamut is the baseline of Endwalker. That's what it more so feels like, if that makes sense. Does that is what I'm saying make sense? I don't know if it actually does, but it's the vibes that I'm picking up here. Now that we're done the dungeon, and I don't have to worry about gameplay too intensely, I'm gonna shove my headphones back in. I'm gonna shove the headphones back in, because they'll probably be voice acting. Yeah, it's the vibes are Endwalker 1, not Shadowbringers 5. A lot of people feel the same. I feel like it's a deliberate thing. I feel like it's a very deliberate choice. It's not a final climax for an expansion, it's the beginning of another one. Again, Endwalker has a unique structure because of its ending at 6.0. So there's going to be stuff that, again, it's why we've been building up to Endwalker basically since 5.0, or even like end of 5.0, or even earlier. We've been building up. We've been building up to Endwalker for longer because Endwalker doesn't have an epilogue to then do. The epilogue moment of Endwalker has to happen in 6.0. So we have to build up everything and then conclude everything way earlier, so the build-up starts earlier. It's a build-up instead of a finale, absolutely. And, like, again, we already had our finale dungeon with Heroes Gauntlet, so I don't think we needed another one here. But yeah, interesting vibes. Interesting vibes. Which is concerning that the build-up and, like, everything is Luna Bahamut. Like, a recreated Bahamut is the build-up. That's the first step. Children of man, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall be forever in your debt. Tiamat's free and relieved of the burden of the Bahamut. By your deeds are we set free, and free we shall remain as long as I draw breath. Never again shall the dragons of Mericidia hearken to the lies of the Assi. This I vow. Let's get back to Ferry, but I'll still be in the stream. Yeah. We almost had a dungeon where I didn't have a full squad. It's been a while since we've had that. Like, the might have been before Shadowbringers, since that's been the case.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well.
Hey, I'm assuming an Almaja voice. Yeah.
Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
This is another one of those things. Like, this is building up from what we had in the previous patch with the kobolds. We are making it very explicitly clear to the other races of Eorzea that we genuinely want to work towards peace, and to prove that, we'll die beside you. Thank you, Rabban VA. We'd be proud to call you our allies.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
Was also Python fitting helmet. Oh, and he's wearing it? Nice. And then we can wear it. A peaceful Eorzea may
And thus
actually
did
be
we
possible.
make allies of the Amalja.
A peaceful Eorzea may actually, like, be in the cards here.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
Yeah, so what are Vodola and Arenvold up to now? Sometime earlier inside the Paglothan Tower. That's the abductions.
What in Ralga's name happened here?
Oh, the squelch when she moved. Oh god. See, the immediate concerning thing is just like, they're still like, mostly like, if it was completely pulverized, I would think that just the tower's like made out of them. But they're mostly whole, so I'm worried that they're still alive. I'm worried that what's happening is that they're still alive. Which, if they're still alive into the tower... concerning.
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
So the warriors, like, is this, like, is this used to summon the the Lunar Primal? Like, is there a bunch of dragons in Mericidia in one of these towers that are like this, and that's how, like, Lunar Bahamut was summoned?
Get back!
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them. We're leaving, now!
Yeah, there's some form of, like, battery source or life force or, like, fuel for tempering or fuel for summoning. It's a more fucked up version of the binding coil shit. Yup, summoning. Luna Ifrit.
No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together!
Don't play that fucking music at me after that cutscene game! Don't play that fucking music at me right then! What the hell? Also, you were talking about airship landings and just like, who's in an airship landing for long enough to like care about the difference in airship landings? I'll be honest, I didn't realize the Eldar airship landing had a bar, so it kind of wins. That transition, it's, yeah. They've really got to like consider whether to play music after certain cutscenes for like the area you're in. It's like getting fucking Lahade after dramatic cutscenes in fucking Raktika. You see, the Armage fighting alongside us brought to mind this in the Crystarium. I pray that our peoples can forge bonds as strong as those of our counterparts in the First. From what I could tell, there didn't seem to be many Imperials in the vicinity of the tower. Hopefully Arnvold will have used the opportunity to get in and out undetected. Yeah, hopefully, Alistair, hopefully. Yes, the bum 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 of Ishgard is also another one. All dramatic cuts each should end with Lehi. I missed the first. So do I. Though the day is won, thanks to no small part to thy valor, the Televoroi are far from defeated. Yet be that as it may, it is only right that we rejoice the Lunar Bahamut's banishment unto the ether. So the ultimate concerning thing, outside of is Arnvold even fucking alive right now? The ultimate concerning thought that I have like immediately entering my brain is I have this sneaking suspicion based on the fact that we're not even in Endwalker yet, that summoning a bunch of lunar primals is not the end goal, but the first step. Concerns that this is far from, oh, the lunar primals are just going to cause the final days by running amok. And that it's going to be like, no, lunar primal is step one. It's the first thing that we have to do. Oh my god, I realized what Endwalker is. Endwalker is Fandaniel trying to summon Made in Heaven. I don't know which Lunar Primal is going to be the green baby, and which one of them is a bone, or anything like that, but that's what it's going to be. Funny Daniel tries to get Made in Heaven. That's what it's going to be, and somehow Lunar Primals do that. I'm not often spend the first few quests going about, boy, I sure am glad that I am your friend and you're alive. I love the Scions. I love being alive! It'll take more than a single victory to wash away all the bad blood between a man and Almarsha, but one has to start somewhere. What the fuck connected to the computer? Huh? For you to make that sound. What the fuck did I plug in? Nothing! Tiamat did all she promised and more this day, but I doubt she'll be satisfied. Nay, she will fight on in defense of her children, wherever they may be. Where's Justinian riding a dragon? He'll be back. While it would have been too much to hope that we have seen the last of Fandaniel, we have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day. And that alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will. When we have received word of Arnvold's safe return. When the dust settles. I love Painted. Alfredo is minded to share his account of the events that unfolded in Pagelthon with the Sultan. That's right, we didn't see him die in front of Fordola. That means he's alive. Characters can only die on screen in this game. Until we have an echo, like until we meet Fordola and have an echo and then see him die. Sitting around here worrying is not going to help matters. Come, we must discuss the day's events with Pippin and her grace. Remember Valen somehow fucking survived Diamond Weapon going haywire and he was like, then just showed up to gloat afterwards. And he died by being turned into a smoothie. So, like... Until we get the echo, assume Arnvold is alive because we cut to black, which in this video game means survived. Named Pippin after the Lord of the Rings Hobbit. Named after the British saying pip pip cheerio. Brave Scions! Sorry, brave Scions! Would that I could treat you to a hero's welcome, but I bear urgent news from the Consistory. Your Grace, whatever is the matter? As our troops withdrew from Pagelthon, they came upon the two scouts sent to the nearby tower. I've yet to hear a full account, but it seems that one of them, your friend I believe, has been wounded and was being dragged away by the other. Sounds like not currently dead, but... Oh no. I must go. Forgive me, Your Grace. Can you tell us what of Arnvold's condition, Your Grace? The wounded scout. Not say that it is grave. The Trivirgins tend to him even as we speak. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only get underfoot. Manifest Justinian, would you mind going after Alphino? He may need some support from someone other than me. Very well. Thank you. The rest of us will say that the relevant people know what took place in Pageltham. Fadola is pregnant. Could also indicate Arenvald being dead. I'm pretty sure if they started having sex, the shock collar would go off. Come on, then. So either he's gonna be fine, or we're gonna get to him and he's gonna die as, like, right after we start talking to him. And they waited to make sure he didn't die until after we started speaking to him to make it hurt more. It'll be one of the two. It'll be one of the two. Now the question is, where the fuck is the Frontistery? It is near the Alchemist Guild. I was right. I did choose the right place. Pictures of my son shipping Graha and Funny Daniel. Even with Yowie Brain, I don't get why. Even with Yowie Brain, I don't get that combination. Estinian. I take it Alphino is fond of Ironbolt. I know how he feels, but handwringing isn't going to help anyone. You'd better have a word. Oh. Hi, Fadola. Instead of standing there gawping, why don't you tell your friend to stop whining like an underfed dog? People are fighting for their lives in there. Please tell me something, anything! Another one has come to see the lad in silver armor. Master Damilot is attending to him as we speak. If you be so kind as to wait. What did Master Damilot say? Tell me his exact words! Let the Chai Virgins do their work. But... you're right. Thank you. When we said our farewells to Arenvald, I was afraid that something like this might happen, but now that it has, all we can do is wait. We made $5. What does it feel like to chew $5 gum?
Fadola. Have you been waiting here all this time?
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
No other words on how he's doing? Because just saying we've done all we can is not encouraging.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps I could have...
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light. People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
it's the distinct showing of both of their flaws and how they handle this. Alphino does the thing that, to be fair, Minefus was doing for most of the game, and it's still not entirely gone away, but just, you know, can work through it now at least. Of Alphino's immediate response is blaming himself for not doing enough and everything like that. And Fordola's only response to that is to stop caring. But we know that's not who Alphino is. And, like, we explicitly know that Alphino's strength, the reason, like, that Alphino's been able to do a lot of what Alphino has been able to do is because he cares. This is something that has come up and reflected multiple times in Alphino specifically, and is consistently regarded as a strength. We literally have another character in the same fucking room who is only here because of it. Like, we literally have a demonstration of why Alphino's view is worthwhile, and Fordola's rejection of the pain doesn't work. Because Estinian's right there. But Fordola is right in the sense that you can't let the pain overwhelm you. You can't let the pain of losing people overwhelm you. But her only response to that, because of everything she's been through, is to shut that out entirely. Which you could almost say is part of the reason she went and did everything she fucking did in the first place. Losing her father sent her down this path. Of, I will ignore the pain that other Alamegans do to me. I will ignore the treatments that the Garleans give to me. I will just work my way through the ranks in the Empire and have everything fall off of me. And it didn't work then, and it's not gonna work now.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
Yeah. That's exactly what Alphino's gonna do. Outright refusal of the idea. Outright. At this point, Alphino's aware. We've had to, like, we reassured him of it multiple times in Shadowbringers as well. That it's just like, no, this is Alphino. I mean, it even came up in the last fucking patch. It even came up in the last fucking patch that Alphino's, like, persistence on this is something that LSA views as, admirable.
All life is precious. You need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
What's up, Yonsa? So this is also tying in directly into Shadowbringers themes. Like, this type of conversation in terms of how do you handle pain? How do you handle loss? How do you handle despair? Is like the exact thing that we were dealing with the Ascians. Those who insisted on continuous sacrifice to... Shadowbringers MFT is literally playing right now. This is directly tying into the Ascian shit. Like, this is tying into Zodiac. In the idea of just, like... Alphino is... Like, you carry the weight of it. You don't let it, like, well, you try not to let it crush you, and Alphino is struggling with that part. But you refuse to reject that it hurts. You accept that it hurts, and you let it fucking hurt because it fucking should. But you try not to let it overwhelm you. Ascian response is to reject that it hurts and try and return the world to a state where nothing did hurt. And Fordola's response is shut out your own emotions. Shut out your emotions. A person cannot deal with the realities of the world. And instead of trying to change the world into something where people don't have to deal with the reality of existence anymore, like what the people who are sacrificing to Zodiac were doing, her response is a personal one of shut off your own responses to it, because no one person can handle what this is. Which is also what Fedora was saying back in 4.1. All that pain, all that fighting, it's too much for anyone, even you. It's very much is the same thing that was happening before for Fedora. The pain of what it means to exist is too much for Fedora to handle, and her only response she can have is to shut it out. Again, it's the metaphor of the collar that she's wearing, of just like her chain, her personal cage, is her own grief and sorrow, and she can't break past it because she can't get through it because her response is to literally avoid it. Oh yeah, Aston Tragedy was a bit more than normal grief considering she made that shit, but that would be playing misery poker. And Estinian with a direct counter because, hey, Estinian's only here because of Alphina's attitude.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
A moment of admittance from Estinian that Estinian's actually the one who looks up to Alphina.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot'll be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
She's
Dreams
mad.
worth fighting for don't die so easily.
She's extra pissed off right now because she's just like, Arenvold wouldn't be in, like... Arenvold wouldn't be in the position that he is right now if he didn't have the same mentality. Arenvold literally jumped in to protect Fordola, saying, we both came in together, we're both leaving together, I'm not letting this happen. His idealism that he shares with Alphino is literally why he's there. And again, she can't handle it, so her response is to shut it out and to deny it. He also got her saving her specifically, yeah. This headphone, seriously, the headphone keeps dying the moment that we leave a cutscene. The headphone keeps dying specifically the moment that we leave a cutscene. I will say, like, the Shadowbringers leitmotif is playing there. Like, they're playing the Shadowbringers theme right there. To be like, hey, by the way, you're still in Shadowbringers. The Shadowbringers themes of the expansion are literally happening right now. Do you see the reflection in terms of, like, the reality of existence and the pain that is not caused by existence, but inevitable and unavoidable with existence because, you know, nothing lasts forever. Aravold forgets to pop mitigation cooldowns. The problem is that he popped them all instantly, and then he ran out of them. Oh no, I think my other headphones didn't charge. Uh-oh. I think the headphones weren't charging. I think the good pair of headphones weren't charging. Let's wait on kitchen sink. Technology fucking hates me today. Technology has been a dick today. Well, you wouldn't have heard background noise just then in that dialogue because I had headphones in. It's talking that has background noise, and that's what I want to avoid. But I don't have working headphones right now. If technology just fucking worked, then it would be fine. If technology just fucking works the way that it fucking should, it would be fine. Well, also, I guess physical things of silicon cups. I was gonna get a new pair of these, and hopefully that should fix the issue. Problem is that they're really big ones, and the only way I got them was from buying a set of headphones. I've tried looking around in stores that are near me, and they don't sell silicon caps individually. They only sell foam ones. They're not that big, and they're like, fucking, you get a 6-pack for like $40, and I'm not doing that. Because this phone cap's for headphones. And it is seriously about $40 for a pack of 6, and I'm just like, fuck yourself. And I just gotta find somewhere online that, like, I gotta get the measurement of this and look up online. Silicon caps for earbuds, and then just, yeah. Watching for over 1,000 hours, little audio quality isn't gonna deter us. But I care. But I care. But I give a shit. So the thing I was saying there is just like, that cutscene was about the themes of Shadowbringers, right? We're still in Shadowbringers, despite us leading into Endwalker. We're still in Shadowbringers, so themes of Shadowbringers are present there. They're literally playing Shadowbringers leitmotif when they do all of that. It's one of those things where this cutscene features characters who are not, like, in Shadowbringers. Like, Asinian's there, but Asinian's there to more so, like, keep an eye on the source of just, like, so we don't just step away from the source story entirely while we're doing the first. And just never, like, address what's happening. Events can transpire, so the story can continue once we finish on the first. So, like, Asinian's there for that and stuff like that. But, like, you've got Astinian and Fordola there. You got Astinian and Fordola in this cutscene that's directly addressing the themes of Shadowbringers and how other characters handle it and how those themes have actually been present the entire story. It's an interesting moment of... It makes me curious where Endwalker's gonna go with its themes. Because Shadowbringers themes really are the kind of the combination of a lot of the game so far. Like, it's more so the themes that Shadowbringers deals with in terms of once you get to the end of Shadowbringers. Specifically, I'm referring to, like, the Amarok section of the game. Because there's, like, Shadowbringers has so many themes going for it and everything like that. Shadowbringers addresses so much with its themes across so many things. Like, obviously, you've got the Elidibus section, which its themes is about, like the idea of heroes and stuff like that. It's very much for the Warrior of Light and stuff like that. But for, like, the end of Shadowbringers, where it all concludes to in Amarok, the themes that are dealt with in Amarok are kind of the culmination of most of the themes that have come up for the entirety of 14 up until that moment in Amarok. So if we've already had a section of the game that kind of focuses on what all of the themes of the game build up to conclude with Amarok, where do you go from there for the themes of the final expansion? Or is it going to be a case of Amarok exists to set up the culmination of the themes to then further explore those in Endwalker? Because, like, again, Shadowbringers isn't just the themes of Amarok and what happens there. There's so many themes that go forward through it as you go through the entire thing in several sections. But Amarok's where it all concludes, and all the themes of Shadowbringers tie into Amarok, but also the themes of basically everything up to that point in 14 leads up to Amarok. So, the fact that we're immediately having characters talking here while the Shadowbringers leitmotif is playing, when we're dealing with the threat that's going forward into Endwalker, which is literally about a guy trying to recreate the final days. Like, is that where we're going with Endwalker's themes? Is Endwalker's themes more so a sequel to Amarok? Is that what we're doing? Which would make sense because, again, it's literally Final Days. Funny Daniel is literally trying to do Final Days, and Amarok is specifically dealing with the themes of how the people of the Unsundered World dealt with the threat of the Final Days, and how those themes tie into everything else. So there's that. Anyway, I really need to go to the bathroom, that's why I'm moving so much. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and I will come back, and we'll continue with this. Today's gonna be a very long day. And we are back! Kraft, say the line about Endwalker. What are we doing in Endwalker Crofts? Post it for a third time in chat. Let's do it. Yeah. Not about me only playing games on stream, which is also not true. I play Final Fantasy XIV off stream. And if I'm not streaming and I'm not playing Final Fantasy XIV, then I'm either asleep or editing or putting stuff on YouTube. To answer my previous question, Endwalker's theme will be that finally Urianger's egg will crack. There it is. There it is. I knew I pegged my breeder as a lesbian. She's just able to pick them really quickly. You exist off stream, so I haven't mastered objects' permanence yet. Well, it's alright. I meet people like that every day. They're called customers at my fucking retail job. Hi, Alphino. How are you today? Doing terribly because your friend's almost dead? Hell yeah. Or autistic Grizz will charm millions. You cannot give a T-girl, like, Urianger's level of autism. It is dangerous for the world. No one person can like, safely sleep with that many people without that ego developing. I know. There's nothing more I can do here. Come, let us rejoin the others. Is it dangerous or revolutionary? Can be both. Her Grace invites the Sons of the Seventh Dawn to join her in a fragrant chamber. Your comrades have already arrived. Will the three of you be joining them? We will. Is that the meeting hall, or is that her bedroom where she nearly died by being poisoned? I heard what you were saying. Is there a single Lala that Artesia's not trying to fuck? Is there a single one? Also, Nanamo is actually like 16. It is the meeting room. We went from the Alamegan one to this one.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Nope, I absolutely need headphones for this. No, I can't do it. I need headphones. I can't listen to voiced cutscenes without headphones. Teleji, you can have a threesome. Who's your favorite ARR character? Is it Teleji or Adeleji? Who's your favorite? But no, I cannot listen to voice cutscenes through speakers. Fuck that. I'm not letting it echo onto the batteries will last long enough for the cutscene. It'll be fine. What's his name in Costa del Sol? Gegiruju. Basically the men who aren't Pippin. Madam was 16 at 1.0, she's 21 and ARR. Oh, I thought sorry. I thought she was still a teenager. Okay.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold.
You were the one who told us about it.
It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word.
So it means that Arenvold survives. Like, this game usually doesn't put someone into a medical state like this and then they die in the hospital. Has there been a single character like that in the game? For the MSQ? I don't think there's been any character... Like, if a character dies in the MSQ, they die then and there. I don't think they ever die, like... Like, they get injured, taken off, and then they eventually succumb to their wounds. I'm trying to think of character, like, if that's happened. There's probably some characters where it's happened. Oh, you said Alice would be older than Rhea, but now actually Rhea was a year older than Alice, so now they're the same age. Okay.
Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission.
Shit's fucked.
Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordoni's account.
Shit is fucked. So there's a bunch of Almajas stuck in the wall and they were forcibly used to summon Luna Ifrit.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fan Daniel would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within.
Again, the question is to what end, and what's the relevance of Luna considering Zodiac is Luna?
Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
I have a funny feeling they know a hell of a lot more about primal summoning than we do, considering, you know, Ascion.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive.
I mean, they were being shocked into summoning it. I had a guild every time I saw a bunch of people used as a primal summoning battery, and I have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice.
They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital.
So what the fuck kind of tower? So the thing is, if all of the towers elsewhere are being used to summon lunar primals of whatever, like, primal they already have, what primal would the Gallian Tower in Garlemald summon? Alamigan refugee from the Stormblood Dark Quest and the mother of the Stormblood White Mage Quest, the closest I can think of, both characters who got sick and ended up dead. Yeah, so there's 2 examples in their job quest at MSQ. It's more so about thinking just like Arenvald's gonna survive. They're not gonna like reveal to us later, oh, Arenvald died from succumbing to his injuries after the fact. They'd just kill him then and there. They would show him falling to the ground and dying in front of Fordola, if that was the case. Lord John Garlemald. I mean, is this like the obvious thing? Is Luna Varus or Luna Solus? Because that's like kind of what Ishgard did. Ishgard's primal was Thordan. So there is that. But what the fuck does Luna Solus / Luna Varus look like? Luna Emperor. There it is.
Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
Luna Solus is just funny because Sol, son.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns.
I hear Nanamo start a sentence with the word while. And I immediately just think, while it is true that man all too often succumbs to anger and or whatever it is that she says, and just completely fucking owns Varus. I hear Nanamo just go, while, and then it says immediately where my brain went to. It's like, wait, no. She's talking about something else.
Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities.
So how many primals are we... Well, it is true that Varus is a bitch-ass motherfucker. So how many fucking primals are we dealing with? All of them. Cool.
For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
The Grand Companies, Your Grace? Is that wise? You need only tell me where they are, Your Grace. I'll kill them all solo, I'll be fine.
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, We would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now.
Okay, but like... Tell me where one of them is. Tell me where one of them is, I can solo. Like, maybe not all of them, but at least one. Come on. Come on.
After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause.
I am not just a weapon who is pointed at things that need to die. But if you want to, you can. Hey! We got another one! Our Amalja are just like, alright, sure, fine. We'll stop being evil. Yay!
It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table.
She didn't use the
and
term
I know that
beast.
I speak
Let's
for
go.
all of the allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do.
Poggers, Nanamo didn't use the term beast. Let's go. Nanamo all Namo, more like Nanamo all worker. Let's go.
Of course. This was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglfan.
Negotiating.
Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
And there's totally no death upon this dawn, so we're doing great. Oh, the Child Empress says stop saying slurs.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Yay! Now about that deal
Now, if you will forgive me,
with the salt
I
manufacturer.
must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed rest.
So about the deal with the salt miners of Alamigo? Scraping the bottom of the barrel. The king did not say a slur. Yay. England be like, well, our new king is great. He hasn't said any slurs since becoming king. None of my time to go make more deals. I'm so good at them. Head farm! Sorry. They really shouldn't be today. Can I make me like this country, this woman of this country, no matter what anyone says? Nanamo's trying her best. She's just a child going up against a bunch of capitalists. Amidst this great push for peace with the babe, come on, seriously. With the tribes, we would do well to remember that old prejudices yet remain. Yes, sir. Yes, Y'shtola. I do remember that old prejudices do remain. You used a slur in the sentence where you said that. It is a delicate political dance, and I do not envy the Sultana her task, nor any alliance leader. The fragrant chamber. Remember the fragrant chamber. Dude lost his arm in there. Dude lost his legs in there. There's no reason to linger. I will take my leave. It's only a possible threat to the end of the world is soon, and I'm sure it's fine. Cool when she starts car bombing little arenas businesses. I think sure no family lives here. Can't be all bad. Alphino knows only too well that sacrifices are an unavoidable part of conflict. But knowing something does not change how one feels about it. You yourself have shared adventures with the world, have you not? And I shall say no more. With the secrets of the towers thus laid bare, our duty to prevent further abductions taketh on new import. Failing this, and our enemies shall punish our negligence with the plague of primers. Even without the threat of tempering to contend with, the Grand Companies have quite the task on their hands. Regardless of Her Grace's protestations to the contrary, it may be best to dispatch a few of our own to assist in the endeavor. Allow me to mention Tatari, would you? Did you do an untitled DARS version of the Troubles? Fucking, oh my god. It fucking reminds me of hanging out with people. I think it was like at one of the gaming things I went to. Or possibly on the cruise I was on. Might have been on the cruise, I can't remember. But hanging around a bunch of people. And drinking. And we're getting like cocktails and shit. And, someone went to order the cocktail made out of Guinness and Baileys. You know, as some people call it, the Irish car bomb. And I distinctly, I can remember, I can't, it was either at a gaming convention or it was on the cruise I was on, I can't remember. Because there was a British person there. Which is why it's hard to talk, so it's just like, there's definitely a number of British people at both. And there was a lot of drinking at both things. I want to say it was likely the cruise. This is where we were drinking way more cocktails. But a British person who was there, like with the group, got annoyed. It's just like, you can't call it that. Irish car bomb, you know, it's a reference to like a pretty rough time in the history of Ireland. It's pretty cruel to call it by that and everything like that. And it's just like, you know, in England, we've got another name for it that's more respectful than calling it the Irish car bomb. And we're like, okay, what do you call it? Oh, because of the colors, we call it the black and tan. And I'm just like, I'm gonna fucking punch you. I'm gonna hit you in the fucking face, I swear to God. And I'm just, okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, cool. You want to call the Irish cocktail made out of two extremely Irish drinks the fucking black and tan? Really, bitch? Really? Okay. God. No, it couldn't have been on the cruise because there was because one of the people in the cruise, in the group that I was hanging out with on my cruise, was Irish, and if he said that around the actual Irish person there, I think he would have actually been punched in the face. So it must have been one of the gaming convention nights of drinking that I was at. It must have been then, because there was an Irish couple on the cruise. But yeah, I was like, ooh, I'm just like, really, that's the term you think is better, huh? Really? You dick? Oh, fucking Christ. If you're not familiar, black and tan is a term that was used to describe the color of the uniform. I feel like I'm missing context for the new name, but I don't have much Irish history. The color of the uniform of English soldiers who were colonizing Ireland and everything like that. That the color of their uniform, and they would call them, is black and tan of the English soldiers in Ireland, because that was the color of the uniforms they would wear. So it's explicitly calling the Irish cocktail, because it's Guinness and Baileys, two very Irish things, and it's doing that. It's just like, you can't call it Irish car bomb. That's a reference to the Troubles. It's a bit too, you know. Like people died in those bombings. You can't call it that. So just name it after the occupying soldiers from the occupying country. Sure, that's way fucking better. It's the Irish song, "Come At Your Black and Tans." A rallying cry of like an ex-IRA. It's either an ex-IRA person or a father who looked up to the IRA. Singing, "Come out your black and tans, come out and fight me like a man." But yeah, I'm just like, oh, I'm gonna fucking hit you. I don't know whether like England actually calls the Irish car bomb cocktail a black and tan. I don't know if that's like a widespread thing in England, or whether it was just this one dickhead who learned it from other dickheads. But I was like, oh man, I'm gonna hit you. Time to find out. Though we have won our first battle against the Telophari and made significant discoveries to boot, the war has scarcely begun. We must steel ourselves for what lies ahead. Because, like, color-wise, it's like that's the color of Guinness and it's the color of Baileys. But also, it's the name that English soldier uniforms are. And, like, was a shorthand to refer to the English soldiers. And it's like, fuck you. Google says it's okay. That's fucked up! What the hell? British people need to go into a giant terrarium? Okay, so it is actually, that is, again, supremely fucked up. To call an Irish cocktail made out of two extremely Irish drinks the name of the soldiers who, why is Uldar so loud? That's just everyday theme in every city in this game. Holy shit, Aaron and Melody looked in. Wow, I haven't seen them in the game for like 2 months. They got super deep into Marvel Rivals. Ever since Marvel Rivals came out, I've not seen Melody or Aaron online in the game since. They've been so deep in that. They've been in the Discord a bit, but they've just been like, sorry, we're just playing Marvel Rivals all day. Hilarious that the Wikipedia article disambiguate links to the British Auxiliary Force. Yeah, oh my god. Okay, that's a fucked up thing. The fact that like if there's actually like a widespread thing in Britain to call that cocktail a black and tan, that is immensely fucked up. That is immensely fucked up. Right then, unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we return to the Rising Stones. And that includes you, Alphino. Ironvold is in good hands here. Of course. You would doubtless mock me for pacing about the infirmary. Let us retire then, though we might regain our strength and readiness for the coming challenges. If we're all in agreements, then I shall let Crown know to expect us. A hot bath and a hearty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging with the time available. It's got a Wikipedia article, at least apparently it's from the 1880s. They did say it looks like a different drink from the Irish Guard bomb. I mean, there's a different drink called that. I would like made a bit more sense, but it's like, I guess it's like Irish Guard bomb is specifically Guinness and Baileys, which again have the color black and tan, but like Guinness and Baileys are two Irish drinks. Like it's literally Irish cream and like Irish stout. Stout? Can't remember what type of beer Guinness is. It's a type of beer I don't like. I know that much. I don't like Guinness. I will not enjoy a pint of Guinness. That being said, I've never actually had Guinness and Baileys, so maybe I'd like that because I do love my Baileys. It'd be good to be home. I have some thinking to do. Aww. Alphino's sad. Yes, I'll try asking him. And thank you. I shall look forward to it. Dark beer and a pale beer? Makes a bit more sense. Then it's not like specifically Irish. Our comrades eagerly await our return. And Kryl in particular has a few matters she is keen to discuss. One of which concerns you, Estinian, believe it or not. You will join us, won't you? Fine. Really? I thought you said you were avoiding that Baldessian woman. If I refuse, she'd only pursue me. Rather go willingly than have her T-pose over me again. Let's get this over with, shall we? Bailey's is amazing mix in hot coffees and chocolates. That is also very true. I don't smoke or drink. My vice is unholy amounts of soda. Well, unfortunately for me, that goes hand in hand with the vice of alcohol because if I'm having alcohol, I'm usually mixing it with soda. So, you know, for me, they're kind of part and parcel. So, if there's one thing for Bailey's... Oh, Amelia's cutscenes, never mind.
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time.
Ben and Jerry's apparently had a black and tan ice cream for St. Patrick's Day. I think they had black and tan shoes among other Irish-themed ones. Black and... But... Why? Why are companies doing black and tan stuff for Irish holidays? Is it specifically for Northern Ireland? Is it for... Are those things exclusively for the 7 counties? Like, what the hell? Is it exclusively just for the people in the 7 counties and that's the... Because they're dumb and they don't know anything about Ireland? I mean, I have no idea about, like, Ireland at this point in terms of, like, part of Northern Ireland that is part of, Britain, UK. At this point, I don't know what current sentiment is there. I know people outside, I know people in, like, the rest of, Ireland. I know the people in the rest of Ireland are like, fuck the Brits, reasonably so, and everything like that. But for the people who, like, live in the 7 counties that are part of the UK, I have no idea what, like, the current cultural thing is there of just, like, do they, like, more lean in towards reunification? Do they lean in towards, no, we want to stay part of the UK? I have no idea. But I feel like if you're making, like, black and tan themed stuff for St. Patrick's Day, you're targeting just them and telling the rest of England to go fuck themselves. And my grandfather died of lung cancer. My father chainsawed when I was little, so I grew up hating this stuff. Alcohol just didn't sound appealing taste-wise, so I never cared to try it. I had a similar thing with alcohol, and then I tried spirits, and then I'm just like, oh, spirits are lit as fuck. And so now I drink them a lot. Like, I say a lot. I have, like, one a day. I say a lot. I have, like, one a day. I've got a bar table over there with, like, fucking 30 bottles on it. But that's a proof I'm not an alcoholic, because I have that many full bottles of alcohol. If I was an alcoholic, they wouldn't have as much alcohol in them as they do. I have, like, one with dinner. That's about it. Anyway, hi, Crow. What's up? Now we're in cutscene focus.
Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald.
It's always this. This is the thing that always comes up in this game. It is a question that is very, very consistent about basically anything that happens in this game. The underlying why. You always learn, like, you learn the how of a lot of things very early, and then the question becomes, okay, the why. This is the stuff about the conflicts between Heidelin and Zodiac. Like, we learned about that fucking back in, what, 3.2? And I'm just like, okay, but why? Like, what's the actual reasoning for it? I refuse to believe it's just as basic as light and dark and one must win. There's always a reason. That's why Funny Daniel does what he does. Yeah, that's explicitly why Fan Daniel shows up giving that speech. Because every single character in this game has their reason of why. Even the most evil, batshit insane villains that we've had still fall under that regard. Xenos comes across as a character without a why, but he does have a why. The fight, the hunt, is the only thing he can find enjoyment in life. He doesn't find enjoyment anywhere else. He finds enjoyment solely in fighting someone who is his equal, or superior in our case. That's the only thing Xenos can enjoy. So that's his why. He comes across as one, as a character without one, but he absolutely has one. Even fucking Valens. Even Valens does. Valens' why is because he believes in fascism. He believes in Gallian supremacy because he hates the ideals that Gaia stood up for and wants to make a sick, twisted mockery of it. Even Valens had a why. There's, like, every single thing in this entire game, there is always a why. Which is why Fan Daniel shows up explicitly saying, no, I don't have one, don't try to look for one. Because we know, as players, there always is one. So Van Daniel wants to show up and immediately say, nope, don't even try to read into it. Don't even try to read into it, there is nothing. And honestly, I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe that. Might be a case of, at this point, Van Daniel is so in on the, wanting everyone to die that that's his only thought process. But I refuse to believe Van Daniel got to that stage without a why. In some capacity. I refuse. Told you had one, but I think he only half cared. Talking about Teleji being cut in half jokes are never gonna get old. I can be in my 60s. Like 30 years after this game's shut off the servers. I hope not. I hope in my 60s the game hasn't been off for 30 years, because it means the game's gonna go EOS is gonna hit this game in like 6 years. But I'm gonna be in my 60s. Long after I've stopped playing the game. And someone's gonna make a Teleji cut in half joke. And I'm gonna be like, It's always gonna happen. More appropriately, Lolorito has a why. Lolorito has a why. It's capitalism. Lolorito likes stability, because stability means he can keep generating income. He's not like Lolorito of like, sorry, he's not like Teleji where he wants to take a big risk to get a big payoff. Lolorito is just like, I'm looking at the long term. I want to keep making money and I want to keep being in a situation that keeps me in that situation forever. So stability works for me. He's the... Lolorito is the old breed of capitalist. Of, as long as I keep making money forever, what happens in between doesn't really affect me. If I gotta spend money to make money later, I'll get that money later. That's like, that's the old breed of capitalist. Where Teleji is the new breed of capitalist of, I'm going to go all the fuck in on this ridiculous, insane scheme because this quarter needs to be good. If that causes everything to crash and burn, fuck it, I don't care. It's, you know. Teleji had a good reason, but I think Adeleji's reasoning was a bit half-baked. There we go. Gonna be real, I can play Lolorito and Teleji all the time. That's not being racist against Larthels, it's being racist against capitalists, which is a good thing.
Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophroi stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
Actually being like, hey, Sharlayan, things are happening? Do you want to help? Plus? They want to threaten all of existence.
It is possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
See, the thing is, we can't even say, but these people want to destroy the world. Because, like, that was the Empire in the 7th before with Nail. They wanted to drop a moon on the planet. Sharlayan still said no. Like, we can't even say, but the world's gonna end this time. Because their response is just gonna be, it's what you said last time.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus.
Yeah, there are literally, like, several people in the Scions who were literally the people who asked Sharlayan for aid before the calamity, and they said no. I'm gonna bully the nerds into helping us. Sharlayan when the sun explodes. Hong Shinu, me.
But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that.
I mean, the other one was a calamity. It was, like, still pretty fucking close.
I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough.
I mean, even the reappearance of the island doesn't really help, because the reveal was, yeah, no, they did all die. Craft Emissary 2026, put her in Zodiac. Zodiac is currently missing a heart. We did kind of kill the heart of Zodiac. Kind of does need one to fill in. I mean, I think Xenos has his eyes set on that at the moment, but you know.
If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once.
Oh, we said gorge.
But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay.
Been a shadow for myself since everyone outside of 5 people turned up dead. Kind of does that to an organization of students, yeah. What else are you doing over there?
After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Heidelin's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
If y'all are thinking that I'm tempered, I'm gonna tell you that probably not. If Heidelin's blessing was tempering, I don't think that's true. Otherwise, I don't think it would have worked to do a Shadowbringers.
We were wondering, when was the last time Heidelin spoke to you directly?
3.4. I feel like she's used a bit of energy since then. She could only speak to us with Minfilia's help. So it's been a hot minute. But Shadow performance. Oh, no, I already did that. Shame gotcha. Damn, I need the booze. This is not direct. She says the kids say washed up and haggard. She had to stop an entire ultimate from hitting us. This one doesn't count. We heard her voice, but this one doesn't count because that's not direct. This is what they're referring to, right? Yeah, it's a voicemail. It's just interesting that you can actually choose 2 different points of time. When we say near the end of the Dragon Song War, is this referring to when we spoke to Minfilia? Did we hear Heidelin's voice outside of Minfilia at any point during this? I actually don't remember. Or do we say Dragon Song War because of the song Dragon Song? Refers to you getting the blessing back. True. True, yeah. Yeah, when we get the blessing back, she does speak to us then. Yeah. She does speak to us then. Because that's the last time that she spoke to us directly. We heard her voice here. But again, that's a voicemail. It's not we heard her voice, but but Y'shtola's question is, when did she speak directly to us? It's this. If the game's gonna try to make me doubt Heidelin, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. I might be proven wrong. There might be a reason to distrust Heidelin. If that happens, then so fucking being it happens. If the game is gonna try and turn me against Heidelin, it's not fucking happening. That is not in character for Minefist. What I wouldn't give for a here feel thing. Again, Minefist at this point is solidly on Heidelin's side. Solidly. Heidelin's goals and beliefs and ideology line up way too much for Minefist to question them. Unless, like, everything Heidelin is doing has secretly not been for what Heidelin has stated their goals is. Again, it's just like, the song answers. And the fact that everything that Heidelin has done so far does line up with the song answers. Is too explicitly what Minefist, like, herself believes and everything like that. It's too relevant. It's too relevant. Minefist cannot be convinced to be against Heidelin at this point. Especially after Stormblood. Because Stormblood is a very, very spiritual journey for Minefist. Stormblood is the first time in this game that, as someone who is new to the world, because Minefist didn't travel the worlds before ARR, Stormblood is the first time you see religion being used for what it should be used. Because ARR religion is summoning primals, or like the city-states having an idea over religion and then just using that to persecute and punish and prejudice and everything like that. And then you've got Heavenswood, which has the idea of their religion, for Halone, which is just encouraging a fucking 1,000-year war and shit like that. It is not until you get to Stormblood and actually meet the people of the East and the way that they interact with religion and prayer and faith and deities and everything like that, that for Minefist she actually gets a positive influence of what that means and everything like that. And it is after that moment, like especially Gosetsu, especially being around Gosetsu, being around the Asm Steppe, being around like the Kojin and how they interact with the Kami and everything like that. All of that is just like, oh, this is what prayer, this is what faith can be. It doesn't need to be a tool for the powerful to manipulate to their end goals. There is actually a positive way that faith can be used, and it's from that moment onwards that Manifest starts having that form of faith is the wrong word, but like belief in Hydaelyn. Manifest wouldn't view Hydaelyn as a deity of like being above it all or anything like that. Manifest would view Hydaelyn the way the song Answers is. Hydaelyn is one who walked before to lead those who walk after, and Manifest is the one who is walking after. Especially after Amarot. Especially after Amarot. Especially after Amarot and seeing, like, the people who summoned Zodiac compared to the people who summoned Hydaelyn, and what the people who summoned Hydaelyn's goals were and everything like that. And especially after getting the memories of, like, the people who did actually summon... Sorry, hit the microphone there. And the people who did actually summon Hydaelyn there and everything like that, and their stated goals and everything like that. All of the ideals behind all of that line up way too much for Manifest to be turned against Hydaelyn at this point. If the narrative's trying to do that for Manifest, it won't fucking work until Hydaelyn betrays us. Hydaelyn has to have an active moment of betrayal being, ha ha ha, I'm the real final villain, I'm the real final boss of Endwalker, I tricked you, ha ha ha. Until something like that happens, Manifest can't be convinced. Manifest cannot be convinced of that. It would be the equivalent of trying to have someone turn around and say, hey, Urianger has kind of like gone against you a couple of times. He's kind of like been stealthy in the background. Are you sure you can trust Urianger? Do you truly know what his motives are? Trying to get Manifest to doubt Hydaelyn at this point is similar to trying to get her to doubt one of the Scions. No, that is one of my comrades. I might be proven wrong in the future, but you're not gonna turn me against them. Unless I see definitive them actively doing it, you are not turning me against my comrades. I have too much trust in them. I have too much faith in them. I'm not falling for obvious Asian propaganda.
When you regained her blessing, was it not? But never since. Not in all your time in the First, when you faced the Unsundered, the very heart of Zodiac.
Very shagadelic, baby, yeah. Again, I think it's because she can't talk to us, or she's saving her energy for when she really fucking needs it. And given the fact that we're about to confront someone who wants to reenact the final fucking days, I have a feeling she might need it soon. Like, yeah, she hasn't spoken to us. She needed Minfilia to do that. Like, in Heavensward. She doesn't have the strength to do it right now. This is like an explicit plot point. It's not going to convince me that, like, oh, she's not talking to me, therefore she might be bad. Not going to work.
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Possibly because she's not trying to dictate what our actions are. She is trying to only guide them. You could almost go as far to say that being explicit, just being like, I'm going to tell you what you need to do and everything like that, kind of wouldn't even really be helpful, considering what the goals of Hydaelyn were compared to the goals of Zodiac when it came to originally confronting the final days. Stepping in and doing it for us doesn't really help us.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in her judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Kryl, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
Hold on, was that outside? She really seen AX and Savage Guides.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
This is not working. This is not working. You're not doing it. Like, you're not even putting the trace of doubt in my mind. It's not working. Narrative, I see what you're trying to do. It's straight up not working. There is not a trace of doubt. It's not happening.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether.
I would even disagree that we have no guidance. Again, like... They turn around and say that no one has, like... That Hydaelyn's never shared her will with anyone. But one, the song Answers is almost canon. Like, the song Answers is almost diegetic. And I would say that, like, in some capacity, Minefist has heard the song Answers. It comes up during Risings and it plays in the background and plays in other moments. The song Answers is almost diegetic in the game. Just maybe not literally as a song. So there is that. But again, when we see the people who originally summoned Hydaelyn, I just, no. I'm not.
Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular.
There's also the explicit part of just like, hey, remember how it was a plot point? Remember how there was a plot point in Heavensward about how Hydaelyn couldn't talk to us? And so we had to go to, like, the tippy top, bottom, of the anti-tower to, like, dip our dick into the Ethereal Sea to hear her at all. Like, this was an explicit plot point of a patch before. That Hydaelyn can't talk to her. She doesn't have the ability to right now. She does not have the strength. Like... That was a plot point in 3.2. So trying to be like, how has she not spoken? I like, even outside of just like my all-in faith on Hydaelyn, because it's what makes sense for Minefist. Even outside of that, trying to instill doubt in the player that she hasn't spoken to us for a while, despite the lengths that we had to go to before to speak to her, it feels like they're trying to make the player doubt Hydaelyn on flimsy grounds, I'm gonna be honest. This feels like flimsy, shaky grounds to try and make the player doubt Hydaelyn. It really does. Like, Hydaelyn being a primal and everything like that, I can understand. Of, like, that being a thing of just, like, even if Hydaelyn's on our side, like, Hydaelyn is a primal after all. Like, we shouldn't rely on Hydaelyn or anything like that. And Hydaelyn does, like, do things to, like, push things the way that she wants to. Like, all of that makes a lot more sense. To try and make the player misjudge, like mistrust Hydaelyn. The idea that she hasn't spoken to us for a while doesn't really, like, I don't think it holds water as a reason to not trust her. Because we had to go to so much effort to talk to her last time that we did it. And that was like an MSQ specific plot point. To be fair, the Scions have never once suffered a primal to live. Incorrect. Explicitly not true. Cell. We actively team up. We actively join forces and specifically seek out a primal. To be fair, that in terms of Scions, that was only Minefist and Alphinaud. There was only 2 of them. Also, the whole idea of outside of tempering, part of the problem of primals is the primal's impact on Hydaelyn. I don't think, like, the primals drain Aether from the land and that disrupts Hydaelyn. I don't think Hydaelyn being a primal herself is disrupting Hydaelyn herself from, like, operating. They kind of suck up Aether by existing. Aether from Hydaelyn. They said it isn't, that said isn't the point that they kind of suck up ether by existing. But they suck up ether from Hydaelyn. But if Hydaelyn is a primal, is Hydaelyn sucking up ether from Hydaelyn? So, like, it should be mostly fine. Don't explicitly know that. Which part? It was explicitly stated in ARR that primals have a negative influence on Hydaelyn. Though that being, because they say in ARR that primals being, well, they say in ARR that primals being summoned has a direct impact on Hydaelyn, but I don't know then if they're referring to the planet or the primal. That I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure it is the primal. I'm pretty sure Hydaelyn does say, possibly during the 3.2 cutscene, that part of the Ascian's plan is to have a shitload of primal summons because it drains her of her strength. I'm pretty sure they say that. Pretty sure they explicitly say that, like, summoning primals is also meant to fuck over Hydaelyn the primal. Well, the deity at that point. To be fair, a lot of crazy shit about primals gets said now. Amelia straight up did not know what the fuck she was talking about. That's fair. That's fair.
Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now, of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number.
Is this going where I think it's going?
And so I must ask you again. Will you join us?
Actual Scion Estinian? Is this actually happening? Puppy dog eyes, Alphinaud! Puppy dog eyes, come on!
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo. You inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Hey! Graha's Scion was an awesome addition. I wasn't expecting a Estinian actual Scion. What the fuck are we getting an Aras Scion? I don't even think there's one in the B team. So what happens when all the Scions are like even the Scions we've been adding to the Scions are characters that were introduced in A Realm Reborn. Makoto's not a Scion. She lends aid to the Scions. She's not a Scion herself though. She lends her field logs specifically says she lends aid to the Scions. She isn't one though. Because she's like she still goes back to Sharlayan to like do teach and stuff. And part of being a Scion is not being sworn to a single nation. So I at least left. But yeah, like the two people that we've had join the Scions, Graha and Asinian, were ARR characters. So once we have people joining who aren't ARR characters, maybe then we can get an Aura. Also, brother, even if she refuses, her and I can find you both and we'll annoy you to death. She wants to be. Okay, to prove me right. Aura agenda, let's go. Sorry, you said agenda Aura, and I got so hard that I passed out.
Thank you, Estinian.
Yay.
Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
It's almost like the Scions as a group, like, have the mindset and the philosophy that, like, directly counters what, like, the followers of Zodiac did in the lead up to the final days. And it's almost like that is also a direct counter to... Well, I don't think, to be fair, I don't think you need to, like, directly counter Fandaniel's philosophy. Fandaniel's philosophy is, I want everyone to die. So I don't even think of that. But it's almost like the Scions are the direct counter to the Zodiac mentality of everything like that. So, Zodiac summoning, not necessarily summoning of Zodiac, it's the followers of Zodiac after the summoning. The original summoning of Zodiac was just protect the other people and we'll sacrifice ourselves. That's the original summoning of Zodiac. It's the followers of Zodiac who want to sacrifice everything else to return their own personal lives. Whole philosophy of Zodiac is the inability to accept the suffering, the inability to accept that despair exists, the inability to accept that things can go wrong and everything like that, and doing everything in your power to return things to perfection. Whereas the Scion mentality, as Asinian is saying there, is hold true to your ideals, hold true to that a better world is possible and everything like that. But that idea doesn't mean you reject the suffering. It doesn't mean you don't reject the pain that exists. It means that you carry it within you and let it empower you, because you understand truly what is at stake. You truly understand what happens when you don't fight for a better world, because you feel it in your heart, because you don't let it go. You don't ignore the pain. It's almost like that's why all of the Scions are there right before we fight Emmett, and they're all giving their personal counters to, like, Emmett's entire worldview of saying that it's just like, it doesn't matter if we all die, it doesn't matter if things are gonna go bad, we're gonna keep fucking trying because we care about the people, we care about the world, and we're going to always try to make it better. It may not always get better, it may one day end, it inevitably will one day end, but it doesn't fucking matter. And now we have a Asinian joining them. Yeah, Ra have some classics, bizarre sexual dimorphisms. Here's my question: small Ra with dick or tall Ra with pussy? Alpha no smack. Graha shit-eating grin.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
Today's stream is going to be 10 hours long. We're 6 hours in and we're not even at 0.55 yet.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
Bro, there are ominous death hours everywhere. What do you mean? It'll be fine. Surely they're not in Sharlayan. Bye, Kral! How long's a boat take to get to Sharlayan? It's not that far away. Twins rode over there on their own. Meanwhile, in Garlemald... Always. Meanwhile, in Garlemald... What the fuck? Every single tome weapon, every single EX weapon, what the fuck? Xenos, what are you doing? How do I get a golf bag big enough for all of these? He did break his sword last time.
Well... does this one meet with your approval?
Or a general sometime within the end of the year. I assume they're not in Shalom, but I assume we would have heard what Xenos would. Xenos, put the Rakshasa greatsword down! He's doing what all other players do, grind too much. Every EX hunts and weapons some crafted. There's even some gold saucer ones. Jesus Christ. What, did Funny Daniel go and craft MJP for you? Was he super good at Leap of Faith? I take it, no.
Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
Fan Daniel is trying his hardest to get killed before he can enact his plans.
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure.
My lord Xenos will be so pleased when I win this 1000th Biggle Crane game. Xenos with Cactuar weapons. I need him with the Cactuar machinist gun now. I'm missing a diamond because I came out at the same time. Damn.
It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Couple dead dragons will be fine.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance.
Why is he dancing between the weapons?
Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken.
So there is like some ultimate plan behind what they're doing, and the concerning thing is what? What does doing all of these towers do?
Is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you know what?
How the fuck does the towers tie into Zodiac? Well, that's where we're going with this. It's where we've always been going with this. Like, Xenos has been talking about wanting to gorge on Zodiac's ether and everything like that. What the fuck does all of these towers and lunar things have to do with Xenos becoming the new heart of Zodiac? How does that tie together? Like, I'm not surprised, because again, Luna. I was already calling that. The fact that they're called Luna does imply Zodiac. So what the hell? How did the towers tie into that? What about Zeta's model makes him look like a Mac? Fanny boy, if your theater kid was so strong you could easily see you tripping and impaling us on one of these billions of weapons. Yeah, but you'd be happy about that. The 5G. That much 5G is just going to make it that much. He's going to all that 5G means he can finally hack into Xenos' fucking, not Xenos, Zodiac's fucking like Roto. Imagine Fan Down keeps hopping from server to server trying to find the cheapest prices from the market board.
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
And Daniel keeps on cutting on the market board.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use.
Like, yeah, I get it. Get Zodiac, do a final days of Zodiac, Xenos becomes the new heart of Zodiac. I get all of that. How the fuck do we get there from where we are now? Is what I'm not certain of.
Which brings me back to our earlier topic.
Completely unfamiliar.
My lord,
no idea.
While I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
No, I'm trying to just work out how to get a golf bag that fits all of these. There's so many of them. How do I revolve it between 50 different things? I spy for glam lovers. I think my warrior axe is there. I saw a Tsukiyomi one before. Sari axe looks so cunt delicious. I think this is Zaku one too.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, well, not quite what I was expecting. Though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
Reaper. Reaper. If it's rather apt, the Gallian weapon, and you want to do it so you can end the world? Reap the world? Reaper. That's why they're hiding it from us. Because it's a job that isn't a thing yet. If they're gonna make a big deal about Xenos choosing a job, surely it's gotta be one of the new ones. If they're gonna make a big deal about it, it's gotta be one of the new ones for Endwalker. There's no way they would he would just change job otherwise. They wouldn't make such a big deal out of it. My strategy when selling stuff for trainers, undercut one kill from the lowest price still becomes lower than the Enclave donation price. Hey! Same. Xenos shows up with Blades Resolve. Xenos, well, one of us is gonna have to change. It's rather Asp, went Viper. Amidst all the fighting, it's easy to forget what we've achieved, isn't it? I mean, we cured Tiamat. Tiamat, for heaven's sake. You would tell me if I become insufferably smug, won't you? Because the way things are going, I feel like a definite possibility. I can deny that Heidelind's blessing has been a great boon to our cause, but much remains unknown with regard to her true intentions. Given everything we've learned from our encounters with the Asians, we must keep our minds open to any and all possibilities. Not happening. Well, you don't make me don't know. Xena shows up with a giant mallet and he's trying to pick the monster. Fucking talk to him. Though we know not the full extent of Telophoro's schemes, preventing further abductions must take precedence above all else. For therein lieth the key to depriving our enemy of its most potent weapon. If you have need of my lance, I'll be ready. If not, I'll be reserving my strength in preparation for the next battle. But since you're here, I have a question. Science in close contact with the East Aldnar Trading Company could garner, yes? I was wondering if they could place an order for some sun-dried squid! I don't seem to be able to find it in these parts. Yo! Is this just the patch of referencing side stories? This is just the patch of referencing side stories. Fucking Estunian's love of squid is now, in the game. Good thing I read the side stories when I did. I'm glad I remembered to do that as opposed to waiting until Endwalker to read the Shadowbringers and Endwalker ones together. Until we got to the point where I'm just like, well, we did Delabrum early, so we need another thing. I completely forgot about reading the Shadowbringers stories. Good thing we did it when we did it. If I am to pursue this course, I must prepare for the hardships that lie ahead. The sudden appearance of the towers will surely not have escaped the forum's notice. I'd like to think they would be receptive to Kryle's request for cooperation investigating the matter, but unfortunately their reputation would suggest otherwise. It strikes me as odd that rather than marching on one of the city-states, Sulfuri have so far only made sporadic attacks. I doubt they'd go to trouble of putting up all those towers if that was all they had in store for us. Well, it looks like I'm gonna have a busy few moons. Not that they ever seem to be anything but. Thankman's got me dispatching troops every corner of the realm. Which does not say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do. But when it comes to putting down primals, nobody does it better than us. Well, then you lot, more accurately. You won't catch me trading blows with the primal in the near future. Cut when that happens in Endwalker. But for every fell fiend you vanquish, there's countless meals to arrange, bathes to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Which is where I come in, and gladly, mind you. It's the least I can do to support the Science, or risk life and limb. My poor Arnold. I wish there was something we could do for him. But we'll just have to settle for saying the odd prayer and keeping a roof over our heads. Wouldn't it have him come back to a complete shambles, now would it? That's enough of my rambling. Off you go and get some rest. If there are any developments, I promise you'll be the first to know. Manifest, you're the first to know! Death Unto Dawn Part 1, 6 hours in. Fucking Christ, I'm so sorry. Oh no. Oh no. Chat, we're fucked. Chat, are we cooked? Chat, are we cooked? We just... Okay, we've still got another patch to do. 5.0 done. At 5.5. Is 5.55 shorter at the very least? Is 5.5 at the very... Is 5.55 oops all fives? Is it at least shorter? They usually are. Because it's the first bit that has the big dungeon and everything. We just have to clock under 12. I mean, I was planning on doing stuff this evening. I don't think I'll have the time to do that anymore. There we go. And stop making dick jokes. Oh, so we're gonna go for 13 hours. Got it. Got it. Got it. I'm checking Discord for a funny image. Where's the funny image? Hey, bro, feel fresh. It should be that. It should be that long. For you, though, it's more so. Is it longer? Is it longer? That's in a Resident Evil game. Headphones. Alright, switch over the headphones. We have a new pair in. I can hear the game again. And no dungeon, so hopefully we won't have to worry about the sound distracting me. Ah, fucking shit. I'm trying to make it so I'm actually getting it. My headphones are giving me more problems today than usual. The right headphone, sorry, the left headphone seems to not charged as well because it's already quieter. Shorter, but still got some big cutscenes. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. My neighbor's singing again. Do you want me to sing to counteract it? I could do that for you. Wait. Okay. I was wondering if they changed their dialogue, but I gotta check with them. Yeah, see, everyone else does have new dialogue. See, they've moved. We've sent Gold today and the others to be our eyes and ears in the field. Whenever Telfroy appear next, we'll be among the first to know. Hey. Oh my god, is Clement's gonna finally get a dick like a sister's been getting a dick? I'll say he's been teaching me how to cure tempering using epoxy. I must say, the thought of me in such close proximity to one of the afflicted is rather daunting. Hey. I've been keeping me good eye on the towers and telling others to do the same. Of course, I don't just mean a science. Got a whole network of scouts to keep me informed. Hello. When the towers rose up in Yangsha, my first thought was to stay in Doma to keep my grandfather safe. But when I heard news of Bahamut's return, he bid me return to the Rising Stone and save my fellow Scions. He sends his regards, by the way. Yo! Their story's actually advancing over in Doma as well. Because Alion's come back. But Isildur is still going to be over there. Horrible certainly got a fine figure as he set off on his latest mission. I was sad to see him leave, so my nights will be lonely with just the one brother to keep me company. Aww. No more brother threesomes. Man, fuck Van Daniel. Although Arenvald and I both served as Scions, I'm afraid that I have a few opportunities to speak with the lad. To hope he is fit to return to active duty soon. Well, now I have to go to the Doman Enclave. Now that Alion's back, I have to go to the Doman Enclave. We must check in with the Scions! And now it turns out some of the Scions are on the other side of the world, so it takes a little longer. I said we had to stop making dick jokes. As long as I keep playing the game while I'm making dick jokes, and I don't slow down, we should be okay. It's no dick jokes and cutscenes. Gotta be. I'll be back soon. I care about Isildur and Hermes bromance. I care about the old man Yowie. So, how is my chat getting annoyed at me for embracing old man Yowie? You're usually the biggest proponents of it. Whoever these so-called Telotheroi may be, Lord Hien and the Shadowbringers Dummel will be sending them scurrying with their tails between their legs. Yeah. Well, that I could have returned to help defend Eorzea with my granddaughter, but I fear it only get away. Valiant were to come to harm and intending to protect me, I would never forgive myself. We're gonna be the only characters who talk about it. Yeah. No one else is gonna mention it, honestly. Oh, right, I forgot I can mount. I assume Hien's not hanging out here. No. You know, well, it's Hien inside. No, I'm not even allowed to go inside, okay. Now I can speak to you. No, okay. Oh. Oh, look, not this competition with the Empire. A lot of characters will change their dialogue as time goes on. We're not going to find all of them, but I want to find at least the important ones. Oh, hi Val. Welcome. Just had to leapfrog me for a second there. Oh, Radovan! Bosnia's free, by the way. My countryman Rustic is hard at work building a new home for the survivors of Bosnia. Must admit, it was a great relief to discover. It's the fallen city of Rabanastre. We're showing her tales of her home in the seventh heaven. Damn. I was hoping I could tell him directly about. Hey, by the way, Boz is free. Soap I sell from work smells really nice. The soap we currently have for like hand soap in the house is like this like lavender vanilla hand soap. It's like a foamy soap. It does smell pretty good. The company we keep. Alice, I can tell you were itching to take the fight to Lofero. I mean, you could wait, but I guess but apparently you're not waiting. 5.55 is out now. Go, go, go. Boss makes $1, etc. Ah, Manifest. You're looking well. I take you managed to squeeze in some rest. Totally. I didn't didn't teleport to Doma at all. And then come back. And then that was my rest. Not at all. If you came hoping for tidings from Kyle, I'm afraid we're still waiting, because it's been like 6 seconds since she left. You probably saw her as you were walking back in. But we do have some odd scraps of news to share. Scraps, she says! Lunar problems have been popping up all over the place! But the Alliance has the situation well in hand, thanks to no small part to Hori Boulder and the others. Meanwhile, talks with the Beast Tribes... Can we stop using slurs? Talks with the tribes are going even better than expected. Encouraged by Uldar's progress with the Armaja, Gridania's open negotiations with the Ixar, believe it or not. All of which is obviously very encouraging. But the Tilver is still out there, as long as we can afford to lower our guard. Also, USB dongle for my headset, so I have no mic right now. I'm gonna have to either get a standalone mic or a new headset. Could you buy a new dongle? Would that be the cheapest? Begging your pardon, but I come bearing an invitation from the Alliance. The council meeting is due to be held in Alamigo. Fuck yeah, third stuffing meeting of the day. Let's fucking go. And your attendance is humbly requested. Ah, we're just talking about the Alliance. May I ask what's on the agenda? I believe the intention is to share the news of the recent developments and discuss what measures might be taken into combat since offering. In concert with our new allies, the tribes have also been invited. It is hoped they will join us in the fight against our common foe. So the Alliance will bring all of the tribes into the fold at a single stroke. An ambitious plan given the delicacy of the negotiations, but mayhap an expedient one considering the threats we face. Indeed, my lady. And for their part, I am told the tribes have agreed to attend. If the Scions too are present, all of Eorzea will be represented. To arrange such a meeting must have been quite an undertaking, not only diplomatically, but practically. Pray from the Alliance would be honored to participate. We shall make for Alamigo without delay. Then I'll obey your answer thither with all haste. We look forward to receiving you at the Royal Palace. He's gonna walk there, get it. Well, now they've all accepted the invitation, who exactly is going to attend? I move that you and your stroller lead our contingent. Given how long you have worked to end summoning, it's only right that you be present for what promises to be a historic moment. I think we've all played our parts in that little endeavor, don't you, Manifest? All present may rightly claim a seat, I do quite agree. But by your leave, I believe I shall remain here and lend what assistance I can to the coordination of our defensive efforts. I'm not coming either. Emmerich will be there and I'd rather not be interrogated. Very well then. Will those of us in mind to hold the fort get on with holding it? I suggest the rest of us make for Alamigo. Shall we? Bye! Don't forget to bring me something nice from Alamigo! I shall take this opportunity to gain a better understanding of Sir Estinian. Being allies of like age, it is possible we have interests in common. No. Perhaps I shall begin by lending him a favorite treatise or two from my collection. No. Don't worry, I have no plans of returning to roaming in your absence. You can only chase me if I did. Eric Estinian, you didn't do the dishes last time. A man forever in the quest to make sure so he doesn't have to return to his bitch wife. Hello, Cena. I heard you above elves and a male. That's at least 2 things we have in common. What are you staring at, Oriole? Just the random. What do you do here, person? So why don't you be like staring at a tower or something? Or the moon. Because moon. Because, you know, moon. Because moon. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Get my right spot. We always have a spot. That's 2 whole things. And between them, they have 2 holes. They've got way more than 2 holes between them. Never mind. Ha! I suppose I am. And the fact that a cure for tampering made it possible only heightens my anticipation. I clearly... Honestly, the look on your face. Eager to bear witness to another historic moment by any chance. Sorry, the headphones are piercing my dick off. The Amaja cannot be the only tribes who've been targeted by the Telophori. None of them would have taken kindly to having their people enslaved and all their gods turned against them. Previously, have thou ever heard of Undertale? Like the city-states, every tribe has its factions, each with their own agenda, making peace a complex proposition. But if your lands can come to an understanding with their leaders, it'll be for them to resolve internal politics. Even with the swift intervention of the immortal flames, all too many lost their lives at Bagothan. Still closer cooperation between our peoples will be required if we are to thwart the plans of the Telophori. So you might gaze upon mine stamp collection. I'm going to shit out this headphone after I eat it to teach it a lesson about staying in my fucking ear. We've been expecting you. While some of you guests have yet to arrive, the alliance leaders are all present. Shall I show you in? Hell yeah! Another meeting! All the scions on one side. Maybe we've got too many people here for the scions? Maybe this many scions don't need to be here when there's like 1 person from everywhere else? Yo! Yo! A number of these characters we've actually spoken to throughout the MSQ. Don't think we'll see to function normally after a trip through your small intestine. It's to teach you a lesson to the next pair I buy.
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would! Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay! Freed our people must be!
Yeah, they've shot them into the tower, it's fucked up.
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
Before we begin, I'd like to thank you all for coming out and not inviting the cursed Duskwights and Mooncats. Oh, goddammit, Connie.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
Moab! Hot girl shit! A lot of these places are significantly landlocked. And also, it would kill the people inside. No idea at this point, given what the fuck we've seen them happen to them, whether they're in any capacity savable, but you know, you should try. Should have the tribe's same guess, but they still don't get chairs.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Yeah.
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
But they're called land cannons. I just don't know, like, how is she gonna get her cannons that far before they just get, like, shot down by, like, Luna Garuda? Before we begin, I'd like to thank our meeting sponsor, Squarespace. I made us a website for all of us to
Yistola
join.
spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Raharan is asking the Discord to fuck her. In the middle of streaming, it'll be a little difficult. might be against TOS.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
I just saw a notification come through on my phone that just says Raharan saying "fuck me." Or I get like the only thing I saw on my notification on my phone is just Discord Raharan fuck me, and I'm just like, I'm streaming right now, babe. It would be a little difficult. It's amazing how, like, the last time all of their leaders were talking, like last expansion, it was about stopping the, like, the invasion of Garlemald, and now it's just like, oh yeah, our enemy is trying to, like, kill the star. It's a slight escalation.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
I've prevailed against all of those things several times over. At this point, myself will be fine.
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome.
There's so many of us, surely we can work it out. Was that a good or a bad?
I beg your pardon?
What is it, Sir Walker? Do you not express your passion thus? A little city without gills, perhaps? Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We, Sahagin, will play our part.
Yeah! Yay!
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future as allies united in purpose.
Three of these characters have met in the MSQ. How? Oh, not in MSQ. I know two of them was MSQ.
Make mock of the Ixal the Paragon does.
How are they not part of
Turns
that?
kin into puppets. Pits brother against brother. Free them from his grasp, we shall.
Hell yeah!
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
Mother Porks are gonna be working fucking overtime tonight.
We accept, we accept.
Praise me.
Yay! And now peace amongst all of the races of Eorzea has been achieved. And now there is peace between
It's taken
everyone.
a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
If they're already in the towers, that's gonna be tough.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends.
Fair.
Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
Part of my concern would be that what Aether it is drawing upon is the same kidnapped people that it's drawing the faith on. Like, it's literally using them not just as faith batteries, but as Aether batteries. Part of me would be worried that's what's happening, but...
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
I get to name it! I get to be the one to name it. Oh, fuck, naming shit. Oh, of course. Of course! Of course, what else are we gonna name it? Fuck ass group. Of course. Fucked on the Endbreaker League. I wanna name it. How'd you even say that with your mouth? Of course that's the name. Of course, Grant's Company of Eorzea. Of course! The Grant's Company of Eorzea. Crystal Braves, 75% less happening.
But that's the name I give.
The badass pirate bitches. We'll call it the Orb. Is it appropriate to even call it the Grand Company of Eorzea? Isn't he in here? Isn't he in here? Like everyone else. Everyone else, sure, but like, isn't he in here? I guess he's still part of the Eastern Alliance instead.
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Well, I mean, Ian is here. I don't think he like hates it or anything, but you know, it's not his country, it's not his land, it's not his continent.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
Sorry, Ian, you're dragged into this. You're now Eorzean? Sorry.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Ian just sitting in the corner, just being like, sure, I guess. Ian's moral support. It's a bit late at this point, but I'm actually kind of neutral about Eorzea. Ian's in the cuck chair. That's what's happening right now. Grand Company of Eorzea plus Ian. It didn't give you life,
Then
Ian.
let it be recorded
You're a
that
muffin.
on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
Yay! Woo! Aww, his eyes are welling up. His dream reality. He's in the corner chair.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Forgive me. Might we speak outside?
Yeah. DCGE plus H. So that's like the thing that's happening here is that we had the last patch, which was fulfilling Alisaie's dream, the solution to tempering and stuff like that. Like very much tied into a lot of moments that Alisaie's been through, a lot of her arcs that she's been through, situations she's been through, right? And then we literally have the moment of, not to each other, but to us, Alphinaud and Alisaie complimenting each other on their pursuit of their dreams and everything like that. And now at this moment, right before Endwalker, Alphinaud's dream from a realm reborn finally comes true. Like, we go into Endwalker as a completely united front. Yeah, will Sharlayan join this to be the TCGE plus H plus S? Sorry, gotta go back in my spot. This headphone is... Grand Company of Eorzea. Wonder what Rion the other former Crystal Braves will make of it. We have won over the leaders, and leaders must win over their own people. No small task, I grant you. We have come a long way since first we joined with Mimplia to bring an end to summoning. A long, long way. It's a pity it took the threat of annihilation for everyone to cast their grievances aside, but better late than never, I suppose. Forgive me for observing, but Alfredo seems less than jubilant. Might his thoughts still be occupied by the fates of poor Ironheart? No, I think he's also just worried about how will this blow up in his face like it did last time. Well, now that we had out of earshot of the other delegates, I hope you'll forgive me if I speak my mind. Let us begin by saying that I have dreamed of this day since the moment I first set foot upon these shores, and that I was as heartened as anyone to see the peoples of Eorzea pledge their solidarity. Yet even as they uttered their declarations, all I could think of was the conflict to come, of the sacrifices that would be made and the lives lost. Inevitabilities that I still struggle to accept. It's part of why them saying fuck off was a big deal, because I technically considered Eorzea. I guess I did come here and like build their own Sharlayan. But at least now there is hope. The formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the first step. The first of many. Many and more. Who's saying this? Kane! Not at all who I was expecting. Oh, to sit here. How I may be of service. I noticed the elementals weren't fucking present. I seek Master Alphinaud's assistance in a matter involving Gridania's neighbors, the Sylphs. I know that you and yours have long kept a weather eye upon the crystal trade, the better to predict the coming of primals, and so you'll be familiar with the Sylphs of the Ashcrown Consortium. Through their dealings, they have cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides. Communities such as the tribes. Just so, it is our hope that we may make use of the Sylph's established lines of communication to coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. I will say, it's like really shitting me that characters keep saying based here. This is like literally the moment where it's meant to be like racism. Like this is literally the patch that's trying to be like racism is now defeated in Eorzea. Unless you've got dark skin. It's literally meant to be, yay, racism ended. And it's like a massive writing misstep to have in the racism overpatch to have a bunch of characters still use a very racist term. Language overall for people doesn't change overnight, but the Scions should fucking know better. The Scions should fucking know better. This is out of character for the Scions. It makes no fucking sense that the Scions are still using that language at this moment. It makes no sense. Trying to sort out how to rehome the dusk lights of Mooncast to make room for the Sylvan exile immigrants. Just so. So how do we make yourselves establish lines of communication to coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship? Yet there remain certain practical differences between a trade consortium and a grand company. If they still sought to perform their task effectively, they will require the Council of One versus the operational aspects of an armed force. An armed force founded with this self-same goal in mind to know this. Yes, I'm talking about the Crystal Braves. Remember how that went? The Crystal Braves, yes. Forgive me, Master Alphino. I know it was a painful chapter in your life, but the experience may yet be made to serve the realm. In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Braves, which stretched far beyond the Order's initial conception. One intended to pave the way for the foundation of what I intended to call the Grand Company of Eorzea. My plans all came to naught. Built upon a frail foundation of lofty ideals, the Order was doomed from the first to collapse into the weight of more worldly interests. And I have no wish to see this new endeavor suffer the same fate. Mayhap I ask too much of you? Not at all. You may count upon my assistance for what little it is worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report, including a list of recommendations drawing on the lessons I learned from the failures of the Crystal Braves. You have my gratitude, Master Alphino, and my trust. When your report is ready, pray share it directly with the Sylphs. With your guidance and the earnest efforts of every goodly soul gathered here this day, I have no doubt that a fellowship shall emerge from the shadow of the Solitary and flourish. Until next we meet, my friends. Before committing anything to writing, there are more people whose thoughts I should like to hear. Former Braves, you understand. Might you join me in seeking them out? As if you have to ask. Thank you. As someone who witnessed the Order's rise and fall, yours would be a reassuring presence. I'll join you. If you're planning to canvass the opinions of your former comrades, it'll be a quick here if we share the task of questioning them. That may help Graha can lend a hand as well. We shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say we should be able to provide an accurate enough account of the day's events. We should be glad of your company, Graha. I shall explain the details on the way. Looking at it in the context of society where race is much less tolerated these days, but even back when it was getting better, it took literal decades to make progress on the language front. I get all of that. I get the idea it's not fixed overnight. I get all of that. I do see that. I do see it, by the way. I see the shadow. I see the shadow. I get the idea of that. It's the Scions that are doing it that makes no fucking sense. I do not think the Scion still using the term beast is meant to be showing off how racism takes time to undo. I don't think the Scions using that language is meant to be an example of that. I think it's an example of bad writing. The Scions specifically should know better, because in story-wise, they've known better for longer than every other character in this world. They've known better since ARR. Like, the Scions are talking shit to the leaders of the city-states in ARR because of their trait, because of the way they act about it. The Scions spent, like, several years on the first, where that whole concept didn't exist. And, like, have, like, literally praised the idea of how it works on the first. And everything like that. Everyone knowing without comment from the writers, I assume? No, I can tell you right now. It's bad writing. I can tell you that right now. There's no other excuse for it. Their intention doesn't matter. Because it's bad writing anyways. If that was their intention, then their intention was bad. Then their intention was faulty. It doesn't work. It's bad writing. I think it's the case that the devs are committing it to being a racist term yet. No, but it is. It's been, like, in universe, it's been a racist term since ARR. They explicitly address it, like, they explicitly in ARR describe that the term Beast Tribe is used to denigrate and downplay the other tribes. Since ARR, it's been explicitly in universe that it's a racist term. It's been like, people call them beasts in ARR to say that they are beneath, like, the races of man. Like, in universe, people are using the term beast the way that Garleans use the term savage. Like, it's an explicit thing of showing that it's just, like, the ideas of how Garleans shows, like, view, like, Eorzeans as savages and everything like that is a very similar thing of just, like, how the people of Eorzea refer to the other races as beasts. It's an explicit in-universe term that is a racist term since ARR, and it was dumb in ARR that they still called the quest beast tribes then. Inconsistent writing I usually find can be attributed to multiple writers in writing in big long works like this. They're literally, like, in the cutscenes where they're solving racism, though. Like, the thing is, like, I don't fucking care about the excuse. I don't care what the excuse is. I don't care. I don't care what the reasoning is. It's bad writing, and I'm gonna call it out. Like, it doesn't matter how it happens, outside of, like, how they make sure it doesn't happen again. But, like, the end result is the writing in this moment here is fucking up. Like, everything that's been established, it means that then, like, this happening now is a fuck up. It's done wrong. Like, and I'm gonna call it out because it's really fucking jarring. It kind of, like, we're going through this big moment of, like, fixing, like, we're trying to fix racism in Eorzea in the space of 2 patches, which is ambitious, and there's not, like, a ton of groundwork laid for it in the patches, but that's something I'm over willing to look because we have a time limit to address this before Endwalker starts. This is clearly something that they're just like, we don't have time in Endwalker for all the plans we have in Endwalker. We don't have the time in Endwalker to fix racism during Endwalker. We don't have the time. We have a lot of other shit that we need to handle in Endwalker, and our plans for Endwalker means that racism needs to be over in Eorzea before Endwalker starts. So the fact that it feels a little rushed, like, we go from, we can cure tempering to help some of the people in the other tribes, the other races who are tempered, to we're negotiating with one of them, to here's literally all of them in a room saying we are now one massive united force. It's very rushed, it's very rapid, but when it comes to what time, like how much time they have left to do that, and also, more importantly, the themes and ideas they want to get across of united front, of everyone believing in each other, standing up for each other, a united world that has purpose moving forward and everything like that, versus someone who wants to end the world and kill everything on it and everything like that. There's a clear, like, this is, like, all of this is being united and everything like that as, like, a direct thematic counter to, like, the opposing force that we're about to encounter in these patches and everything like that. So the more rushed nature of it, the not a ton of, like, undoing the amount of problems that have been established in this area, like in the universe, in terms of, like, the treatments and everything like that, all of that being, like, rectified in a small amount of time is something that I'm just like, I get what you're going for in the world of metaphor and the world of themes and writing and everything like that. That's what you're addressing, that's what you're trying to do, and you've got a limited time to do it because of the structure of it. Never mind, it's fine, right? Like, that's all fine. I don't, like, it's Russian and everything like that, but MMO structure, MMO pacing, everything like that. So, like, all of that I'm okay with. But it really pulls me out of it to be like, here's our moment of fixing racism in this universe. It's now over. And have a bunch of characters use slurs the entire time they're doing it. It's just like, you're already having to have me, like, suspend my disbelief enough to believe that this is working, and it's working as quickly as it is. Oh, we fought alongside the Almarja one time to stop Luna Bahamut. Now every single other race is now, like, siding with us because they're all threatened by the same thing. I already have to suspend my disbelief enough to, like, buy into the idea that this is happening so quickly. So to just have it constantly during that, characters are using racist slurs against the people that we're meant to be ending racism against and finally uniting with, it's just like, you're pushing it. You're really pushing it when you're trying to, like, do this massive moment, And writing-wise, you can't even get it consistent or get past it. And it's weird because they have certain characters that are avoiding that language. Damn, people always getting in my way of farming. Hey, we've been standing here. That's up to you. Like, yeah, it's just, yeah. Like, they're already trying to do a lot here, and I'm fine with what they're doing, but it's just... Like, Nanamo avoids using the term beast. So I don't get why having, like, that works for her, and then, like, we have the Scions of all people still using it. It's just like... Again, especially as what we're uniting against is Garlemald. Like, especially because we're meant to be uniting against Garlemald. The nation that calls everyone who isn't a Garlean a savage. So the fact that we're just like, we're gonna stop them, we're gonna show Garlean, we're no longer savages. Come along, beasts! Come along, beastmen! Let's prove we're not savages. Like, come on. Come on. I vaguely recall having a similar discussion when this patch came out. Sup, Mix? Like, it's literally, like, all it needs to be is the characters here stop using the term beast. If it wasn't, I'm awake in here for once, because I'm going really late today. All it requires is the characters no longer using the term beast. If it wasn't for that, I'd be okay with it. Like, it can be a little rushed and everything like that. It can be a little rapid. It's a bit unrealistic about how rapidly we're now ending racism and stuff like that. The fact that, like, they're making, like, privy comments about just, like, yeah, we're ending racism and it will take some work, and this is only the first step. But they're showing us the first step and saying it is now fixed. Like, all of that, I'm not considering a problem, because I'm aware of the constraints and I'm aware of the themes more so than anything. We are approaching the end of the story. We are approaching the end of Endwalker. We are leaning more and more heavily into themes and ideas of what's taking precedence in the importance of the story, rather than, like, what is the most realistic thing. The realism in terms of, like, the length of how everything it takes to fix, the, like, unpleasant truth and realities and stuff, that is the world building of the earlier ones. We are getting towards the end. We are balls deep in the idea of most things that are happening are to discuss the ideas of thematics. So I'm fine with it. I'm fine with all of it. It just pulls me out of, like, buying into that when the writers can't be consistent with what they're doing here. I've times saw in the some stories when they introduce a blatant sympathy bait character, there's obviously gonna die moment to motivate everyone cliche. Yeah. Monebreeder is a trouble point in this game, I agree. This is my spot now, thank you. I've had a lot of moments here where all the characters are standing around. They do it a lot. A lot of characters stand around and they give a spot for your Warrior of Light to stand in. But for some reason in this patch, they keep giving us 2 spots and I don't know why. It'll be easy to revisit the past, but sometimes one must look back to see the way forward. You must walk to those who walked before, yourself when you were younger. To lead those who walk after, yourself when you're older. I take it we'll soon be paying ourselves a visit. How fascinating it'll be to speak with them in person. Though I gather conversation can prove rather challenging. It'll be fine. I get kneecapped by that one all the time. So what's the plan, brother mine? Before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit that the report I proposed is largely written. Not long after that fateful I like how our character had a slip. What the fuck? No, the other characters didn't, but because they're all nerds and studying like fucking Charlian. But man, I was like, read it already? Jesus Christ. Not long after that fateful day in Uldar, I penned a detailed account of the organization's history. From the events that led to its inception to the failings that brought about its demise. This I did primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine that it might later be referred to by those seeking to form a similar organization. And while I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone, its events viewed from my singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must be broadened to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can I answer what seems to be crucial. Question, namely, why after the Crystal Braves disbanded, did some members choose to remain with us while others did not? I see. You think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind in our new Grand Company together? And that this knowledge might help us prevent the falling apart when these bonds are inevitably tested. That is my hope, yes. But the questions I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who abandon the cause would welcome my inquiries. And Grahar and I will just have to try. Meanwhile, two of you can talk to the ones who kept the faith. A fine suggestion. Have care, however. Some of my former comrades are of questionable character. Go to the prison where Laurentius and, what's his name, are kept in. Unless they died. I can't remember. Did they die? Laurentius and I forget the name of Valhalla. Did they die? Last I heard they were in prison, but I can't remember if they've died since. It'd be a hard to ask Gilbert. Also, I think asking Gilbert specifically would not be useful. Keep your wits about you and let us reconvene in Gridania later on. If you have no objections, I mind to begin with speaking with Riel and Alian. When we serve soon, then we'll be attending an intelligence briefing at Kesham Orients. Let us seek them out there. Hey, say it was worthwhile to talk to them, because now I know. They're like, I just checked in with them, and now I can check in with them again. So you like that character? No, they did in a horrific way, but you didn't see that coming. I did. You say you get a choice if you think they should die or not, but their ultimate fate isn't known. Ah, okay. No clue, forgot they exist. They were in patch 5.3. I mean, Cubies were turned into them in 5.3, but still, that counts. Oh, I didn't expect to see you here, Manifest. You can enjoy intelligence briefings, you've come to the right place. While such briefings are seldom exciting affairs, their importance in coordinating our efforts with our allies cannot be overstated. In that regard, Alian and Riel have been most dependable. I hear Moogles. Oh, it's a delivery Moogle. I thought someone was standing next to me with a Moogle weapon. No, it's just a delivery Moogle. It's just the mail. It never fails, and it makes me want to wag my tail. Palm? Well, look who it is. And what brings you two here? Wouldn't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? No one else complaining about the B team being an not being an MSQ. Oops, forgot about this bit. There they are. In a manner of speaking, I have been assigned a task, you see, for which I require the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. Tell me, why did you not go turncoat? Why did you just be like, yeah, this little teenager who got like, nearly got the fucking Sultana killed. I reckon he's a good egg. When it comes, I want a male. So you want to know why we decided to stick with the silence, eh? I mean, easy thing to put in the words, that. As I once explained to Manifest, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you to the traitors in our midst. For my negligence, I was captured along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I do not think back to those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I hope to redeem myself, and will continue to serve the cause for as long as I am able. Alian Isolde. We met them while we were doing the beginning dungeons of the game, right? Alian and Isolde were the ones who were alongside, Edda's group, right? Like, because there was multiple groups that were going alongside. One of them quit and, like, left really early, I believe. That might have been Edda's group. But that's where we first ran into Alian and Isolde, right? Or am I thinking of Einel's sister? I might be thinking of Einel's sister. Might be Einel's sister, I can't remember. Or is Einel's sister the one who came in with Arenbold? Trying to remember the introductions of them is hard. IL was a long time ago for me. Brandon's saying that Alian and Isolde were the dungeon ones. And it was Einar and a sister. Clement? I can't remember. They were the ones like... No, because the ones who joined alongside Arenbold died. That's the whole point, yeah. Yeah, no, I was about to say the ones who joined alongside Arenbold. The ones who joined alongside Arenbold, they died. That's why he felt guilty, because he was just like, I'm the boss, it's on a Garlemald. Why didn't I survive against him? Alian was in the starting dungeons, and tells us Edda's group fucked up. Yeah. That is what we say. Gotta let my phone charge in preparation for my 6-hour bus trip, but have fun. Bye, Mix! Enjoy VODs. Enjoy 6-hour bus trip as well. But that wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. And in spite of everything that had happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. Comes and I joined heavens with theirs. We would not have blamed you had you turned us away. When you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but try to repay it? Nothing, that's what. As for my own tale, well, I've always felt the Scions had something in common with your crew. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. That was our creed, and I still strive to live by it to this day. Just not the way that, like, Gaius originally thought of it. Hey, on Twitter, you gotta update your glam ghost. Is it her? No, she has to remind us that ARR existed. She's literally been, like, part of the story since earlier than nearly every Scion. No, actually, no, that's not true. No, because you don't do it. Never mind. Because I can't remember. How long after you go to the other city-states do you run into the Scions? I can't remember. Because it's after you go to the other city-states, almost immediately, that you do Sestation. That's when you run into Allion. But I can't remember if you learn about the Echo and then go visit the Scions before your first dungeon. That I can't remember. That one escapes me. But as time's gone on, I learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes. From Oribald to Mistress Tatara, we've all got something to offer. And not one of us is doing it for personal gain. Because we believe there's more important things than that. Things worth protecting. Which is what being a Scion's all about. I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me. Minifus, could you? Why do you think the Crystal Braves ended in failure, but not the Scions? You meet at least one sign in the side area, but I don't know if that's what you mean. No, I'm thinking like when you first go to the Waking Sands. Yeah, because you like run into one, possibly two Scions, but before that. But then, yeah, I can't remember if you go to the Waking Sands for the first time before or after your first dungeon. That is what I'm struggling to remember. When we held the lady who was called a Faith. Ah, yes. Yeah. Again, I can't remember if that's before or after the first dungeon, though. Well, it's found that ideals are something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make a crew. For every sword we signed up with good intentions, there was another who was only in it for the coin, the glory, or both. Ours was quite a disparate band. And while I'll never forgive Ilbert, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts. Just be used doing it for all the wrong reasons, eh? Only takes one bad apple, they say, and the Braves had a barrel full of them. Not the Scions. We might look like a ragtag band of misfits, but deep down, we've all got that shared sense of purpose, and why? Because Tatara sifted out all the glory hunters before they made it through the door. Somehow didn't kick out Minifest. They somehow saw through Minifest and saw that she was more than that, before even she did. Impressive. So after the first three, then we start the Ifrit stuff, and I think that's when it's confirmed we have the Echo, even though there were earlier Echo flashbacks. Well, it's when you fight Ifrit that you kind of like become the Warrior of Light. Because that's when you get the Echo and slay a Primal, something that people haven't done for a fucking while. Like the last people who slayed a Primal get raved about for years with the Company of Heroes. And you just fucking do it. I see. So while our ranks comprise a diverse range of people, each with their own individual strengths, we are all united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion, refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Until we meet again. Missile with a new color scheme, let's go. Right, sorry, here. Speaking of the former Crystal Braves, I haven't seen him aggressively. Constantly went on missions as he is. I wonder how he fares. After Company Heroes went their separate ways, I did try working on my own for a bit. I'll admit, it was real nice being able to pick me in battles. But if you want to make a real difference, you need to find a good crew and stick with them. We'll see in ARR before Color TV. On official business, Albert was keen to hear what Alice and Grahati have learned from the Braves who turned their backs on the cause. Well, I think we've taken enough of our colleagues' time, and I'm conscious that less life-affirming testimonies await. Let us make our way to Gridania and hear what the others have learned. check if there's any dialogue. Where are we not gonna go during this patch today? Feels like we're going around to absolutely everywhere, which I'm okay with. Again, as we approach the end, makes sense that, you know, we go and fucking visit everything, everywhere, all the time, forever. Before the ends. We are, like, fucking so close to finishing Shadowbringers. What the fuck? We are, like, moments away. What the fuck? What the fucking shit? On the way here, I took the opportunity to write up my notes from my conversation with Eliana Griel. All that remains is to add Alice and Graha's findings. Whatever that may be. Don't think we'll go there during this batch? Probably not. For the first. When Alice sets her mind on something, as I was stopping up, and her mind was truly set on finding former braves. For a while, I even feared what she might do to them. But in the end, she was admirably civil. For the most part. Thanks to Zataru's ever-dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former braves without any great difficulty. Some were forthright, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture. Must warn you, Alphino, some of their comments were... harsh. Company of heroes. Skilled group of people with lots of resources to take down a primal. Whoa! Random adventurer at the time getting kidnapped by Tempered Amaja. Then just kills a primal. Again, that's the moment that the character really becomes the warrior of lands. Like in terms of being like known to the realm as well. I can well imagine. But their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. I mean, this one just said that you were like a cuckwoke. I'm not even sure what that means. Thank you. I'll set about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, pray go and head to Little Solace and seek out FFXIV. I will join you anon. Kills a primal and at least one fanfic. Fucks a primal. Or an Amaja. I'll pull them their first of many nut-ahs to a primal. Need me to attend my report and join the others in Little Solace. Shan't keep you waiting long. I know how playful this is gonna be. To the shroud! It's not just a picture of a penis. I like flying on my bird. I just stole this dude's sketch getting here. Gotta say, if there is somewhere I never fucking thought I'd be back for MSQ. If there is somewhere I did not think I'd be back for MSQ. How the fuck you going, boys? How have you been lately? Fuck yeah, you have. Let's go. Question, is ready for Monk and our Summoner to get a full rework for 8.0? I don't think Monk will. Summoner will. This one heard. This one felt. Breaking has been judged worthy by Lord Ram. You are so far behind. Though I had the honor of sharing a table with Elder Frixio and Alamigo, I did not have an opportunity to speak with him. I do hope my studies have granted me a sufficient grasp of his people's customs. I can't remember which gender is which, so I guess XIO is male? I can't remember. Now that I think about it, the four of us, only you and Alpha have any real experience conversing with sylphs. Still can't be that hard, can it? Just get used to the word one and you'll be fine. I wish someone got to rework tomorrow. I just wish it got anything new in Dawn Trail rather than a weird-ass reference to fucking patch 5.55 and more things. When Goku Mogomo was a threat to the main story, good times. Because I'll be working someone tomorrow, today, and I'll come out tomorrow. Welcome, Brave One and friends of Brave One. My goodness to see walking ones again so soon after the meeting. Does that mean that those two get reworked the most? I think DT was the only expansion that neither got reworked. No, Monk got reworked in Dawn Trail. What are you talking about? May not be as extreme, but Monk got reworked in Dawn Trail. Monk now fills balls and drains balls. It's not as drastic. Also, I thought the thing that got the most reworks was Astro. Should this one perform the customary dance of greeting? No, be at ease. It is true that these ones delighted in making walking ones dance, but no more. Horned One Carney Center said the Walking Ones would be coming to Little Solace. Imperial Ones also invaded Silflands and abducted many of these ones, so these ones would be glad to bear messages between fighting friendly ones. That's heartening to hear, Elder. We will require all ones to work in unison to stop this offering. Current someone about hate the DT editions. You're already misspeaking. It didn't get DT editions. That's the problem. One of us wants to send our hands on action before pivoting to the correct one. No, we just we just go up there and it's just like, ah, hi there, Frixio. Sorry, ready? And it's, I don't think that's the correct dance there, Manifest. These ones will try very hard, of course, but in a matter of war, these ones have little experience. Any advice Walking Ones can provide would be most welcome. The additions are the shit that comes out of a butt. Oh, another pretty silverhead one. And in quite a hurry, it seems. Oh, so you must come quickly. What was the matter, Alphino? Don't tell me. You couldn't read my handwriting. Fucking... What? What? No, a two-night officer accosted me about, as I was about to set out. It was all Bahamut changes nothing other than making Bahamut Phoenix show up a lot less. That sounds like it got nothing. Charlene has sent an envoy who is due to arrive in Gridania at any moment. Oh, shit, okay. Kryle, what's quick? An envoy? Could it be that Kryle has managed to sway the forum? I shall know soon enough, but there is more. The envoys requested that the two of us attend the audience with the Elder Seats here. Really? I can see why they might want Silence to be present, but us specifically? Wait. It isn't who I think it is. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's their dad. It's their dad. You know, the guy who opposed Louis while coming to Eorzea. It is. I could scarce believe it's myself. When I inquired as the envoy's identity, I was told it was one Fortune Olivier. Your father? Well, now. If I thought a serving member of the forum had journey, he would be surprised enough, but him? Quite. I glean from this that they are taking the matter seriously. That may be, but why him and not one of the other 98 forum members? There's a lot of forum members. Unless he volunteered for it. It's been some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he is concerned for your well-being? We have a name. Did we have a name before this? I think it's in one of the Eorzea encyclopedias, I believe. One of the Eorzea encyclopedias, I believe. You get the name Fortune. Oh, it's using Leviathan or something. Books. Yeah, outside stories. Because of Louis War. Perhaps, but he has always been reluctant to discuss his work with us. Indeed. And whenever we write to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purpose here. Elder Frixio, though I am to cut our visit short, I must return to Gridania. Pray accept my apologies along with my reports. It was in Can't Fear Your Own Words. What side story is this? It was about Alice's last day with Louis Farr, I think. Ah. Never mind, there will be time to talk later. This one won't keep walking once from more urgent matters. Go! This audience will be held at Lotus Stand, where the Elder CHC awaits even now. Let us be on our way. I don't know. FFXIV. Don't mind this one. Walking on share about to Gridania with the others. If this one has any questions about the report, this one will be sure to send word. Alright, to Nefika's altar! To go to the Lotus Stand. And if I remember correctly, Conjurer's Guild is the Aether, right? Aethernet. Yay! I finally remember Gridania. It only took several. Now you don't teleport us. Hello there, Silent Conjurer. I see you in the bushes because you have a name. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But you can come out and surprise any of the new people who are learning Conjurer. Welcome, Warrior of Light. They'll just see it soon. Your friends are waiting within. Holy shit, a moment where we actually get to walk around the Lotus Stand. This doesn't happen very often. Look! I can go splishy splashy in the waters. Yeah! 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 I can sit on the table. No, I can't. Never mind. I keep forgetting you can't sit on the table. You have to walk back. Aetherytes cost money. This is gonna be only get one teleport. Boo. Silent conjurers. I'm very silent. I'm very loud. I'm sorry. After all this time away, it'll be good to see my father. Even it is an official meeting. 99 may seem like rather a lot of members, but before the Forum was founded, every person of age in Charlian was given equal say in its governance. Many institutions that are still active today were established by the people's votes, not least the studio. As I say, and I were constantly reminded during our time there, it is an example of what can be achieved through absolute democracy. Then why the fuck is there bread that way? During my time at Charlian, I'd heard much of Fortune over there. He is a gifted speaker, and among other things, for the uncompromising application of foreign policy. Oh, then his presence here must be fantastic. My friends, I thank you all for coming so swiftly. Word of Master Fortuno's visit took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mistress Crow permission to seek, to request Charlian's aid, we did not anticipate so prompt a reply, much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. What the nature of that reply may be, we shall soon discover. No, I'm sorry, living tariffs on every other Eosia city state, none could afford. No! I'm getting a lot of orbs in chat. We have a new Steam emote for Cross. My booze aren't good enough anymore. When are the twins gonna get this tall, huh? When are the twins gonna get to this height?
I thank you for granting me this audience.
Hello there. It's Dad! It's Dad! Why are you white? Mum better have dark skin. Considering how fucking dark skin Louis was.
I am Fortuno Levea, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
Well, he has an authoritative voice.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortuno, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
I have not played Elden Ring, though. It's on the list. How long has it been since we've, like, met, like, an official?
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
Have we fucking met an official? I feel like every single Charlian character that we've met so far has someone who has bounced from Charlian because they said Charlian's for nerds. Pretty sure even Makoto says that. Like, every single character, like, say, Sage quests, yes. Which, to be fair, even in the Sage quests that we do, which also are Endwalker quests, so you wouldn't have done it by this point. Even then, they kind of, actually, no. Leveva. There we go. But she's not an official. She's not, never mind, the whole point was official characters. Official, like, high-ranking of people. We hear them about them in the Sage quests, and the response in, the Sage quest is just like, yeah, fuck Charlian, I'm not gonna do what they say, I'm gonna let this guy go free, because he's not, because, like, it's fine. Yeah, they tried to kill Leveva. Yeah. They tried to kill Leveva multiple times. Question, why are we friends with Charlian? Also, one of my headphones died. Sorry, why are we asking Charlian for help? This is not gonna go well. Very obviously. We haven't had interactions with Charlian in this game that have been good outside of the people who have left Charlian, specifically because it's for nerds. Like... Everyone else that has come from Charlian has... Everyone else that is, like... Every other interaction with Charlian is, wow, fuck this place. Our last interaction with Charlian was, man, their bread is awful. That's the last time they came up in MSQ, is that when we learned that the country should no longer exist, because they make bread out of fish. Why do we think this will be a fruitful conversation? Sorry, if you give me a spinning emote, I will be posting. don't often see people stimming with emotes in a Twitch chat, but Crafts has managed to do it. It's impressive. Oh, calm, all but friends is a bit generous. Oh, Dad, it's been
As
so
do
long.
You both.
You don't look like shit.
Emilians will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health.
So here's the question. Here's the question that I need to ask. Twins, is your mum hot? Because your dad's like standard male Ellison, which doesn't do it for me. So I have to ask if your mum's hot. Because dad so far is like, again, standard Ellison male. Father, when we find out more about our mum beyond her name, don't worry, you'll totally get all those letters that are totally from her. Clone, it's an orb. That means it's better than everything else.
Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisois, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
Shocking you're being that nice about it, considering you're one of the people who directly said fuck that guy for leaving.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the primals.
He also stopped the 7th Umbral Calamity from destroying the entire world.
Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
You will care about 1.0 and we will force you to. Suck the melon out of this family with a straw.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene.
Yeah, it's like the one thing I knew about this character before you showed up today, is that you opposed your dad leaving.
And my position remains unchanged.
Bruh, 7th Umbral Calamity. It would have killed everyone, and instead it only killed a lot of people. That's still a positive. How do you get to this far after the Calamity and just be like, nah, he still made a bad choice? Bruh! Bruh!
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
How can you chart the course of history if you're fucking dead?
It is more than that. It is our way of life. Who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the forum's answer to your request.
Well, I feel like you've already fucking given us it. This is a good moment to reveal that I've been writing bitch over and over in my notebook.
Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
Well, it's not just Garlean Empire. It's an Ascian who wants to, like, kill the star. Oh, this could have been an email.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
Can't chart the course of history if you're fucking dead.
The final days. Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald. One in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
That specific wording. That's very specific wording. Does Sharlayan already know about it? Does Sharlayan already know the history? Of, like, the... What? Okay, well, I've been waiting for a moment in this patch for, like, it to hit me out of somewhere. Of, like, a what the fuck reveal. And I don't know if this is meant to be it. It feels like it's subtle enough that it's meant to be something that you don't see, but everyone's orbing, so obviously I'm onto something. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know. And he mocks us calling it the final days. Do you know what the final days are, Fortuno? Sharlayan as a whole? Are you already aware of it? Because that, like, heavily implies that they're already aware of, like, what happens to the Unsundered world if they're aware of the term the final days. Something we didn't learn about until fucking Emmett Silk told us about it. And if Sharlayan's, like, known that's what happens the entire time, and is, like, trying to keep an eye out if it's about to happen again, because they would know if it was happening. What? Fucking what? Excuse me? How do you... What the fuck are y'all up to over there? What are you all up to over on your island? What the shit is going on? Okay.
You must ask the Forum to reconsider.
Very noticeable there. Alphino and Alistair are gonna have the immediate reaction of, bro, what the fuck? Like, come on, help us. Graha okay, no, it is meant to be a confusing moment. It is meant to be a how. Graha takes specific notice there. Graha's just like, how do you know what the final days is? How would you know if it was coming? Graha very specifically has a reaction of, wait a minute, what? And motherfucker, Graha's from Sharlayan. Graha's from Sharlayan. He studied there. Motherfucker's an Archon. So, like, Graha is from Sharlayan, is an Archon, and is confused by Fortuno's saying there that if the final days were upon us, we would know. What the fuck?
You may feel safe on your little island across the waves. But if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all. Themselves included.
They want to die.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders.
I'm gonna slap this bitch.
It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline.
I'm gonna slap this dick. Fuck this deadbeat father, I'm gonna slap him.
But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure?
Because you figured that he'd be too fucking awesome and, like, help save millions of lives?
For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war.
No, his solution was to defend against a war that was happening to him. What do you mean, bro? What do you mean his only solution was to go to war? What do you mean? Garlemald was marching onto Eorzea. What do you mean his only solution was to go to war? War was coming! They didn't have a fucking choice in the matter. A nation was wanting to drop a moon on them. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean that Louis Soir could only decide to go to war? Bruh. Bruh.
Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice?
Moon! Drop! On star! Boom! Kill everyone! More death! More devastation! More ruin! Bro! What do you mean? What do you mean, my guy? What the fuck are you on about? Did Louis Soir ever not consider telling the Garlean Empire that dropping a moon might be bad because it would kill people? No, he never considered trying that, did he? What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? Less death, less devastation, less I'm gonna punch this dick. In the dick. Does he know that such devastation was not our intention?
It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear.
Louis Soir literally did avert such. Also, Louis Soir's plan was to summon and ask the 12 for help to stop with a moon falling. Louis Soir's plan was to summon the 12 and ask them to, like, hey, can you stop the moon falling on us? We're kind of not into that shit. And he did avert tragedy. He literally turned himself into a primal to avert a lot of This dude's a dumb con. Kids, I had to break it to you, but your dad's a dumbass. This would have gone better as an email. Alright, well, I'm not even reading the other two options. There's a objectively correct answer here. There is an objectively correct answer here. And it's gonna piss him off. Oh! Oh, God, he's gonna be so pissed. Holy shit. Like, doesn't even matter what the other ones are. This one's gonna piss him off the most, and I'm gonna say it. It's also just fucking accurate. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom. It is indolence.
I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike her, you should know better.
Holy shit. Yeah, he didn't have a retort or anything. We just pissed him off, which I'm okay with. Fuck this guy.
By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy.
Such barbaric notions as to ignore the plight of one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. Yes, you're right, my guy. Such a barbaric notion.
Alphino, Alizé, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
Alright, kids, it doesn't matter how hot your mom is. I'm gonna go and find her. I'm gonna fuck her. I'm gonna be your new dad. Fuck this guy.
What? Father?
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Is this guy like the final boss at Endwalker? Like, what the hell? They're building up this guy to be the final boss of Endwalker.
Master Fourcheneau, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us? that we might learn of Charlian's hopes for the morrow.
He's gonna ignore you. Fuck this guy.
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
I have this weird feeling that he volunteered to come here so he could be this much of a dick. I bet there are other people in Charlian who are way more reasonable, and he came here specifically to be a dick like this. Because he's still butthurt that his dad was actually cooler than him and actually did something to help the fucking world.
Father! Wait! Don't bother, Alize!
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
Alice, I don't think either of you have a choice in the matter. I don't think either of you could stop him. Dude is dedicated to being a fucking deadbeat shithead. They're building up that guy to be a bigger villain than Valens at this point. What the fuck? Can we not go to Charlian? Is it possible to do an Endwalker that doesn't take us to Charlian? I don't have the most positive impression of the place right now, I'm not gonna lie. Between leader of the dickheads and the fucking fish bread, I don't want to go there. Place seems lame. It's not so very long ago that we had a friend and neighbor in Charlian, and I so clung to the hope that she might yet lend us her strength. When she forsook Dravania, it would seem she forsook us all. Forming a blood vessel. Holy shit, fuck that guy. I'm gonna have the twins' mom's fish bread, but that's about it. I'm gonna fuck the shit out of their mom and become their new dad, is what I'm saying. It's alright, she's Elizon, so she's already like, it's okay. It's okay. It'll be fine for Minifus to fuck the twins' mom. She's Elizon, so she's gonna be tall, and based on the kid, she's probably gonna have gray hair. She's already Minifus type, so we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Their mom, what was it, Emeliance, he said? Already gonna be Minifus type. We can already ship it. We can already ship it, and we don't even need to know anything else. Let us decide this life for sure and become the twins' new dad. I thought I was their sibling, but never mind. After Minifus and Emeliance have a massive scissor session, I think they're gonna have a new dad. In order to avoid conflict with Garlemald, the Pharaoh went so far as to order the abandonment of entire city-states. The refusal to aid us now is, I am sorry to say, entirely consistent with their historic position. Minifus fucks the twins, Mom and Ria fucks Alice. Does that make Minifus Ria's new mommy/daddy? Mom/dad or mommy/daddy? We need the biggest logger in existence because we shoved the entire country of Charlian into it. It is we who walk the path of ruin? Time will tell. So that's what he came here to say. They're all fools having the temerity to defend ourselves against the Telophori? And as for the rest, like it or not, this was the Forum's decision. To watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Father was but the messenger. And as he handed down their judgment, I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can't. To have prolonged the discussion would have changed little, for it is not only Master Fortuno who must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. The decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it like to be changed, and so we shall face the Telophori without their aid. Alright, fuck them, they're a bunch of nerds. How much could they have helped us anyways? Did they? Forgive me, but about the intention of helping us, then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why did they not simply keep their counsel as they all wanted to do? I think Fortuna wouldn't be an excuse to be a dick. Manifest. Has Master Fortuna arrived yet? He's left and he's a dick and I'm gonna fuck the twins' mom. Then it is as I feared. My efforts were in vain. I pleaded our case to many forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say they ignored every word I said on the subject, without exception. It was almost unnerving. Okay. No, something is fucking up with Sharlayan. I'm not saying that, like, Sharlayan's, like, secretly bad guys or anything. I think it's too simple. I think it's too... It's the same as being, oh, Hydaelyn's probably secretly bad. But, like, Sharlayan knows way the fuck more than they're telling us. If all of the members of the forum here, we need your help to stop the final days, and they just don't talk about it after what Fortunal did, they know something. Again, I don't think they're necessarily, like, working themselves for real. They're secretly the villains or anything like that. But they know something that we don't, and they're not telling us. 1000%. They have, like, sworn a level of secrecy to we are not discussing anything about the final days with anyone. They know something is up. They know something is going down. They fucking watched my LP and learned about the final days. And are just like, well, shit. Something. So Leggy is actually funny. Daniel Leggy is literally to the forum. Shut up, secret underground torture dungeons according to Ash Request. They are not secretly evil. They are just evil. That is true. Could it be that they are hiding something from us? That might go some way to explain Master Fortuno's performance. Was he overacting being a dick, or is he actually just that much of a dick? When he said they would know the final days were truly upon us, I dismissed it as pride. What if they genuinely believe that they know how the worlds will end and simply disagree with us about the circumstances? The way he spoke about it absolutely implies that he knows what the final, like, or maybe not knows what the final days is, or maybe does, but, like, they know more about the nature of the final days and, like, the original, like, reason that the world got sundered and everything like that. They know more about that than what they've been letting on up until this point, because we had no fucking clue until we did the katana rap. Which, need I remind you, is on another fucking reflection, so they couldn't have seen it. They couldn't have seen that shit yet. That I don't know. But something tells me they are not as unconcerned about the Telophoroi as they claim. If the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I'd very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other mission, researching Hydaelyn and the Ethereal Sea. I tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it appears the forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Restricted it every time. Okay. Sharlayan, what's going on? You know some shit is happening. What the fuck do you know? Stop being dicks and just fucking tell us. So it would seem, but don't lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here. When the time is right, of course. I'm aware that matters in Eorzea stand on a knife edge, but with your permission, I can at least start making the necessary arrangements. There are one or two things to take care of here first. After which, assisting me will seem a sweet relief, I'm sure. No! Assisting you is gonna be going to Sharlayan! I'd rather find the Telophoroi than do that, honestly, at this point. Fucking Christ. While you attend to matters heroical, I shall see about securing entry for you all, and we'll let you know when everything is in order. Take care in the meantime, won't you? This implies that we're gonna start Endwalker in Sharlayan. Gross. You know they're evil because their country is called Sharlayan instead of Sharlayan, like a proper nation. Your speculations give me cause to hope. Yet if these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it is possible that Sharlayans hide some secret truth from us, there can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt them a change of heart. And so for the present we must needs confront the plight with which we find ourselves. The forum has refused our request for aid, and it falls to us alone to contend with the Telophoroi. And with all of Eorzea standing united, there is no guaranteeing we will prevail. What does Sharlayan intend to do if we fall? Use those underground torture prisons to hide in? I don't fucking know. Yo, I can get a lemon muffin. Oh, that's fetching. I'm gonna get a lemon muffin. Tasty. This is acquiring food. All this food that I will need for my journey to Sharlayan, so I don't have to eat any fucking fish bread. With their knowledge, Sharlayan could have done so much for the cause. They could have helped us uncover the secrets of the towers and save the temple captives within, and yet... Gods! I agree. Fuck Sharlayan. So we'll probably do an Oxford impression. It also feels like Sharlayan's response is meant to be thematic approach to the whole idea. You know, the whole, how does Sharlayan intend to approach the final days? By, like, being isolated, being alone, and everything like that. It's like, they're just like, we can handle it ourselves. We don't need to help others. We don't need to, like, you to help us. We'll just be able to fucking handle it, and everything like that. It's a unique approach to the final days. It doesn't line up quite as smoothly with the other responses that we've seen, or anything like that. The pure isolationist tactic. Themes. Can you guys watch him while I go make breakfast? All right. That I can do. He's doing his dance. Look at him go. Look at him go. Hell yeah. I'm not LPing the director's cut. I'll see what the extra content's are. They'll say not on the final days legally can't destroy a civilization if you say no. That guy is way too wiggly for me. That guy is good at much. Throughout my childhood, I remember grandfather arguing with my father over Sharlayan's policy of non-intervention. This time it was my turn to play the role. But even if my grandfather could not win him over, what chance had I? If words exist that may sway him, I know not what they are. The forum includes representatives from all the Sharlayan central institutions. With them hindering Kral's investigation, she will struggle to make any headway on her own. Got it. Threaten of a gunblade point. Sounds like a plan. I'm not doing the dub. Oh. Death unto Dawn! Final quest. Might make it under... No, we're not going to make it under 8 hours. Kane's center seems determined not to let the disappointment of Sharlayan's rejection distract her from the task at hand. Oh. Heck. While Sharlayan's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There is much and more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the forum's response to my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask that the Scions... Grave tidings, Walking Ones! Grave tidings! Oh, fucking god. No rest for anyone. Calm yourself, my gentle friends. What has occurred? These ones went to see Feathered Ones to send terrible news! Destroying Ones have appeared in Zelfatol! Zelfatol's back. Destroying Ones are captured ones, even frightfully godly ones! Feathered Ones in St. Jansen were sent flapping and squawking! When did this happen? Is it too late to help them? Too late, it's much too late, but luckily Destroying Ones are only passing through and continued on west. Feathered Ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West. That would be Kurthus. My lady, Ishgard into port that's lawful over merged from the eastern highlands of Kurthus and are marching at speed. Though their purpose is yet to be determined, the Cartano Flats would seem the most likely destination. Lord Aymeric has already dispatched his forces and requested our immediate support. Just in time. That place just became re-available in PvP. Tell him he shall have it. The time has come for the Grand Company of Eorzea to prove its worth. Well, mayhap it is a mercy that we do not have time to stew upon our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let us make haste to Cartano. Wait, this one almost forgot! The Shrinking One said to be led by a cackling robed one. This one must see that all walking ones know. Farewell. Yup. Funny Daniel's there. Fan Daniel. Who else? Some Maritimer for that grinning maniac showed himself again. I'm now realizing the specific, like, why are we going to Cartano for this? Ah. It's coming full circle. I feel like this patch series is almost like a sequel to ARR. It's kind of wild. Hey, The end of the world is coming. We just literally discussed about how Louis Soir helped avert calamity, and they were like Charlene said no to helping that. And then all of Eorzean united at Cartano to try and stop the moon from falling and everything like that and defend off the Empire. And now to bring her back full circle, now that we've formed the Grand Company of Eorzea, we're all, as Eorzea, marching on to Cartano to stop the Garlean Empire from ending the world again. We're bringing it full circle, baby! Again, it's like between that and everything to do with all the tribes, and everything that we were doing with like curing, tempering, and stuff like that, it's almost like this lead up to Endwalker is a sequel to A Realm Reborn. Which again makes sense. Right before we go into the Endwalker, right before we do our final chapter, let's like go back to where it all began. 100%. We're gonna like fight Luna Ifrit then. Because the first primal that we slew, the thing that made us the Warrior of Light, was Ifrit. So it's gonna be the final thing that we kill with our Endwalker. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cartano. Pray see to your preparations and report to the landing with all haste. We will walk the end for the realm to be reborn or something. And once, my lady, let us away. And after that, we will find the trail to dawn. Well, this is Death Unto Dawn trail. It's called Death Unto Dawn because the discourse around Dawn Trail makes you want to take a death onto the Dawn Trail. Because you want to kill yourself listening to it or something. I don't know. I haven't played Dawn Trail yet. The airship will be ready to depart ere long. Bid you make for the landing as soon as you're able. And may the 12 keep you. So much for me to spend. I'm just like, if I do that, I could go back to the Garlean Canopy immediately. Am I that lazy to not walk back through this little section of the Lotus Stand? So, Death Unto Dawn Trail is sadly not a hot take, apparently. Now, I'm not saying death to Dawn Trail itself. I'm saying the discourse makes you want to take a death instead of playing Dawn Trail because the discourse is going to be so exhausting to listen to. I'm not a Dawn Trail hater. I've literally not played it. So at least I'm like, you know, I have more integrity than half of the people that are probably bitching about Dawn Trail, who I bet haven't played it, so you know. There's a foot race going on outside my house. Come on, this will only take a moment, alright? Fordola. Manifest. It would seem Fordola here has come all the way to Gridania to find us. I'm explaining the situation, but she insists her business is urgent. You know as much as the people who are super hating on it. Exactly. Aye, it'll be over sooner if you shut up and come with me. What's your biggest gripe about Dawn Trail? That it's too good. The future of Final Fantasy XIV cannot possibly live up to how good Dawn Trail is, so therefore it's kind of ruins the future of the game, because we'll never reach those highs again. Oh. He's okay. He's alive.
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Oh, fuck you! Oh, no! No! Oh, not with that line. That line was foreshadowing? Ah! Oh, that line of all things was foreshadowing? Fuck.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Alphina, he's in a wheelchair.
Afraid so. The chirurgeons say I may never walk again.
I think he survived. I was better than I was expecting.
Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite.
I was about to say maybe like because he now can't fight with the sword and shield like his paladin thing that he was doing. Well, I guess gladiator. I was about to say he's in a wheelchair. It doesn't stop him from fighting. He just has to learn how to be a mage. Then I remembered he's half Garlean, and I don't think that'll work. Oh, he's half Garlean. He's half Garlean. So can he do magic? Can he do summoning books? He can be a summoner. He's got primal shit. But again, because he's half Garlean, paladin has spells. Yeah, but is he a paladin like swearing himself to the Sultan's Sworn, or is he a fucking gladiator of the Bloodstones? It's not like pure blood ones. I can't do magic. He can still manipulate anything. Then he's fine. He's fine. Also, yeah, true. That true. Having the echo does completely subvert the idea that Garleans can't use magic. That is true. It seems like once you have the echo, it completely disregards Garleans not being able to use magic because Xenos. He'll have an easier time staying in his ley lines? Bro, what the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. Fucking hell. Jesus. Go fighting in a wheelchair, gun cutter and all. So if we get Arenvald equipped with like a Magitech wheelchair, could fucking start flying around and shit. R2D2 clone, Attack of the Clones. So there's someplace that Garleans are elegant constructs designed for manual labor, but I forget what the reasoning was.
All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
Oh, I bet you can still find a way to fight. The 14 engine would allow that. When is wheelchair our new job?
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alfino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them.
Like Alfino's going through this massive crisis of doubt, just because the last time that he believed that this dream came true, it blew up on him. He's literally being confronted. Again, another thing of just these two patches are a sequel to A Realm Reborn. We're literally recreating a new, better Crystal Braves. And Alfino's going through all the doubts and struggles of just, well, the last time I thought it was going this well, everything went to shit. Given the Save the Queen chair! See, creative solutions. Armbold, what do you think of Wayo? Some things may have changed, but the adventure isn't over yet. I'm trying to also say that to inspire Armbold. You're in a wheelchair. Doesn't mean your life is over. Also, there's a world with magic. I bet you can find a way to fight. If you wanted to.
I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be. To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold.
But there's also this, it's just like, Alphino is the person who's been trying to, like, save everyone. Like, the whole thing. And it's just like, people will die.
Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
Summoner! I'm telling you, man.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero. Do you know that?
For $, the one to call him out and just being like, man, you're in a wheelchair. That doesn't mean that your life means nothing now. Like, for $, the one calling him out, just being like, come on, man. You're not done.
You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
Yeah! But that for $, the one to encourage him in. This is so good. He's looking to those who walked before, who are now in a wheelchair, to lead those who walked before after, who are not yet in a wheelchair. Thank God. After Paglthon, I assumed Teleferi would continue to target settlements, but is plainly considered Zelfa Ptolemy an obstacle on the road to Cartano. What then draws them to the flats? I must keep a close eye on their movements. LSA, why are you glowing? LSA, there's a bunch of kanji around me that says go, 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 go. What's happening? I rather doubt that Fordola obtained the Tri-Virgin's permission before bringing Arenvald halfway across the realm. And so I deliver a message at that. They should have both known better. But what's done is done, and I'll not soon forget his words. Alice is always glowing. You can tell me later what all that was about, but judging by the set of Alphina's jaw, it appears to have done him some good. Thank and the others have already left the Rising Stones, and according to Communications Officer, Amalshar and Kobold Forces are also bound for Cartano as we speak. They mean to keep the promise they made in Alamico, and we must do the same by saving as many of their tempered kin as possible. Anyway, the airship is ready to depart. We should get going. Oh, okay, never mind. Never mind. It's gonna be a while. Check on my phone. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Upon joining the battle at Cartano, several cutscenes will play in sequence. 0.55, baby. 0.55. Giving everyone the funny Daniel treatment, no one can stop me. Your progress through battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you'll be able to try again from the most recent of these. Holy shit, they have this technology in solo duties now? The enter battle associated with other quests will log out from the game. This progress will be lost. Holy shit. Really is well that we are not fucking around for Endwalker moment. Alright, here we go! That instance time, I better say 60.
My fellow Scions,
It's 30 over right now.
as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Charlian, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroid's grand design.
It's something to do with Zodiac, but beyond that, I got no fucking clue.
And now,
I don't know how it helps Zodiac.
our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Here we fucking go!
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Again, it's not like immediate. It's the whole thing of like, it's similar to accepting like when people die and stuff like that. The doubts that like Alphino or even Manifest or anything like that they're feeling. Working through it is not erasing those doubts. It's not erasing those fears. It's not erasing the weight or anything like that. It's being able to carry it and keep moving forward. Like, Manifest still has the parts of her that worry about, like, her strength being, like, too much and causing problems. She still has the worries about not being able to save everyone and everything like that. The difference is being able to carry that and still push on. To not let it crush you. To not let it do what had happened to Manifest all the way up until 5.3. Well, up until, like, kind of 5.0. End of 5.0. And stuff like that. End of a 5.0 is the moment that Manifest is able to do that. She just, like, doesn't internalize it fully into 5.0. I find out since I got a new dad. But I wish he would stop talking about how much he's gonna fuck my mum. Manifest just smiling. Stupid grin on her face. Oh, by the way, Raha, Stola, we're gonna have a third person in the Polar Kill. And it's their mum. Sorry, what? Yeah, I'm gonna fuck her now so I can be their dad. What?
Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
I like how everyone's now taking this opportunity to roast Alpha No for a thought process that like that Minefus only very recently also got through. Minefus collective poly members like Pokemon. Hey, we haven't actually met, what was it? Emeliance? We haven't met her yet. She could turn out to also be a bitch. And if so, then I'm just gonna be their own dad and I'm not gonna have any wives to fuck to be their parent. Could still happen, but, you know.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
The fuck? Right, the
Do
ready
what I
on
can
time
to
is
kill
only
the
like 30
temple,
seconds in
but they
PvP.
have to
Shit.
be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
Fuck, go. We just get to the end of this and we kill Fawny Daniel, and this is like, wait, what the fuck? Here we go! The final fight before, you know, the final chapter. Full fucking squad! That's actually a full party. This is actually a full party. Listen well, friends. The Telophoroi are sweeping across Cartano. As for the Ascian, he was briefly sighted above the battlefield, but has since vanished. He intends to watch events unfold from afar. Thus far, the movements of the Lunar Primals have proven difficult to predict. When employees ambush our troops, they instead withdraw for some unknown reason. Whatever Telophoroi's plan may be, the Primals are our primary target. Understood. They will not elude the Scions for long. It's actually a full party. Oh shit! Can I allow ourselves to be stalled here? Come on! I'm gonna be greedy! Let's go! Yeah! Oh, I've stood in that AoE, don't worry about it, it's fine. I will be greedy! Yeah! I will collect them all! Yeah! I can't be stopped! Can't be stopped! Whee! Kill everyone! Murder everything! Let the volume be really loud and distracting! Let's go! I'll keep them occupied. The rest of you seek out the primals. Fucking crackers, some of these things are really high health. Holy shit. Let's divide our forces and we may locate the primals more swiftly. Thancred, Yashtola, and I shall head east. I'll go to concentrate my efforts on the temple. Good luck, I should have a chance to cure some. Then I'll go west. Minefus, Alpha, come with me. Okay, they're no longer targetable. Alright, this way. Alright, follow! Yo, the Sylphs! Yo, the Vanu! Ixal there? Don't see any primals. Yo! They're all like alongside us, hell yeah! The Varth, even the Narth, hell yeah! The Narth are there too, let's go! Run into battle! As the Scions spread out across the field, Alice and Graha take the fight to Telophoroi. Fucking what? Holy shit! Yo! Do we finally get one for Alice? Fucking finally! Fucking finally! How have we never gotten one for her? There's so many of them. Alright, Fleisch ability. Won't be curing anyone at this rate. Let's incapacitate them first. The Flare combo. You just do a bunch of shit, costs a bunch of MP. Scorch combo. Where you just do a bunch of that shit. That has the big cooldown, so that one you just do. Okay. Big Scorch combo. Crimson Savior. Which is just AoE spam. And then we get Contre 60, which is also AoE spam, and then heals. What is the actual mod lecture down stuff? How do you get your own fully custom ability too? Alright, here we go. Alright, which one are we taking on first? Which one are we taking on first? I'm on this side. Yeah! So am I doing Contre? So wipe him out? There we go. Oh, sorry, like, well, sorry, what was this? Crimson Savior? Yeah, so we do that, so we can get rid of them. And then...
Allow me.
I did my combo. Yeah. Stop! Big back step, yeah! Sorry, oh. There we go, yeah, but holy! Yeah, Scotch! There we go. There we are. The Shadowbringers gone too far to treat them here on the battlefield. Whee! It was a great physical alteration. I fear they're beyond help. Imperials or no, I hate to see them in such pain. Must say that the suffering is no lot prolonged. Okay, everything here is dying really quickly. I feel like we need a boss to like, there it is! We need a proper boss to actually like use, there we go. And then we do big back step and then holy! Ballistic missile, all right, oh Jesus. Let me get out. Let's just do a little bit of healing on ourselves as well, just to make sure. Bam! Bam! Oh, I'm sorry, wrong button. The stone. Oh, there's Heaven Flare. There it is. Powder roll, just pilot one of these, obviously. There we go. Seems to burn a moment's respite. By the way, instant summer is actually 60 minutes. Let us take this opportunity to cure the tempered. Hey, he's jump changing! He's actually jump changing depending on what he has to do. Nice. Color mold. Oh shit, yeah. Ethereal depletion stacks. Yeah, he actually did the jump change. Like the sound went. He's actually jump changing mid combat to go to mage to heal them. He's a switch, yeah. Well, there he is. The funniest of all Daniels. What's happening? Do you see that? The glyph? Yes. How worried should we be? Listen well and judge for yourself. Though I can see ethereal colors, I've not thoroughly examined those that flow through the heart of Cartano. But now that I am here, things have become more clear. The flats conceal an etheric confluence like the pillars of the Azim Step, but greater in scale. Far greater. The glyphs that Fandaniel has conjured reach into its very midst. And I believe I know their purpose. Should the Lunar Primals destroy them, it would spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. Resulting disruption, the flow of aether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and tempests large enough to lay waste to the realm. That he would go so far cometh as little surprise. We must need to protect the confluence at all costs. I feel like even this isn't the end goal, because we're not in Network yet. Defeat Lunar Odin! And defend the ethereal confluence. Yo, Orianche! Is that Odin? I was gonna pit my blade against him. Follow my lead. Yo, Orianche! Yo! Just all of the ones that we haven't got a chance to do yet. We're gonna do all of them now. We have heals. We have Malefics. We have Lord of Crowns combo. Leave everything to fate as you draw a card from your Divining deck. Restore MP, and then just do a bunch of damage. Scroll combo, leave everything as your card and restore MP. Damage deals increase weapon cast skill and time recast time, and introduce yourself and all nearby party members. Ooh. Heal everyone, and, Mitt, okay. Fuck you guys, you're gonna play Astro. What Astro? This is probably a different Astro than the last time we did Astro. Alright, here we go! I think I have to do it until my kid. Alright, okay. I'm gonna try our fucking best. Alright, here we go! Quickly, everyone, get buffed! How much will I have to switch to healing? That's it. Well, I'll aspect of Helios. Will help with that. There we go. Oh, I have my combo. Lead weights. Oh shit! Wife in chains! No, not again.
I shall protect.
Oh, use fixed sign against an opponent. Okay. Oh. Wait, what? Wait, what am I doing? Oh, this one. Okay. Sorry. I was like, fixed sign. I don't remember what name that was. Okay. Defend against it. I missed that one. Luna combo again, it's shrinking! Why does everyone think Yashola likes being tied up with chains? Gotta be a switch sometimes. That's her character group. She goes from being exclusively a Dom top to like maybe 5% of the time being so bigger one. That's her character group. Thancred! Thancred superba lighting! Thancred superba lighting! Support. Well, we best brace ourselves. Right, Zantek Sukin? Well, okay, we'll brace ourselves by like standing in the right spot. Heal the confluence. Get all of this shit back and go Ainga. Ah, we're fine. We're fine. Look, as long as it's not scholar duty, then we should be fine with healing on this. Classic later. Astra cooldown. Lead weight. And another chains! Such strength will take all three of us to protect this. Okay, there we go. Oh. But first, Thancred don't require our aid.
Away with you!
Heal a little bit first. Make sure we're all toppy topped. There we go. There we go. As many. There we go. Easy. Easy. Got Metal Soul. Hell yeah. There we go. And attack back. Overburn strike against out of his reach. But gun the confluence must come first. Right, Zantek Sukin. Crown of Thorns, there we go. Helios's, there we go. I target you before that, but it's fine. Alrighty. Oh, there they are. I found them. I found the spot. We're fine. There we go. Everyone's out of the way of their mechanics. Everyone's doing fine. We're so good. It's like I think I actually need some help. There we go. We did it! I played healer. I played healer and I didn't even have like easy target party member buttons because they're not technically part of my party. Hell yeah! Luna Odin dead! And now we move on to the next field. Meanwhile, Grahati and Alice are prepared to lock swords with Luna Ravana! Yo! Yo, Ravana! Graha playable! Yeah! Yeah, playable Graha! Go through all of them! Here we fucking go! Fate Luna Ravana and defend against the Ethereal Confluence. Alright, what roles are you gonna have? Now he's a mage. That must be Ravana, formidable opponent by all accounts, but so are we. So he's got Kyuetsu, Foul combo, which is just Fire 4, Fire 4, Fire 4, and Foul. Alagon Blizzard. Oh, that restores a shitload of MP. Thunder Thor, damage over time, we haven't died. So it says Thinkar's game fuck way harder than all the primals aside before. We have Medica, and then we have, oh, Break! Yo, we actually get Break as a spell. Nice. He's like, because that's the classic thing he's been using to Shadowbringers, hell yeah. So, heal party members, heal specific people, filler combo, healing combo, everything. Hell yeah. I like how specifically all of his stuff together is just a mishmash of shitload of different stuff. He doesn't have like one job, he's just got a shitload of different things together. Here we go. Dot! Haha! There we go. So force us to protect the confluence from this fiend. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. And then, oh, sorry. We're in a different era of Foul. The era where it's not an instant cost. Sorry. Blizzard. Like Master of Flame, we have kept them from the confluence. There's so many. But allow me a quick casting of Break should buy us time. Right? Oh, fucking Christ, Break. Holy shit! Break! Oh my god. That is so instantly devastating on everything. Break! Holy shit. Body fuel, okay. Didn't work on that one. Grog can be, oh my god. Oh shit! He's doing the Sin DT finisher! Well, I'm gonna heal the shit out of you. That's not close for comfort, but now's our chance! I'm also like really low on HP. So I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do some Medicas, and then we'll be fine. I also need to get my dots up, we'll be fine! We'll be fine. Don't give me directional shit like that in the middle of this. Dick. Okay, you're actually gonna be a dick about it. Okay, I'm just gonna do this then. I didn't actually see what side I have to like hit you from. Asshole! Asshole. My bullet wave of Aether forms in the nails. Ah! I'll also get on mechanics, please. Thank you! This seems way harder than the other ones. This seems way harder. I feel like it is not enough opportunity to attack. I'm spending so much time healing and defending. Now what are you doing? The Rose of Immortality. For Garlemolds. Oh, okay, yep. Try something in with Break. Break. Like, oh, am I just spamming Break? What am I doing? What am I doing? I don't understand. Ozzy's attack has broken Lunar Armada's defenses. There we go. I don't know what I was meant to do there, but whatever I did, it worked. There we go. I don't know what I was meant to do there, but whatever I did worked. The game yelled at me to use Break several times in a row, and it didn't work on Ravana, but, you know, whatever, it worked. It ended up paying off. The game said Break, I used Break, it said Invulnerable, but okay. You indeed meant to spam Break, okay. Self-same moment you stand shoulder to shoulder with Alphino and Astinian. Ready to lay Lunar Ifrits low, of course. Of course it's the last one! And of course it's us! Of course it's yeah. It was for the ads, then why did it keep telling me to use it over and over again? Use bright stop the orbs, you can't kill them all fast enough, but it kept telling me to use break. Like I'd use it, the orbs would stop, and it said use break quickly, and I'm like, what? Lunar Ifrit, the one Arenvold and Fordola encountered. Of course, this is where it comes to, though. Of course. What did I say about everything coming full circle? I mean, this is also the one that like did them before, but of course, we just had an entire instance of fighting as a bunch of other characters, but where does it end? With the Warrior of Light coming face to face with you. That's where it ends. That's where it comes to. Here we go! We don't need a heal. I am gonna. This one's not be taken lightly. Be on your guard. Stab, 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 stab. Oh, I thought I used Bloodfist. I'm just like, why am I not having my things? I thought I used Bloodfist. Sidian beat him at level 20. Oh, we're doing fine. I don't even need to mid. Fuck that. Oh, shit. What's your plan? Metal nails. Of course! There we go. The nails are back. Whatever those are, they voodoo for us. Smash into pieces before it's too late. Takes almost an entire Nashing combo to destroy one. That's a little worrying. We seem to be doing it. Amen, song Carbuncle. Quick! You all get mitigation. Hell yeah. Alright, well, I hope you're on healing duty, Alphina, because Sidian is doing rough. Hell yeah. Hell yeah! Guys, this is your first Ifrit. It's always nails first. Oh, there he is. Yeah! Literally relive Ifrit. Hell yeah! Oh, shit. Hell yeah! What did I say? What did I say? We're gonna bring it full circle with our first primal that we ever fought. Ah, it's a good! Hell yeah! It's like the end of fucking Shadowbringers had a whole like full circle moment of like the first of like going through all the zones and then you meet the same place that you first met the Brennan-like person. And now we're having a full circle moment before Endwalker. With like we're coming full circle with a Realm Reborn. So good! So good! I am a sucker for this type of shit, and I will always sucker for it. This game has taught me a lot about having a lot of sucker. The wave of my villain, a performs the lunar nails again? Oh, no, sorry. There's a different nails. There's a different nails attack. Attack! Sidian, don't die, please. Alphina, heal. Alphina, heal, Sidian. Stop running away, my bursts! Fuck you. More nails? Alright, okay. More of them? I seek to destroy the confluence. And us along with it. Oh, so it's come to this. Okay, yeah, these are really TNT. Yo! Yo! Yeah! Oh, Jesus! Yeah! Go, Stidian! Yeah, he's a little, yeah, that's good, that took everything. Agony of the damned. As long as I draw breath, I won't give in! Are you just gonna do this forever? Soft and rage, alright. He's just not stopping. This time we ended this! Get in there! Attack! Beat that shit out of him! There! There we go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And they were worried I was gonna lose some of those fights and have to reset. And then when I was controlling Grara, I almost said, but don't worry about it, it's fine! Ha ha! Nod. Solemnly.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you.
There's just the question of, is this actually the plan going up in smoke, or is this just like a distraction or like a prelude to your big plan? That's the real question.
Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
A lot of people injured, but a lot of people saved.
Glory be to Garlemald.
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Do not hang your heads so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored.
How many of them were like captured and everything? It's like, let's have Thancred look at this character, because he's about to be voiced by Thancred.
You could do no more, and that is enough. So please, hold your heads high.
I should have been quicker, but I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
To the very end. Oh, I didn't realize how fucking late it had gone. Oh, Jesus. To the very end.
To the very end.
Starting to sink in that we're about to begin Endwalker. Starting to sink in a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, it's the outfits they had on the first. Another. We finished Shadowbringers for like the third time. Not today, no. Absolutely not today. No. Why would it be today? Why would we watch the trailer today, not the beginning of Endwalker? Too late, I'm opening it now, haha. We skip these credits, I presume? Like, we've seen Shadowbringers credits before, right? Well, the trailers... What? We're starting Endwalker next week. I'm just thinking, yeah, we watched the credits once. Like, when we beat Endwalker, I'm gonna let them sit, obviously. But I think that's what's going to skip. Song is awesome. Joey Dempsey, I love you, Joe. Joe or Joey Dempsey? Holy shit. Aimrick's there. Aimrick's there. Hi, literally fucking everyone. Should have seen my face and Lord Aimrick turned up on our doorstep. How do you think this had word he was bringing you home? We got in his minivan. So many people. At the close of the battle, when the clouds parted and the moon shone down on us all, I cannot well express how I felt. Somehow it seems more a beginning than an ending. Because it's the beginning of the final chapter. The temple that we were able to treat will be taken to the city-states for observation. As soon as the Alliance is satisfied that they're fully recovered, we'll be free to return home. Many though the enemy were, their numbers consisted largely of tempered beastmen. With a few... It's Estinian, that one I can accept. With a few lunar primals to keep things interesting. The Gallians themselves ventured little and lost less. It has ever been the Empire's way to have others fight their battles, but even they would blush at Telefari's use of tempered slaves. The Cartono Flats seem fated to play a prominent role in the history of the realm, do they not? I wonder, might the abundance of aether that floweth through the region have led to the Allegans to entomb Omega there? Throughout the battle, I could not shake the feeling that all present were performing for the amusement of Fandom. Nor did his blithe reaction to the latest defeat give me cause to think otherwise. I can only conclude that such failures are of little consequence to his broader scheme. Whatever it may be, I was not training duty for Viper as the second Delaprum boss. Yeah, Darwin. I will record that the Alliance. I will recommend that the Alliance keep a closer watch over Cartano. The Telophorai may have failed in their attempt to destroy the Confluence this time, but there is not to stop them trying again. It was decent of Lord Aymeric to bear us home aboard his airship. Gods only know we'd have squeezed this many people on the Bonanza. Kind of feels more egregious as senior for him given his whole thing with the dragons these days. Dragons, yeah, but like, dragons are different. We're gonna have one boomer. We're gonna have one boomer in the group. And despite Asinian being significantly younger than several others. I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the Pride of the Ishgardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. We have thoughts of everything, Lord Aymeric. And may I say how much I appreciate the hospitality you afforded us on the way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction, and it afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friend has been since he last took his leave. It would seem you finally found a place to settle down. Merely grew wary of wandering the Far East. I found I can get squid on Uber Eats, it's fine. Returning to the more serious matter, while the Telophorai have been driven from Cartano, it is likely that the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of Eorzea's first joint military operation, however, I'm confident that we have the potential to meet such threats head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while our forces keep the Telophorai at bay, I'd ask that you apply your talons to the task of neutralizing the towers. A sensible division of labor. While the towers remain, so too will the threat of the lunar primals. And given our expertise in the field of aetherology, we are better qualified to find the solution. That we are. Especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There's a time and a place for formal investigations, of course, but certain secrets are one to hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. I could not agree more. There are none better suited to this task, nor any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you are unable to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have need of assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends. I confess I had hoped to be able to study the towers more closely, vital as they plainly are to Telophorei's plans. If we can discern their ultimate function, we'll be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain that the Telophorai will mount an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who awaits at the heart of the chaos will come for us. For you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities. The final days themselves. Yes, alright, Alphino, we need a plan, not portents. As Thancred so eloquently pointed out, we're in a position to seek information from all manners of places. Not least, Charlian. According to Krile, the Forum may be more secretive than ever of late. While this may be related to the appearance of the Telophorai, that remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear, the Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Fortunal's performance at the Lotus Stand was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation, I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for answers we seek on the matter of the towers. Charlian hath ever been the wellspring of aetherological knowledge. I care not where we go, here or there, my lance will be ready. And what's of you, Manifest? Might you be persuaded to join us? Sounds like a horrible place, but I want to, stop the end of the world. It means I can have words with Fortuna. Only after I do. If it means I get to fuck the twins' mom. Excuse me? If any of his friends on the forum think we'll leave them alone if they ignore us, then they're in for a shock. It appears we're in agreement. We have but to wait for Crowd to secure the necessary permissions. In the meantime, there is a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? By strange coincidence, it does. At present, I have only a creeping suspicion, but with your help, I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted. Manfred's gone after that MILF. Hey, we don't know she's hot yet. She's Femme-Ellison, so, you know, decent odds, but, like, we don't know yet. Why do we get the shush emote for this? Why is this the shush emote? What about that was shush? Okay. Sure, I guess. Because we should have gotten it for 5.0, because that's what we did at the end of 5.0! Because we told Ben Daniel to shush. Meanwhile, in Garlemald, I'm gonna miss these once we finish it then, Walker. I'm gonna miss my Meanwhile in Garlemolds. Gonna miss it so much. Yup! Reaper, baby! There it is! There it is! There it fucking is! And there is Xenos in New Drip! It's his best one yet.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch. Though I suppose you knew that already.
Okay, so these are Eorzeans that marched on the capital.
My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure.
Redirect the ether from Cartano. Not destroy it. Redirect. Interesting.
Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
They need a shitload of Aether. Are they actually planning on summoning... Like, is the ultimate goal them summoning the Primal of Garlemald? And again, how does this tie into Xenos becoming the new Heart of Zodiac? So many questions.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
I'm embracing your theater kid shenanigans. I will respond as a theater kid.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach.
Gateway of the gods? Are you just making a teleporter to the moon or something? Is that all it is? Like, gateway, travel, gods. We know that Xenos is after Zodiac. Is that all it is? Is that all you're trying to do? Just teleport to the moon? I mean, to be fair, it's like way up there. Like, pretty high. Like, even I don't think a dragoon could reach. A dragon probably could, but... Is it seriously not more complicated than that? Surely it's more complicated than just... What the fuck?
The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire. My desire!
So the Imperial capital's looking a little bit more eldritch than last time we saw. But I don't know when the last time we did see was. But it's looking a little bit like a horrific monstrosity. Motherfucking building looks like the average Dark Knight player. I'm scared.
To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
Xenos doesn't care about any of that. He's just like, if it gets the Warrior of Light to find me again, then I'll do it. Anti-homeless infrastructure's gone way too far.
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon.
Yep, still gunning for Zodiac. Why is the moon red here though?
Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor.
See, the thing is that Xenos doesn't realize that Minefus has gone through character development since the last fight.
And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
Xenos doesn't realize that Minefus has gone through character development this time. That was some form of roll, but I don't recognize what it was. Everyone looking to the moon to Endwalker.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
How bad is it?
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically. Far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
So the aether that the towers are getting is just from, like, the star itself.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
the towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
They're just planning on sucking the entire fucking star drive.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
We already had the credits. I'm shocked there's like... This feels like a pretty big moment to have after the credits.
Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Darkness comes, and with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
No one warns me Heidelin was hot.
Everything all right back there?
No one warns me that Heidelin was Minefus type. Tall and grey hair. But is it Heidelin? Oh. That was very person wearing a Moratine robes. Is that Heidelin? Or is that Vanar? The heart. That was very much like a Moratine robes look. Which would imply that's less... That's more the heart. Oh my god! The characters actually are walking so long in the cutscene, you can actually see them in the distance. Look. They're actually walking like way past. They actually kept the models going the entire way. There's Alice! Alice, where are you going? Alice, where are you going? Why are Alphino and Alice are going in a different direction to the others? Okay, so the moon's just like that now. The moon's just like that now. At solemn dawn, grim purpose shines in gazes cast toward moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise, your steps to guide or end betides. Under the darkened moon. Dawn Treader on a trail of some kind. That's Shadowbringers. That's actually Shadowbringers. I have a feeling the journey to Charlene is going to be quite the test of your nerves in more ways than one. You'll miss this place while you're away, I just know it. But for now, the best thing you can do is gently get plenty of rest while we want to hear from Cryo. When Arenvold tried to free the Almasha in the tower, it triggered some sort of alarm and the captives are killed instantly. As such, we have no choice but to leave them in the clutches of the Telophore until a means of rescuing them has been found. In the meantime, the summonings of lunar primals will continue. Just as we must rely on the ground company of Eorzea to put down such entities and prevent any further abductions, so too do they rely on us to come through with our investigation. This is a very different vibe to other 0.55, to other 0.5 and 0.55s. It's like the dungeon. This doesn't feel like the big inciting incident that causes the next thing to happen. This feels more like a prologue. The whole patch felt more like a Endwalker prologue more than anything. Like even the beginning of it, like obviously the story of every beginning of the new expansion leads in from the previous one, but normally the divide is very harsh, like Scions are captured and everything like that. Ishgard is our safe haven. We get to Ishgard and immediately like deal with Ishgard stuff. Like we break down Baelsar's wall and immediately it's just like now we're fighting a revolution. Like we're trying to stop Ilbert from doing his things, and then immediately we're starting a revolution and stuff like that. We are like we're getting ready for war on the Gimlet Dark and the approaching army, but we're immediately going to the first and doing everything like that. Like, while obviously every expansion continues off of what the 0.5 patch led up to, I feel like each previous incident, like each previous one has been way more of a harsh, this happens and now this happens. So this feels very different. This feels way more like a prologue to Endwalker, more than anything. Like, what we're continuing with next could feel like part of, like, the same patch series if it didn't mean that we were going to a brand new zone, kind of thing. Much and more have we discovered of the Telophore's machinations since Thancred and I did return from Garlemald. Verily, their troops doth appear to have been tempered in much the same matter as those engaged in the construction of the towering edifice in the capital. Those who are brought in with close proximity to towers are tempered into serving Garlemald, then forced to summon lunar primals with aether drawn from the land. But even having understood this, we get to uncover what the Telophore wish to achieve by all this. Are the towers purely for strategic advantage, or do they serve some other purpose? I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm just dead tired. Whatever it is my father and the Forum are hiding, I'm determined to get to the bottom of it. Not only do the members of the forum intend to adhere to their long-standing policy of non-intervention, they've made a point of sending Master Fortuner here to explicitly state that fact. Rather than simply refusing to involve themselves in our affairs, it appears they are actively trying to prevent us from meddling in theirs. That does, of course, make Kral's mission of securing our entry into Sharlayan nigh on impossible, but I'm confident she will find a way regardless. Let me all at once, it's how it works. That happens the moment I press the sub-streaming button. I've conveyed Lord Aemric's wishes to Colton and the others. For the present, their role will be to facilitate communication between our allies and gather information on our enemy. Weird moment when the only people that are in the Rising Stones are the Scions. The imminent end of the waters of Christ so much any other expansion, but I get what you're putting down. No, it's like, no. It's more so the divide of the immediate thing that you deal with in the 0.55 patch is often very different to what you deal with at the very beginning of the next expansion. Like, the bloody banquet in Uldar, yes, leads into Heavensward, but you deal with the bloody banquet and the immediate next thing is being an Ishgard. It's a very different thing you immediately deal with. Stopping Baelsar's wall is stopping Ilberd from, like, trying to manipulate the Eliosan Alliance. And then trying to, like, stop the giant primal that he summons and everything like that. And you stop that, and the immediate next thing is help a revolution. Like, obviously the things still come up later, but it's like, the immediate threat of the primal of Shinryu is not an immediate threat at the beginning of Stormblood. You immediately do something else. The threat of the war that is looming at the end of 0.5 with Gimlet Dark and the approaching army is not immediately relevant to the start of Shadowbringers. Where this, we're dealing with the Telophoroi. We're dealing with the Lunar Primals, and we're dealing with the Towers that are trying to do some convergence of stuff. And what we're going to be dealing with at the beginning of Endwalker is literally that. Okay, we're probably going to be dealing with Sharlayan being a bunch of dicks to us, but still. It'll probably be actually dealing with Sharlayan being a bunch of knobheads, but After the end of the Dragonsong War, I spent many a moon roaming. Kagane, Radzet Han, even Garlemald, but never Sharlayan. In all honesty, a nation populated entirely by bookish tribes like Alphinaud is not a place that appeals to me. Like, even the fucking dungeon. Pagelthon doesn't feel like the big final climatic dungeon that Gimlet Dark or anything like that felt like, or Baelsar's Wall. Pagelthon explicitly doesn't feel like a big climactic dungeon to bring about the end of this, like, section. It feels like the first thing we're going to deal with that is like that's in the next expansion. So I'm just checking if there's any other characters hanging around that I've forgotten about. But I don't think there is. We made this new room for them and now they've abandoned it forever. We're gonna stop the Endwalker, but end up dealing with the fish bread crisis. The first thing we're gonna do upon arriving in Sharlayan is fixing their goddamn fucking cuisine. Anyways. Stream done. Are we ready to pack it in, folks? Check what Nikolai has to say. I'm not going back to the first at this point. Nope. Check Discord. I checked it before, nothing happens. All I see is Anonymous. I see Anonymous going. I see that. And now we do all the yellows. The correct time for it. Oh, I see head shoulders. Oh, sorry, had shoulders. I see had shoulders. Fortuno meets Dulia chat. I'm not watching a video. Y'all have this lovely fucking habit. And by lovely fucking habit, I mean excruciatingly frustrating habit of it's been 9 hours. It is like in the PMs for me after an entire day of streaming, and we've just finished everything in the video, like in the thing, and then everyone sends me a bunch of videos to watch on stream. And by lovely habit, I mean incredibly fucking annoying. I don't know why any of you think 9 hours into a stream when it is 7 fucking PM for me is the time that I want to start turning my stream into a react stream of YouTube content that people make about the video game. But I'm telling you this now, it's not the time for it. It's happened a lot lately, and I'm telling you now that no. You keep doing this, and it's very annoying. I feel like me trying to ignore it every time should have gotten the point across. I'm now explicitly stating it. Knock it off, it's frustrating. It is very frustrating to get to the end of 9 fucking hours of being on camera and being shown, hey, react to YouTube content. It's very annoying. It's very annoying. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you all so much for watching. Next time is Endwalker. We're now in the final chapter. Well, beginning of next stream, I guess we're in the chapter. We have 1 chapter left. And then all the other chapters that come after that, but like, because it's an MMO and it's still like getting patches and it's got like an entire new expansion that is happening and it's got some patches, and by the time I get to that, it'll probably be all of the patches and everything like that. But the story that has been built up until this moment, to the point where the game was when I started playing, because I played like very, 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 very close. Stop doing this as well. This is also really fucking annoying. Endwalker. And I started like, what, a month after 6.0 came out? Because there was like so many people logging in that I couldn't even create a character. So we're almost there. We're almost there. And it feels like a very appropriate moment to just be like catching up to where the game was when I started, being like the end of like everything that's been built up to, feels very appropriate. We're almost there. We're about to walk our end. Thank you all so much for watching. Until the next time, where we officially enter Endwalker. This is version 2. Signing